Hansen thought his brain had fried, or that something must have possessed him to make him say what he had. He had prepared a very touching speech, but somehow, his head just said those words for no reason. I blame that beautiful night, Hansen sighed. Ji Yanran was fuming mad, and she shouted at him with a blistering rage. Still, she was yet to give her answer. She had not said yes or no. Fortunately for him, when he saw her the next day, the ring was still on her finger. Yanran, you said our grandfather wants to meet with me. When should I go and see him? Hansen said, as he inched closer to her with a smile on his face. You have no shame. It's still my grandfather, Ji Yanran said, with a touch of shyness coating her words. It's all the same. Anyway, when should we go? Hansen asked. We'll go and see him in a couple of days, when I'm free. But whatever you do, don't talk your average bullshit nonsense when you're with him. He's a traditional, serious man. He respects others who are serious, just like him. Therefore, don't be yourself. Ji Yanran accompanied her words with a threatening face. Hansen's face turned red. He promised and said, Don't worry. I must have been sick last night. I don't usually say things like that. Therefore, you still owe me a true proposal, Ji Yanran said on the doorstep. Then, she spun around and took her leave. Hansen sighed. In his heart, he thought, I was sincere yesterday. He wouldn't say that to Ji Yanran, but as she left, he shouted, Then give me back the ring, how else can I repeat it? Get another one. Ji Yanran did not turn around but lifted her arm for a backward wave. The ring fitted her finger perfectly. Although it was expensive, it was extremely pretty. It was made by Akato. It's shiny jewelry and was worth 100 million. Hansen's heart went under. It wasn't the money he was sad about, but whether or not he could find a ring that looked as good. Can I actually get 2 engagement rings? Hansen questioned. Before Hansen could find another ring, Ji Yanran brought Hansen to the Ji family house. It was a planet full of azure seas and still lakes. Forestry was in abundance, and mountain ranges coursed the continents like white threads. The air was clean and the environment was unspoiled. It was more than suitable for humans to live in. On this planet, there existed only one building, however. This building was made of wood, constructed so that it would blend in with the natural environment. Hansen had no architectural knowledge, but Ji Yanran said the entire planet belonged to the Ji family. This house was where her grandfather lived. It was like an entire, exclusive planet had been reserved for her grandfather. Without permission, even other members of the Ji family would not dare to visit. Hansen knew how rich the Ji family was. Without the wealth they had, it would have been impossible for Ji Ruozhen to become president. As he stood in the middle of a pavilion, he breathed in the raw, virgin air that passed through the pines up high and the grass down low. It was incredibly refreshing, and the nature-scented atmosphere could not compete with any man-made air. Miss Yanran, the master has requested that he meet with Hansen alone. Outside the yard, Ji Yanran was stopped. Hansen, you must be polite to grandfather, Ji Yanran nervously reminded Hansen. Don't worry. Hansen comforted Ji Yanran and followed the butler into the yard. Hansen thought he'd see the house upon entering the yard, but instead he saw a lake. Its surface was like a mirror, with a pavilion at its center. They looked like one. The only way to go to the pavilion was across a bridge, and as he trod across it, he felt as if he was walking into a sublime painting. It looks like this grandfather is an elegant man, quite unlike me, it would seem. Although he thought the place was beautiful, Hansen would not desire to live there. Technology and metropolitan locales suited him far more. Sir, Mr. Han is here. The butler led Hansen to the pavilion and politely spoke. Greetings, Grandpa. Hansen walked up and bowed, speaking with a soft tone of politeness. As he did so, he checked out the demigod legend. Ji Yanwu was the center of the Ji family. He was a demigod elite, and quite famous in the alliance. The Ji family's reputation in today's age was owed to this man. He was so well respected, even Ji Ruozhen would not speak of him in vain. He was a remarkable and important figure in the Ji family. He did look different than what Han Sen had envisioned, however. He was a down-to-earth old man. His beard was white, but it was well kept and clearly groomed. He didn't use technology to dye his hair black, and you could even see the wrinkles on his skin. He looked very serious, though. His eyes stopped on Han Sen, but his emotions and thoughts were impossible to guess. That being said, there was nothing snobbish to feel when being in his presence. All that you felt while being in his presence was the need to revere him. You would feel compelled to listen to everything he said. Sit down. Grandfather Ji pointed at the cushion in front of him. He spoke with a calm voice. Han Sen was awash with relief, not hearing him comment on his calling him Grandpa. Han Sen was feeling more confident about things, and so he sat where he was bid to. Are you ready to marry Yanran? Han Sen had only just sat down, but such a question had already been asked. It came as quite the shock. Grandfather Ji looked at Han Sen, and his clear eyes looked as if they could read a person's mind. It made Han Sen feel as if he was naked in public, which made him a little nervous. Yes, Grandpa. I am going to marry her, and I have come here to request your permission to do so, Han Sen said, all without hesitation. Grandfather Ji looked at Han Sen, and then put away his scanner-like gaze. Then he said shortly, that is good. You are both still in service of the army. There is no rush to get married. Pick a date and bring your mother to Ruozhen so you may discuss the event. Han Sen thought he'd have to say and do a lot more than that, but already, the talk had come to an end. He hardly spoke at all, and already, Grandfather Ji had bid that he return and make the appropriate preparations at once. He felt as if he had wasted his time earlier, thinking of all the ways he might approach and explain stuff to the man. After Han Sen was led out by the butler, a man and woman approached from behind. It was Ji Ruozhen and his wife. Father, what do you think about this kid? Ji Ruozhen asked. Although Ji Yanran was their daughter, they would still listen to the opinion of Grandfather Ji. He is powerful. He is composed. In time, he can indeed become something, Grandfather Ji said. Mrs. Ji sighed and said, it is a shame he does not hail from a bigger family. Although Han Sen could get everything he wanted in the second God's sanctuary, amidst the rich families in the alliance, his influence was limited. He was just a young, smart guy, one without prior wealth. It is fine to be without a remarkable background. He will be given one, following his joining of our family, Grandfather Ji said. Han Sen never expected things to turn out so well, it was quite the surprise. When he returned, he contacted his mother. He hoped that she could rendezvous for a meet and greet with the Ji family. Luo Sulan did not object, and so Han Sen quickly brought her to meet the Ji family. Han Sen thought it would just be a discussion about an engagement, and all it would require was the simple forming of an acquaintance between the parents of the engaged couple. When he actually arrived, with his mother, he was surprised to see it wasn't only Mr. and Mrs. Ji there to greet them, but Ji Yanran's aunts and uncles, as well. Mrs. Han, our Ji family have many rules. I hope you do not take offense at them, Mrs. Ji explained politely, but her tone was stuffy and oozed arrogance. I know. Security is a high concern when dealing with the marriage of a daughter. I have a daughter, too. I understand how you feel, Luo Sulan smiled and said. Please take a seat, Mrs. Han. Ji Ruozhen looked at Luo Sulan with sudden surprise. The Han's family background was something they knew all about. But Luo Sulan's temperament and mannerisms were different than what they expected from a housewife. As they discussed the details of the engagement, Luo Sulan seemed quite understanding and appeared very polite towards the Ji family. Her manners were excellent. Han Sen didn't think it was anything surprising. From what he could recall, Luo Sulan had always been an elegant woman. When Han Sen was a kid, his mother was like a fairy to him. She always protected him. But after his father's accident, his mother's life was forced to change. Seeing his mom like this took Han Sen back to his childhood for a bit. In this event, however, Han Sen was a youngster, he had no place to interrupt and speak. Quietly, all he did was stand behind his mother and watch the conversation unfold. Ji Yanran was the same, standing beside her parents. She too just listened in on the conversation, without saying a word of her own volition. She would only speak when spoken to. Things were going very well, and Luo Sulan did not ask for much of anything. The Ji family all agreed she was a nice person and believed her to be a well-educated housewife. Mrs. Han, after they both get married, I would like them both to become part of the Ji family. I believe it would be easier for us to take care of them, but I would like to hear your thoughts on the matter. Mrs. Ji posed the question. Han Sen did not have a notable background, but if grandfather Ji thought he had a promising future, they thought it best nurtured within the Ji family. Through their influence, he could gain far more and his change of family name would reflect better on Yanran. Mrs. Ji also wanted to see her daughter, whenever she could. Therefore, this matter was a serious issue of discussion for her. This was a desire of grandfather Ji, too. The Ji family would allow the marriage, but only on the condition that Han Sen joined their family. I am sorry, Mrs. Ji. I only have one son, and I was hoping he could be by my side when I grow old, Luo Sulan responded. Coldly, she continued to say, he is still a man of Han. A man should make his own family, don't you agree? Mrs. Ji's face changed at those words. One of Ji Yanran's aunts chimed in to say, Mrs. Han, please reconsider your position on this. You are indeed correct in saying a man should create his own family. But one man's power is limited. If, in the future, he became Ruajan's son-in-law, that would make him the son-in-law of the president. If he did something inappropriate, it would shame our family. Yes, Mrs. Han. What year is this? Our Ji family is willing to help Han Sen, for with our power, he can become someone grand. He will make you prouder than you can imagine, another middle-aged woman joined in to speak. Mrs. Ji then rejoined the talk, saying, Mrs. Han, if Han Sen marries our daughter, he will be half my son. The Ji family will help him forge a legacy of his own and commit to fine, broad deeds. Isn't that what you desire? I don't have many expectations. I only want him to be with me. Carrying on the Han family legacy is more than enough for me, Luo Sulan replied to the criticizers. Mrs. Han, this is not right. How can you not share concern for your son's future? Do you know what he will receive when he joins us? What he will achieve and where he will go? Aren't you selfish for not allowing him to join our family? Mrs. Ji's tone was infected with undertones of anger now. Han Sen could not hold his tongue any longer. He could take all the pressure, if he was the one under the microscope, but he couldn't stand for his mother to be bullied anymore. Just as Han Sen was about to move, Luo Sulan's left hand stopped him. Although Luo Sulan did not turn to look, she held on to him really hard and prevented him from doing that which he wanted to. Ji Yanran quickly tugged at her mom's sleeves, as well. She wanted her to stop pushing with her dialogue. But Mrs. Ji was in no mood to stop her criticism, and she proceeded to say, Mrs. Han, the Ji family is large and rich. My husband, Ji Ruajan, is the president of the alliance. Do you really think I will allow my daughter to sink through the mud to be with you? When you get married, the woman tends to follow her husband. Yanran is a fine child, and I'm sure she will be just fine, Luo Sulan calmly responded. Just as Mrs. Ji was getting mad, prepared to say something else, a voice of someone annoyed came from further back, behind a screen. A housewife's opinion is one that allows their man to do everything. You are destroying his future. The voice was calm, but it was one that was drenched in intimidation. After the man spoke, everyone on the Ji side quieted down. What can the Ji family provide him? Luo Sulan, as composed as ever, looked to the screen and spoke. A reputation within the alliance. One that will earn him the world. These words were spoken by Grandfather Ji. They were commanding words, and they were spoken with power. If that is the future, then I'd rather he stayed at home raising babies, Luo Sulan coldly scoffed in rebuttal. She was not spooked by the man that was now addressing her. The Ji family's face looked strange, as what she said seemed so lame. You woman. You really don't know your place. I am being nice to your son, and you suggest he raise babies. What is it that you think men should do? Grandfather Ji was furious. He stepped beyond the screen to see the woman that defied him, wanting to destroy her son's future. The people of the Ji family were shocked, witnessing Grandfather Ji reveal himself. He looked mad, and not a single other person was willing to speak while he did so or try and usher calmness into him. Grandpa. All apart from Ji Yanran, that was. She ran forward and tried to stop her grandfather's advance. Grandfather Ji coldly said, "Do not worry. I am not planning to do anything, I just want to see who this disrespectful woman is." As he talked, he walked in the direction of Luo Sulan. He took a look as he went, and his face entirely changed when he saw her. He then quickly ran directly in front of her, which shocked the Ji family audience. They believed his wrath had been incited so much, he was running forward to do something. But this was not so. Grandfather Ji looked nervous, and he reached out his hand to her. He wanted to grab her, but he pulled back as his body shivered. Lady Lan. You are Lady Lan? Do you not remember the Ji's third brother? Grandfather Ji's vocal cords were trembling. His knees went soft, and he knelt in front of her with tears rolling down his cheeks. Everyone was still. The entire living room was silent and dead, you could hear a pin drop. The Ji family was very noble and very religious. Grandfather Ji possessed the highest authority and governance. No one could quite believe they were watching this revered figure kneel in tears before Han Sen's mother. And despite her defiance, he called her lady. Even Han Sen was petrified. He did not expect the head of the Ji family would cry in front of his mother like a child. Who are you? Luo Sulan looked a little worried with the man in front of her. She reached out her hand and tried to raise him up. Her lips lifted a little when she spoke, which indicated to Han Sen that she was lying, and she did in fact know who he was. Lady Lan, I am Ji Yanwu. I am the third brother. 34 years ago, I was fortunate to encounter you in the Skywater Pavilion. You were only 11 years old, and you were beside Mr. Haitang. If you weren't wearing the Saint Heart Haitang brooch right now, I would have almost been disrespectful to you. Please forgive me. Grandfather Ji still would not stand up. Ah, it's third Uncle Ji. Get up. I can't accept such reverence towards me. I apologize for not recognizing you, for back then you were still a young man with black hair. I cannot believe, in the advent of all these years, I am now a middle-aged woman. Furthermore, time has robbed your hair of its color. Luo Sulan helped raise Grandfather Ji up. Grandfather Ji, back on his 2 feet, excitedly asked, Lady Lan, how is Mr. Haitang doing? Grandpa's body is still healthy, but he is getting old and does not go out much. Luo Sulan smiled faintly as she spoke. Seeing Grandfather Ji chat up, Luo Sulan bewildered the Ji family, and they suddenly did not understand what was going on. Even Han Sen was puzzled, his mouth was wide open in awe. Why does my mother's family suddenly seem so powerful? Do I actually hail from a rich family? No way. If I was, why would I grow up in such poverty? Numerous times, we almost lost our home. Han Sen's heart was now brimming with countless questions. Is this kid your son? Grandfather Ji looked at Han Sen with exuberantly kind eyes. He looked at him more brightly than he did his own sons. Yes, this is my son. His name is Han Sr. Luo Sulan smiled and gave Han Sen another introduction. It is no wonder he is your son. He is such a smart kid, and he has achieved so much at his relatively young age. His future is bound to be one of greatness, and it is of magnificent fortune that Ji Yanran is to marry him. Grandfather Ji complimented Han Sen as if he was the smartest person in the universe. Father, who is this? Ji Ruozhen could no longer stay silent. He wanted to get a better understanding of the family his daughter was marrying into. It wasn't just Ji Ruozhen who wanted an explanation, it was everyone who was present. They all stared at Han Sen and his mother in perplexity, as what had just happened in the past few minutes was too difficult to believe. Now, they really wanted to know who Han Sen's mother was to make Grandfather Ji behave like that. Ruozhen, we are to become a family with Lady Lan. You should all be nice to each other. Grandfather Ji looked utterly delighted, and he continued on by saying, we are so lucky. Father, who is Mr. Haitang? Ji Ruozhen knew his father well, and his behavior wouldn't be so ebullient if this was just anyone. To incite such a reaction, the person he was referring to would have to be someone of legendary or mythical status. Grandfather Ji's eyes seemed complicated now, as if they were peering off into his own distant past. It was like he was on a blissful reverie, taking a trip down the lane of his memories. His name may not be one to spark the imagination, but you know who he is. He has long protected this family. Solo, he reached the fourth shelter and even claimed a shelter for himself in a realm of demigods. Godslayer Luo? Ji Ruozhen's face suddenly changed. Before he could say anything more, screams were already erupting from various corners of the Ji audience. Everyone looked at Han Sen and his mother with tremendous shock. The fourth shelter was not a place for ordinary humans. Demigod elites could only scratch an existence for themselves there. In the fourth shelter, throughout history, humans had only managed to claim 10 shelters for themselves. Demigod-class humans only used such places as safe houses, so they could remain alive. 9 human demigod shelters were the fruits of a cooperative effort between many different factions of the alliance. But one of these shelters was claimed solo, by a human demigod. He fought for it for 4 days and 4 nights. This person was an enigma, and most people only knew his surname. He preferred to go solo, and he loved nothing more than slaying beings that were greater than him. Over time, this earned him the title Godslayer Luo. Although Godslayer Luo was a violent person with a strange personality, he was a protector. And those who swore their allegiance to him would receive his guardianship. Back in the day, we went out on a hunt. We went to take out a royal shelter in the third god's sanctuary, me with a few uncles. We were victorious, but only for a brief while. Our claim was staked in that place for 10 days before the most wretched thing happened. A beast descended from the skies and laid waste to our new home. It overwhelmed the forces of our shelter, and so foul was this creature, it didn't seem likely our combined might could slay or even stay its attack. Me and 2,000 family members looked likely to be killed by that thing, but that was when Mr. Haitang appeared. He came alone and with a single strike, he lopped the head of that monster clean off. The Ji family was saved. Without Mr. Haitang, there would be no Ji family. I wouldn't be alive right now, if it wasn't for that man. Grandfather Ji looked upon the faces of his family and said, Mr. Haitang saved our family. If someone here does not treat Lady Lan with the respect she deserves, they will be subject to family discipline. Ji Ruozhen and everyone else quickly agreed, but in their hearts, they thought, weren't you the one that came forward, seething with rage at first? Han Sen felt like he was dreaming. 10 minutes ago, the Ji family was bullying his mother. Now, they were all praising her. Seeing his mom suddenly surrounded by people who looked on her like a goddess, he didn't think what he was seeing was real. Is my mother really the child of Godslayer Luo? Han Sen's head was stuffed with questions. The discussions regarding the engagement resumed, and they seemed to go well. Grandfather Ji stood to the side, listening intently. In the end, Luo Sulan had the final say on everything. The Ji family didn't object to a single desire of hers. She was given an invitation to stay over by Grandfather Ji, but she turned the offer down. So, later, Han Sen and his mother left the Ji family household together. Grandfather G made sure all the family members bid them a fond farewell as they entered their ship. Mom, you have been hiding a lot from me. Now, when it was just the two of them, Hansen started his interrogation. Luo Sulan simply smiled in response, saying, "What did I hide from you? You never told me that my grandfather was Godslayer Luo." Hansen was eager to know more. "I didn't hide it, I guess I just never spoke about it. If you wanted to know, I would have told you." Luo Sulan blinked. Hansen did not know what to say in response. After a few moments of silence, he had a question he wanted to ask. "If your family is that powerful, how can we be bullied by our second uncles and aunts?" Luo Sulan smiled and said, "Technically, there are two problems. First, I was exiled from my family for running off to marry your father. As such, I can hardly be considered a part of the Luo family. Second, you're asking why we were bullied by our second uncles and aunties? That's a little harder to explain. We owe them, let's leave it at that." "We owe them? What is that supposed to mean?" Hansen didn't expect that answer, and he ended up looking at Luo Sulan with surprise. "I'm not sure. But that is what your father told me, actually. He never told me the details, however." Luo Sulan smiled as she spoke. "My father, did he really die?" Hansen's heart always held on to the glimmer of hope his father might still be alive. Following his accident, no body had actually been retrieved, after all. "Honestly? I don't know. I have spent many years investigating his death myself, but I have yet to unearth another truth. Still, I do believe your father is alive." Luo Sulan's eyes displayed certainty in this belief. Hansen moved his lips as if to say something, but those words never came. Instead, he ended up saying, "Mom, your fighting skills must be powerful." "They're okay. Your grandfather taught me fairly well," Luo Sulan smiled and said. "Then why don't you teach me what grandfather taught you?" Hansen asked Luo Sulan with vibrant eyes that possessed a hint of disappointment. He hadn't been offered such teachings before. Luo Sulan smiled at Hansen and suggestively asked, "Are you sure I did not teach you?" "Of course. I think I would know if you had taught me something," Hansen said. Luo Sulan reached out her hand to grab Hansen by the ear and said, "My stupid son, I cannot believe you have no clue about what I taught you. Do you think your decision-making abilities, fighting abilities, learning abilities, timing abilities, predictive abilities, thinking abilities, your worldview, your attitude to do things, the principles of being a human, and your reactive abilities were self-taught or natural attributes which you were born possessing?" Hansen was shocked, having always believed himself to be supremely talented through self-education. Now he understood that ever since he was small, the reason his mother left him to his own devices often was so he could become more independent. Even when it came to playing games, she had trained his abilities on the sly. Hansen then remembered the game of Red Hands, which he frequently played with his mother. They played it more than anything together, and only now did he realize that this was what had enabled him to have such good timing and reactions, and also allowed him to read other people so well. There were a lot of other similar things. And he was now flabbergasted to realize that throughout his childhood, his mother had taught and guided him seamlessly, without making the training an apparent chore. Luo Sulan had a great influence in his youth and had a bigger hand in shaping his personality than he had previously given her credit for. But still, these powers she had taught were fairly ordinary. There was nothing special or exclusive about what she had taught him, yet it was his excellence in these departments that allowed him to later stand out amongst others. "But you never taught me the Luo family's hyper-geno art." Saying this, Hansen sounded upset again. "In this world, what makes you strong? You. If you are powerful enough, it does not matter which hyper-geno art you learn. If you are strong, you are strong. If I instead opted to teach you the most powerful qigong there is, it wouldn't have mattered. With low base traits, you'd be a noob no matter what. Who you are as a person is what defines your ultimate power, and you have done just fine without that hyper-geno art." I taught you the necessities for becoming a powerful figure in this crazy world, and from what I can tell, it paid off. That was the task I gave myself, and teaching that hyper-geno art was not in my interest. Luo Sulan stopped talking for a brief moment. She sighed, then continued to say, and I left the Luo family, anyway. I have no association with them, if you disregard my name. The last thing I wanted was you getting involved with them, needlessly. Hansen noticed Luo Sulan had no desire to talk about the Luo family she had left behind, so he didn't push the subject further. Instead, he asked, are these really the relics from my great-grandfather? Luo Sulan nodded and said, yes. Your father gave them to me. So, great-grandfather really is Instructor Han? Hansen went silent after asking the question, and simply stared at his mother. Luo Sulan had a wry smile and responded by saying, I would like to know this, too. I thought your father was just an average, funny guy. He doesn't quite seem so average anymore, does he? Hansen found it difficult to believe that she knew so little about his father. If she did know more than she was letting on, he suspected there was something she thought best not to mention. But Hansen knew he wasn't going to get any answers, so he didn't ask anything else about him. Mom, do you know what Super Geno points are? Right now, they were back home. And feeling like a door-to-door, sleazy salesman, Hansen popped the sneaky question. Luo Sulan gave Hansen a complicated look and said, I have taught you many things. But what I have taught you all goes to aid you in achieving an easy life for yourself. Your cleverness and abilities have exceeded all my wildest expectations. As good as this may be, it is not without its downsides. If you were merely an ordinary person, you'd be safe. By being someone special, more often than not, you may find yourself facing death. Hansen wasn't quite sure what she was getting at, so he just looked at her. If you have willingly selected the road you currently tread, then by all means advance and keep going. But it is a lonely road, a less traveled path that only holds room for one. Even your dearest person in this world will be unable to help you. But if you think you cannot go any further, then by all means stop. At least that way you'll live longer. Luo Sulan stroked Hansen's head with love and said, I wish you the best of luck, my son. Perhaps one day you will indeed become someone of much renown. Mom, I never studied much. Could you say what you just said in a simpler way? Hansen's face looked very embarrassed as he couldn't understand a thing. There is no need for you to understand. Just be who you are. You have always followed your heart, in the deeds of the past and present. Adhere to this simple philosophy as you continue your march, now and into the future. Luo Sulan ruffled Hansen's hair into a mess, pinched his cheek, smiled, and then said, I actually have high expectations of you. Hansen felt so helpless. His mother was overall reluctant to say much and didn't provide many answers to the questions for which he sought resolution. All he had learned was how powerful his mother's family had actually been, but it did not help. The details were scarce, and in regards to his father, Hansen was still unsure whether he was dead or alive. He ended up with more questions than answers. But the engagement plans went well, and that took a load off Hansen's shoulders. Now, he could finally place his name on Ji Yanran. Next up, how do I get rid of this troublesome fairy? Hansen had been kept busy for 2 weeks. When he returned to the shelter in the desert, the fairy was still vigilant outside the walls of the Yellowstone city. It looked like he had no choice, and they'd have to fight each other until one of them dropped, no matter what. Hansen couldn't think of a solution to the predicament he was in, so he thought about sending his mother a message. He had hoped to maybe receive some help from his mother, and perhaps get a glimpse of the true extent of her power. Figure it out yourself. The text reply was those 4 simple words. Hansen shook his head and gave a wry smile. His hopes were quickly dashed, so he gave up on the idea of consulting his mother on this. Now, he knew he had to sort it out himself. I doubt I can outrun it. It really seems the only way out of this is to kill the thing. But the fairy's body is so strong that not even my elephant Rex strike was able to damage it. How on earth can I kill something that strong? Hansen thought to himself. While Hansen was still in the midst of these thoughts, his communicator rang. There was a message. The message came from a number that was unknown to him. Alongside the text there was a video, and it was showcasing a hyper-geno art. But this hyper-geno art did not have any instructions, and its ending was cut off. Even its title wasn't there. That being said, the explanation was very detailed. Wrong number, maybe? Hansen took a peek and was quickly attracted by its contents. Giving it a proper read, he was shocked at what it contained. If this hyper-geno art was genuine, it supposed that you could unleash your elemental powers before achieving the rank of a celestial being. Such a power would unleash massive damage. A hyper-geno art of this magnitude was sent to the wrong number? That's a little hard to believe. There has to be more to this than meets the eye. Hansen thought, so he decided to reply to the message. Hello. How are you? I think you sent this to the wrong person. If the person really did send it to an incorrect address, it would be easy for them to learn who the recipient was. It would be impossible for Hansen to hide or deny the fact he had received the message, so there was no point in lying. No. I was correct, the person quickly replied. Hansen was surprised. He frowned and sent another message. You know who I am? Han Sr., the person on the other end, sent those two measly words. Who are you? Why are you providing me with this hyper-geno art? Hansen was intrigued, and so he responded with haste. You deserve it. If there is anything you do not understand during its training, feel free to message me. It wasn't the answer Hansen wanted, but at least the person on the other end was now typing complete, lengthy sentences. Hansen sent another message, but he received no response. What does a bright day mean? Hansen read the hyper-geno art, selected the two words, and messaged the person on the other end. To this, the person on the other end instantly replied and explained its meaning. Who are you? Hansen asked again, but like before, this question went unanswered. It was fairly obvious by now that this person was only willing to talk about the hyper-geno art. Anything else was met with silence. But Hansen himself now went quiet. The hyper-geno art appeared strange, and it was delivered by a person who seemed quite fishy. Anyone would have exercised caution if they were in Hansen's boots right then. Hansen looked over the hyper-geno art quite a few times and came to understand that it was indeed quite a powerful skill. The details were very well explained, so it didn't seem possible for it to be a knockoff. Hansen believed it to be the real deal. If he successfully learnt this hyper-geno art, it might be what was needed for the little angel to wipe out the little fairy. The only problem was the way in which it had been delivered. It came into his possession, quite strangely, and Hansen wasn't sure why anyone would be willing to send him such a special hyper-geno art willy-nilly. Hansen wondered what the person sought to achieve by giving it to him. At this time on another planet, a middle-aged man had a cruel expression on his face. He sat inside a pavilion, drinking tea. All the while, he watched fish swim about in a pond. In the center of the pavilion was a stone table, and sitting near it was a beautiful woman. She was engaged with a laptop. She put it down and said with a smile, "Do you think that guy will go ahead and learn it?" "He has to." The man did not move his head or avert his gaze from the fish. "What if he doesn't?" the beautiful woman asked, with some excitement over the entire affair. "He will. He may not be Luo in name, but he still shares our blood. He is carrying our genes, and so, he will learn it," the man explained, without lifting his head. His voice was calm and composed, and it oozed confidence. But his body's blood isn't solely from the Luo family. The beautiful woman squinted her eyes and continued by saying, "Lady Lan has been gone for many years. She tried everything she could to get away from us. Why bother them now? This is the fate of the Luo family, It is not something we can escape. The man's eyes looked strange. I was just saying if he did not learn it. The woman increased her tone of voice deliberately. The man now slowly turned around. He stared at the woman for a while and then said, he will learn it. No ifs, no buts. If he does not learn it, then that means he is not one of ours. The beautiful woman was silenced and she did not say anything else. She maintained the silence between them in the pavilion, and simply listened to the gentle wind that caressed them both. On planet Roca, Luo Sulan placed her hands on her cheeks and daydreamed in front of her desk. She sighed and thought, I can only suppose they are aware of Hansen's existence by now. The falsified Sky Sutra is in Hansen's hands by now, most probably. Can he resist the temptation of its learning? It is difficult to say. Inside the base headquarters, Hansen turned his communicator off and stopped reading the Hyper-Geno art. The falsified Sky Sutra was not enough to draw Hansen in yet, as Donxian Sutra was not inferior to it. The skill was presented to him out of nowhere, and he was still not sure who had given it to him and for what purpose. He wasn't quite willing to accept a skill he had no prior knowledge about. And he still had blood pulse to learn in the near future, too. That wasn't any worse than the falsified Sky Sutra, either. This was one aspect of his personality that Luo Sulan made sure to train into Hansen as he grew up. There were some self-serving modifications, however. Luo Sulan formulated a base for Hansen's personality, and it was only after he had been living in this shelter that it started to complete. It even had his own style. Even Luo Sulan thought Hansen could not resist the temptation of learning the skill. But what neither she nor the mysterious figures knew was that Hansen had the Donxian Sutra. He was far more powerful than they both believed him to be, and as such, the falsified Sky Sutra meant little to him. Hansen logged into the Skynet and entered the St. Hall community. He purchased the skill Sonic Thunder Punch. He had finally come up with a way to kill the fairy. The last time Hansen saw Sonic Thunder Punch, he fancied buying it. But back then, he was browsing for skills to be used by his other self, Dollar. Therefore, he ended up buying Elephant Disc Punch. This time, Hansen was free to buy Sonic Thunder Punch as himself, from the St. Hall. Having done so, he was keen to start into its practice. Hansen read Sonic Thunder Punch's instructions and realized that it primarily dealt damage using thunder elemental power. In the instructions, however, it was noted that you could increase its potential by fusing the thunder with the sonic element. Most people could only manage to possess and wield one elemental power. The most talented evolvers had been known to possess two different elements, but Hansen had never seen the combination of thunder and sonic used before. Hansen could simulate the Silver Fox's thunder powers and Death Knell's sonic power, so there was nothing stopping him from giving it a try. With those two elemental powers combined as a base for his Sonic Thunder Punch, Hansen had high expectations. After buying the skill and its Geno solution, Hansen didn't hesitate to swallow it all the first chance he got. He simulated the Silver Fox's thunder element and got right into practice. Hansen had spent half the day training, and his body was already beginning to hum with static. When he swung his fists, crackles and sparks of electricity popped and twitched. But the thunder power remained in his body, he couldn't fire it out like a projectile. Over the next 8 days, Hansen madly practiced Sonic Thunder Punch in the Yellowstone City. Using the thunder element as a base, it only took 3 days for him to fully complete the skill's learning. But it would be pointless to use Sonic Thunder Punch as it was. Its raw power was similar to Elephant Disc Punch's power, and therefore would not be enough to damage the fairy. While Hansen simulated his sonic and thunder power, however, a problem arose. When Hansen cast both elements, he found it difficult to combine them into the Sonic Thunder Punch he was aiming for. Hansen could use his thunder element to cast Sonic Thunder Punch, and he could use his sonic powers to cast Sonic Thunder Punch, with each adhering to its respective element and qualities. But despite how many times he tried, Hansen could not come to grips with casting Sonic Thunder Punch under the fusion of both the thunder and sonic elements. Trying to find the right measurements and balance was difficult. Hansen summoned his little angel and practiced it with her, hoping he could gain enough experience to improve. Zhou Yume was bored as she sat on the bench in the plaza. Each and every day, all there was to entertain her eyes was Hansen practicing and training his skills with the little angel. She did not understand why Hansen still required so much practice, despite his already incredible strength. She really wanted Hansen to show her a way out, as he would sneak back to the Alliance on his own frequently. Zhou Yume had requested this many times, to no avail. Hansen's method of returning to the Alliance, however, was simple. Every time he wanted to go back, he would summon his little angel and get her to restrain the spirit in the spirit hall. While it was busy, Hansen could just run on through the teleporter. And despite her repeated pleading, Hansen refused to bring her with him. Every time he returned, he did so in possession of an abundance of snacks. They weren't gifts for her, though. In fact, they were the opposite. For a very high price, he would sell her these snacks, and the amount would be written down as a debt on her contract like a tab. What a horrible man. Zhou Yume munched on the snacks she was helpless to refuse, as she watched Hansen and the little angel with scorn. Suddenly, a large clap of thunder sounded. Hansen's fist cast lightning like a silver sun. The wrecking fist was driven into a 1 meter wide and 1 meter thick pillar. It was annihilated. An aftershock followed the terrifying punch, which rattled Zhou Yume into dropping her snacks all over the floor. Her ears rang and her energy felt disturbed. She fell on the floor, spitting out blood. It took a while for her to stand back up, and she could only do so when her energy started returning to normal and the sound had dissipated. She looked at Hansen, who was staring at his own fist in surprise. Sonic Thunder Punch, eh? It looks like I've finally gotten the hang of it. The combination of Sonic and Thunder really is quite fierce. Increased damage aside, it seems I can even disturb the energy flow of my opponents. This punch is almost as powerful as Elephant Rex Strike. Hansen was overjoyed. After his constant practice, he had finally completed his training of Sonic Thunder Punch. There was one negative, however: the punch drained all his power. It cost even more than Elephant Rex Strike. Despite his Jade Sun Force's constant replenishment of energy, he still had a shortage. But this did little to hamper his excitement. If that punch could disturb the little fairy's energy flow, then it'd open her up for a savage onslaught by the little angel. With a sight of luck, that'd be enough to overcome her. Hansen took a break. He still wanted to practice some more, but for the time being, he'd have to wait for his energy to return. He only succeeded in performing his desired strike once. It was too dicey to go out there now, expecting his next try to be a success, too. He had to ensure, no matter how much time it took, that he had perfected the casting of Sonic Thunder Punch. Zhou Yume sat atop a stone tower, watching Hansen practice from a distance. After what happened last time, she didn't want to sit too close to where he was training. Although Hansen did not talk to her much, and he wasn't nice whenever he did, she cherished the company she had. She was delighted to no longer be all alone in this desert city. She had the suspicion that the man was obsessed with combat. It dampened her spirits somewhat, and she hoped that he could take a time out every now and then to spend time with her, or at least to talk a little. Obviously, Hansen was more interested in practicing a fighting skill than interacting with her. He practiced the skill every day, and only spoke with her briefly during his breaks. Yet those small snippets of conversation were the happiest, brightest moments of her day. This man was able to take her worries and throw them away, but at the same time, he could also make her sad. Recently, she had noticed that his ring finger was no longer naked, he had a ring on. Seeing this made her upset. Suddenly, another loud thunderbolt broke the skies. Even though she was sitting a good distance away, she still had to throw her hands over her ears as the energy inside her body succumbed to turmoil. After the loud noise, Zhou Yumei immediately ran down to him. She knew every time Hansen cast that punch, he'd be in need of a lengthy break. Hey! So, what sort of skill are you learning? It looks kinda lame, doesn't it? What does it do, give people a jump scare? How about you let me teach you some real skills? Zhou Yumei ran straight to Hansen and spoke in a prideful tone. Hansen smiled at her but did not say anything. The woman was already in her 20s, but her personality hadn't quite caught up yet. She was a bit childish, he thought. Seeing Zhou Yumei like that, Hansen had a flashback to his days as a child. He remembered when he once bullied a girl, all because he fancied her. I'm good, thank you. I'm afraid I don't have the time to practice your real skills, Hansen coldly said. He could cast Sonic Thunder Punch perfectly by now, and once his energy had recovered this time, he would be off. He was going to attempt his next fight against the fairy. In the middle of the black desert, Hansen and the little angel walked. They were a good distance away from the shelter, since Hansen wanted to use a beast soul associated with coin. As such, he didn't want Zhou Yumei to see. Hansen ran across the desert sands, all the while observing the regions he paced through. The fairy popped out of the black sands, and with a maddened stare towards Hansen, let out a fierce gust of icy air. Hansen ignored her sudden appearance and continued his run. The little angel swiftly came to Hansen's back and cut off the fairy's advance. The little angel garnered the fairy's attention well enough for it to go after her, and in this way, the fairy was led countless miles until the Yellowstone city was out of sight. Hansen summoned all manner of beast souls and armored up in preparation for a fight against the fairy. Under the protection provided by the Ant King's armor and the Devil Unicorn's elemental shroud, at least Hansen couldn't be one-shot by his fluttering nemesis. He also had Jadeskin prepared, revved up and ready to withstand any ice powers that broke through his defenses. For the actual fight, however, Little Angel would be Hansen's greatest weapon. Hansen's combat contributions would be secondary, as his attacks did little to the fairy individually, but he at least hoped that together they would be greater than the sum of their parts. He didn't want to use the Sonic Thunder Punch yet, but he was able to incite the fairy's fury well enough without it for now. His pestering jabs gave the fairy a rabid lust for Hansen's blood. Turning to him, the fairy unleashed its ice powers, and so Hansen retreated for the moment. He evaded her attacks and called for the little angel to resume its kiting. After doing this a few times, the harassment of Hansen's petty strikes and subsequent evasions got on the fairy's nerves. More than ever, it desired nothing more than to hack Hansen into pieces. The fairy took advantage of her next opportunity to dodge the little angel's attack and buzzed right past her. Like a wild, icy shadow, she quickly gained on Hansen. But this did not come as a surprise to him, rather, this pleased Hansenator. His eyes flashed as he cast his Danshin Sutra. Half of his body gleamed like silver lightning, while the other half chimed ominously like an ancient bell. The moment the fairy appeared in front of Hansen, his fist blurred towards her. The silver lightning and the bell sounds came as one. His fist was like a silver sun, shooting towards the fairy. Dong! The fairy's face convulsed into an expression of hatred, and in response she threw her own fist to greet the incoming star. As they collided, streaks of silver lightning and cones of exhausted frosty air consumed the environment with the noise of a deafening explosion. The silver lightning could not hurt the fairy, but the bell's sound threw the fairy for a loop. She began twirling around at the mercy of a violent seizure, seemingly dazed out of her ordinary consciousness. The force that was birthed by the collision of fists sent Hansen careening across the desert dunes, a 100-meter skid mark unfurling behind him. Blood flew out of his heaving mouth. The little angel dashed forward to slice the fairy while its energy was disturbed. Her hefty blow finally drew blood, forming a nasty gash. Pang! The fairy was launched into the black sand like a bullet, and it let out a screech of agony. Finish her! Hansen commanded the little angel, as he quickly made his own exhausted retreat. After his strike, his body was weak. It would take him a long time to recover and become battle-ready again. If the little fairy found its wings and resumed its chase, he feared he'd be killed in no time at all. But there was no need for the verbal command, because the little angel was already raising her greatsword once more. She drove it down into the sandy cleft the fairy's body had created as it crashed. Like a geyser, ice burst forth from the sandy crevice. Inside the pit, the fairy was down on its knees. With excruciating effort, it lifted one hand to block the greatsword. The little angel's eyes flashed, and she brought the greatsword down once more. The fairy was drained of her prior power, and now the sword managed to pierce through her hand and draw blood. The fairy's body collapsed into the sand, the blood from the wound on its back oozing out at a dangerous speed. She was not done for yet, however. She let out another screech and, as if it instilled her with renewed vigor, amplified the power of her icy fortification. She stood up straight as a frightening, frosty air froze the greatsword that sought to end her. Within 2 seconds, the ice had consumed the entire blade. The little angel was afraid to get hurt, so she let go of the greatsword and took a step back. The fairy used this moment to escape her sandy coffin and raced towards Han Senator. Her frosty air swirled around her, and although she was heavily wounded, her demise did not matter if she could bring Hansen down with her. Holy smokes! It was the little angel that injured you. What are you coming after me for? Hansen's heart had been dropped into a vat of quicksand, recalling how he had actually only managed to hurt the fairy once. For the entire time she had hounded him, he had no idea what drove her desire for vengeance, or why she despised him so much. Hansen boosted his powers a little, so he could throw his frail body out of the way and dodge her incoming attack. The fairy looked as if she was ready to keel over and succumb to her wounds. Whatever happened next, it would be her final stand. Hansen could not risk coming into contact with any attack the fairy made now. With his body in such a weakened condition, he'd sustain grievous damage if he allowed her attacks to touch him. The fairy's final strike was stronger than anything that had come before. If it was unleashed against the little angel, she would have been able to dodge with no problem. But in Hansen's current state, there was nothing he could do. The little angel was trying to catch up to the fairy, but it was too late. Knowing it would be impossible for him to attempt an evasion, Hansen summoned his flaming Rex spike and held it to his chest right as the fairy's fist was coming at him. Pang! An icy tornado was summoned, and it quickly smothered the flames of the Rex spike. A brutal force was driven into his Rex spike, which in turn got pushed into Hansen's chest. Hansen's black smoke was doused and his armor shattered. He was sent flying. While Hansen was in the air, his entire body and Rex spike were consumed by a wailing tornado. He became an ice cube, and when he fell back down to the ground, he was like an iceberg in the sea of sand. The little angel caught up from behind, swung her greatsword, and whacked the fairy down into the black sand. Blood now gushed from her exposed wounds. The fairy had reached the end of its tether, and it would soon die. It had no hope of competing against the little angel anymore. It was drained of strength, and its body was covered in exposed wounds that gushed blood. The little angel's eyes flashed, and she waved her white wings. But as she flew towards the fairy, a firework of frost and ice rocketed into the air and exploded. The dazzling display brought with it an abundance of snowflakes. But within the snowfall, a small shadow fluttered out of the haze with great speed. The fairy wasn't dead, but like a shadow, it took off in the direction of the bamboo forest. Catcha! Hansen cleaved his way through the ice that encased him. His chest was all bloody and cut, even his ribcage was exposed. Kill her! Hansen was now infuriated, and he did not care for the wound on his chest. He summoned his wings to give the fairy chase and vowed to the heavens above that he'd kill her. The fairy's escape was extremely quick, and even the little angel had great difficulty catching up to her. But quite abruptly, the fairy slowed down. It seemed as if her burst of speed had chugged and come to an end, due to a complete exhaustion of her own strength. Now, even slower than usual, it fluttered away from the battle. Han-sen and the little angel followed the fairy to the Black Mountain and watched it retreat into the mouth of the cave the scorpion had once dug. Together, they followed the fairy inside. Hastily, the tiny menace whizzed her way through the bamboo forest in a bid to reach the icy domain where they had first discovered it. Han-sen wasn't sure why it would retreat there, but he knew he would have to finish it off soon. He commanded the little angel to venture ahead and close the distance the fairy was currently gaining on them. But the fairy had now gained a fair lead, and even if they went at their top speed, it'd be difficult for them to catch up anytime soon. The fairy managed to reach the lake, and now that the narcissus was gone, a thick layer of ice coated the entire area. Not even the water could be seen anymore. The fairy smacked the 1-foot-thick ice that pained the water and shattered it. Without lingering, it quickly dove into the icy cauldron. The little angel didn't hesitate to follow her in, and plunged in after her. To her surprise, the lake itself was shallow, only a few meters deep, at the most. Han-sen caught up and stood by the water's edge. The lake was pure, and he could see what occurred below with startling clarity. Han-sen watched the little angel swing her greatsword beneath the water, but it seemed as if something was repelling the completion of her strikes, and she was unable to deal damage to the heavily injured fairy. When Han-sen looked closer, he noticed the fairy was hiding inside a fist-sized scallop shell. The scallop shell was translucent like refined ice, and you would only notice its presence if you peered closely. As the fairy lay inside the scallop shell, it was naked and bleeding heavily. Its butterfly-like wings fluttered weakly, and it looked scared by the menacing angel that lusted for its blood. Han-sen observed the little angel deliver a few more strikes, all to no avail. Then, he commanded her to pick up the entire scallop shell from the lake. The scallop shell felt cold when Han-sen held it in his hand. It was unlike any other shell he had ever held before. It looked as if it had been carved from some icy jade, yet it looked natural and it didn't seem to have been crafted by anyone. Is this gear that was created by the fairy? As Han-sen mulled the question, he examined the dying fairy, which appeared to be in shock. But Han-sen came to the conclusion that this assumption was incorrect. The fairy was born from a narcissus, so it hadn't had the opportunity to create gear for itself yet. After all, even if it could make gear, why would it create a scallop shell? Han-sen placed the scallop shell on the ground and bid for the little angel to smack it a few more times. But it was incredibly durable, and try as she might, she could not break it open. The repeated strikes only drew thin white marks across its previously untarnished exterior. Han-sen then sought to try out his toxic dragon drill on it, but that proved futile. After that strike, all that remained on the shell was a little white dot. He tried everything at his disposal, but still, he could not crack the shell open. With a great depression, his heart sunk with the thought, taking on this fairy was no small feat. Will this whole thing result in failure, all due to its hiding? But quickly, Han-sen noticed something was amiss. The fairy should have been happy at Han-sen's inability to get at it. But instead, it looked shocked, and worse than ever. Han-sen picked up the scallop once more and noticed something wrong with it. The scallop was not empty, as its interior was full of a transparent liquid. Han-sen at first believed it to be water from the lake, but upon closer inspection, realized it wasn't. The liquid was corrosive, and it was rotting the fairy's wounds. It wasn't healing, and instead, it was doing much worse. Han-sen smiled at this revelation. Just as he believed, the scallop shell was indeed not a gear created by the fairy. Han-sen then assumed the scallop shell belonged to another creature, but somehow, it had ended up at the bottom of the lake. Searching for safety, the fairy tried to use it as a hiding spot. She most likely did not realize the oozy mucus inside the shell would deteriorate her wounds into an even worse state. Perhaps she had hidden inside the shell before, but the liquid couldn't do anything to her fair and undamaged body. Maybe that was why she thought it a great idea to hide inside, and jovially prevent Han-sen from finishing her off. But the fairy did not expect the previously harmless liquid to begin finishing her off. she was trapped inside, all the while her wounds eroded. "Let's see you get out of this one," Hansen calmly mocked the fairy, but did not believe she would submit to the fate of a grisly corrosion inside the shell without attempting one last daring escape. By remaining inside, a far less merciful death would await her than what Hansen would gleefully provide. Her entire body now slowly melted, and it was going to do so until only her bones remained. It was going to be a horrific death, for sure. If Hansen was the fairy, he'd have come out and fought by now. Dying in battle was far better than the slow, torturous death of being withered away by a thick and translucent mucus. But the fairy was still stubbornly holding on, not daring an escape. Hansen was in no rush, though. He allowed the little angel to hold on to the scallop shell for him as they departed the bamboo forest and returned to the Yellowstone city. There was no fear of the fairy daring an escape, as her death was secured no matter what she attempted. But it did look like it was going to be a while before it died, and judging from the fairy's face, it wasn't yet ready to run off, if it ever would be. The fairy was already badly injured, and it was only going to get worse the longer it remained inside. The later it exited the shell, the weaker it would be. Hansen no longer had any worries about this entire affair with the fairy. For the chance of obtaining its beast soul, Hansen allowed the little angel to continue holding it and stay vigil for its slaying, if the fairy ever decided to leave the shell. Even if he could not receive the beast soul, he could refine her life geno-essence or eat her flesh. Either way, slaying her would be beneficial. Her blood could feed the death knell, too. With the blood of a second-generation super creature, perhaps his bell pet would start growing. After resolving the entire debacle with the fairy, Hansen no longer wanted to linger in the solitary shelter. He hadn't found out why there was a super spirit chained up in the spirit hall, but he ultimately decided it had nothing to do with him and didn't mind leaving the mystery unresolved. After preparing his supplies, he rallied Zhou Yumei and Little Orange to accompany him in a journey across the desert sands and away from the Yellowstone city. The fairy was still hanging on inside the scallop shell, as her wounds got worse and worse. Hansen figured she wouldn't survive another 10 days, and by then, she'd be nothing but bones. "Do you actually know the way out of here?" Zhou Yumei asked, from atop Little Orange, as the unceasing sun bore down on her. "No." Hansen quickly replied. He had selected a direction and decided to stick to it, but he had no defined path that would lead him out of the Black Desert. Zhou Yumei thought about starting an argument with Hansen, and she raised her lips to do so. But right before the words left her lips, the sound of a bird screeching pierced their eardrums. Far across the sweltering dunes of the Black Desert, a black-flamed phoenix-like bird was flying. Hansen was taken aback at the sight of the black-flamed phoenix soaring across the horizon. Its speed was incredible, and it disappeared from sight within the blink of an eye. A heat wave descended from the sky and almost cooked Hansen's body hair. Fortunately, the phoenix did not seem to be interested in them. It simply flew on its own accord and disappeared. That being said, it seemed to be going in the direction Hansen had selected for his own journey. "Why don't we switch course and choose a different direction to go in? Ill fortune is the only thing that can come from a close encounter with such a creature," Zhou Yumei suggested with worry. Before they caught sight of the bird, Zhou Yumei noticed her Little Orange was a little on edge. Hansen shook his head, however. "We have to go this way." If he wanted to cross the Black Desert, he had to continue in the direction he was going. And the phoenix-like bird did not seem interested in them, anyway. It was most likely just passing by. After another 2 days of travel, it occurred to Hansen that they had not again seen the bird, whereas Zhou Yumei forgot about the sighting entirely. After dark, Hansen erected a tent so he could rest for the night and move on the morrow. "How come you only ever erect one tent for yourself? Where do you expect me to sleep, huh?" Zhou Yumei's black eyes were opened wide. "If you don't fancy sleeping outside in the rough, then come inside and sleep with me." Hansen was already crawling into the tent as he spoke. "You, what a gentleman," Zhou Yumei said sarcastically. She peered into the darkness of the desert all around them, then crawled inside after Han Sen. It was a simple tent, and it was not one you could stand up in. The silver fox and little orange were already inside and had gotten all snug. Lying down, Zhou Yume could feel Han Sen's body warmth. "I'm warning you. Don't get any funny ideas," Zhou Yume told Han Sen, with the eyes of a mad woman. "Do not worry, I lacked the gentle love of a mother when I was young." Han Sen did not even look at Zhou Yume while he spoke. Instead, his eyes were fixed on a book he had just pulled out from his pack. What is that supposed to mean? Zhou Yume froze, unable to understand what Han Sen meant by that. "Nothing. I'm just complimenting the fact that you are young and small," Han Sen casually said. "You have good taste, but no matter how pretty I am, you can't." Zhou Yume was a little shy, and she spoke while looking down. But she only spoke half of her sentence when she glanced at her breasts, which were like two little hills upon her chest. Her face quickly flushed red and she said, "You are the one who is small." Han Sen put down the book and took his shirt off. This shocked Zhou Yume, and she quickly scrambled away in panic. She used her arms to shield and cover her body, asking with distress, "What do you want?" Han Sen smiled and patted the muscles that composed his chest and said, "They may not be big, but they're bigger than yours." Zhou Yume couldn't help but take a look. She was impressed by the sight, and they were indeed wide and thick. They weren't particularly outstanding, but they had delicate curves that made them attractive to look at. And Han Sen had a six-pack that was like jade, and the silky smooth white skin that drove women crazy. Seeing this, Zhou Yume almost started drooling. Furthermore, she began to develop the urge to touch them. "Clean the saliva from your lips and go to sleep. You shouldn't disturb me during the night." Han Sen pushed Zhou Yume's head away, as her body drew nearer to him. Then, he tucked himself into his sleeping bag. Zhou Yume wanted to fight back, but she instead looked down once more and observed her own modest chest. She thought about Han Sen's thick and wide chest, where the muscles locked and curved around each other impeccably. She noticed she had indeed lost this round before it even began, and she had no ammunition to return fire on this particular subject. Zhou Yume was a little upset after this, so she retreated into her own sleeping bag. Then she began to think about how dark life truly was. But then another image flashed in her mind, and it was the image of Han Sen's stunning upper body, sexy clavicles, and tantalizing abs. Zhou Yume couldn't help but swallow the saliva that was building up inside her mouth. She tried to shake the image and tighten her eyelids, but the picture remained. She couldn't be free of Han Sen's amazing body. She turned around to take a peek at Han Senator. His eyes were closed and he appeared to be sleeping already. Seeing his face from the side, he wasn't super pretty, but his facial features were distinct and sharp. It made him look quite threatening and moody, but his skin was white and smooth. This element helped soften the image a bit, but overall, he looked like a manly man. Zhou Yume continued thinking about his body as she eyed him. And then her mind ventured further in her visions of the man. She recalled how powerful he was, and how he so fearlessly challenged the spirit. He also took care of the fairy and scorpion. It looked like she was in love. But then her heart sunk at another image that popped up in her mind, and that was the ring that adorned his finger. She sighed and said to herself, "Why are the good ones always taken?" "What did you say?" Han Sen frowned and turned to look at Zhou Yume. Zhou Yume's face became red again. She had gotten so excited, she never expected she'd end up speaking her thoughts aloud. With a face that refused to unredden itself, she tried to explain by saying, "And nothing." As Zhou Yume panicked, Han Sen turned around completely. Now, his face was directly opposite hers. Another man's warmth was drawing near her. Zhou Yume's heart was madly beating to the rhythm of a stampede, and she thought to herself, "What is he going to do? What am I going to do? He is engaged. I should reject his advances, right? But, no. I can't be like that. I can't get tricked by the demon of temptation." I must focus and channel my good thoughts, but he is such a good man. If I grab him, I might have the chance to. Many different trains of thought and ideas now raced through her mind. Han Sen's body was still so close, and then, he covered her mouth with his hand. He climbed on top of her. I can't compete. How am I supposed to resist a man like this? I am just a weak and defenseless woman. There is no way I can resist his strength. Zhou Yumei managed to find herself an excuse, which quickly put her at ease. Seeing Han Sen's body above her, she closed her eyes and continued thinking, there is no one else here. What is he holding my mouth for? Even if I scream, no one could possibly come to my aid. I might moan and groan in delight, but there's no reason for me to scream. Zhou Yumei's heart was still pumping wildly, but after a while, her expectations weren't coming to pass. She felt strange. And then, she peeked open her eyes a little. With one hand still covering her mouth, Han Sen had unzipped the tent and taken a peek outside. Zhou Yumei's face was now burning and her neck was getting hot. She wanted to dig a hole and hide. Han Sen looked outside and noticed a halo that sat upon the black desert in the distance. There were many glowing dandelions, painting the sands of the desert. It was an infinite meadow of them, one that he couldn't spy an end to. The heads of the dandelions danced with the caress of a breeze. A lone luminescent dandelion brushed by the tent, carried by the gentle breeze. Han Sen initially thought it was some special sort of creature that had drawn near, and although it wasn't, he still eyed it with a modicum of concern. It was a surprise to see the bevy of lights as little more than flowers, and it was a most curious phenomenon. When they had pitched the tent that evening, none of the flowers were around. Now, across every portion of the black desert that was visible, dandelions sprouted. They were endless, and their pretty lights spread out in each direction like a galaxy of stars. When the wind blew, the galaxy moved. It was a beautiful sight to behold. Zhou Yumei, who had managed to regain her composure, moved nearer to Han Senator after taking a peek at what had taken hold of his attention, her eyes opened wide like the stars themselves. It was fortunate Han Sen had placed his hand on her mouth, had he not, she would have screamed in awe of its beauty. Many of the flowers were afloat, and skated by the tent as they went. From afar, that little tent must have looked like a shining castle. But the plants weren't aggressive, and no harm was delivered to their little camp. Zhou Yumei tried to pull Han Sen's hand away from her mouth, but he had a firm grip. Just as she was about to lose her temper, she heard a noise in the distance. It was like the sound of a heavy animal's footstep. In between each step was a momentary silence, and its rhythm maintained this pace slowly. But ever so slightly, the sound seemed to be getting louder, and its source closer. Han Sen looked further into the distance and saw, beneath the night sky, a creature coming towards them. It shined like a beacon of holy light. It walked alongside the dandelions that were below and afloat, like a glorious ship through the net of stars, soaring through the galaxy. Zhou Yumei could see the luminous creature now, as well. She was surprised to see it was a white rhino. Its body was shaped like a little hill, and with every step it made, the ground of the desert shook. The glowing dandelions that were to be trodden underfoot jumped into the air as if to guide its path. The rhino was getting closer, and this frightened Zhou Yumei. Right now, all she wanted to do was get up and run. As pretty as it looked, the rhino was a hulking beast. Its heavy, looming presence was intimidating, and it robbed her of breath. Han Sen's hand was still on her mouth to prevent a sound, but he now used his other hand to control and calm her. His eyes were still in profound observation of the glowing rhino. It wasn't long before the rhino had come directly before the tent. Like grand pillars, its thick legs were pulled up and released. The entire tent was now in the shadow of the beast, and Zhou Yumei knew it. Her eyes were wide open with fright, and her body trembled under the fear. If a foot came down on the tent, they would be squished into jelly. The silver fox and little orange snuggled together in the corner of the tent, quiet as mice. They too were terrified of the white rhino that had drawn near. Boom! A foot came down like a piston on the sand directly behind Hansen's tent, avoiding them. The luminous dandelions continued their spiraling as the campsite vibrated with the force. Boom! Boom! The rhino did not decelerate, and it continued in the direction it had been going. The 4 pillars crossed over the tent, missing the guy ropes by inches. The craters left behind by the creature's feet now decorated the campgrounds. Zhou Yumei's heart almost leapt out of her chest. Fortunately, the white rhino did not pay heed to the presence of a tent as it went onwards. Along with the gorgeous, luminescent dandelions, it slowly trailed off out of sight behind them. When the white rhino was gone from their vision, the presence of the glowing dandelions dimmed, too. They quit shining and melted into the desert like snowfall. Not a trace of them was left behind. If it wasn't for the footsteps that the rhino left behind, you would have believed the entire affair to be little more than a dream. Zhou Yumei, who had been trembling through the entire ordeal, finally relaxed. She patted her chest, trying to shake the terrifying visions she had been crushed underfoot by the big rhino. Luckily, none of her fears had come to pass. "Are you going to sleep like this?" Hansen smiled at Zhou Yumei. Zhou Yumei only now realized she had been leaning on Hansen the entire time. She was mad and embarrassed at the revelation, so she pushed him away. Gritting her teeth, she hissed, "When I don't say anything, you get all touchy. You just want to take advantage of me." Hansen smiled but did not reply. He returned to his sleeping bag, deep in thought over what had just occurred with the white rhino. During the daytime, they encountered the black flame phoenix, and now they had been witnesses to the existence of a white rhino that glowed with a holy light. Both of these creatures had been traveling in the direction Hansen had picked. He wondered if something awaited them where they were headed. In a place such as the Black Desert, Hansen did not want to get himself into any form of trouble. With such fearsome monsters around, although he was sure of their abilities to escape, he couldn't risk losing his reserves of food and water. If that happened, there was every chance they might perish somewhere amidst the dunes. But if they changed course now, Hansen wasn't entirely sure whether or not they could exit the Black Desert that way, either. It would also not lead him to his final destination, so he was reluctant. Hansen thought about this predicament for a while, but ultimately decided to continue in their current direction. He didn't know if he could leave the Black Desert if he changed direction now. Furthermore, he believed his encounter with those 2 creatures was nothing out of the ordinary and was to be expected in such a volatile location. If there was some significance behind it, then he would at least have the opportunity to check out the reason why. The next day, Hansen continued in the same direction atop his golden roarer. On the way, he was able to trace the footsteps that the rhino had left behind. It looked to be going in a straight line, without a single misstep or stray. The luminous dandelions, however, he could not see. It was as if they never existed. They walked for half the day, but the heat was atrocious. Zhou Yumei drank some water while she rode atop her little orange. As she took a swig, she said, "It's so hot. Wouldn't it be great if it rained?" Not long after she said that, the skies went dark. Terrible clouds formed not too far above them, blotting out the sun. Downpour sound. The drunk clouds let loose their spiteful tears, and utterly drenched Zhou Yumei. She quickly summoned an armor to withstand the rain, but after its summoning, the rain clouds immediately dispersed. The skies cleared and the weather returned to its sweltering glory. "My wishes are short-lived." Zhou Yumei was not entirely sure how to respond to what had just happened. Hansen's face, on the other hand, looked dire. When the rain clouds went past, Hansen felt the presence of a supremely powerful life force. He didn't get the chance to see what it was, but he could tell it wasn't something natural. What made Hansen frown the most, however, was the fact that those rain clouds had formed and drifted off in the direction he and Zhou Yumei were also headed. What is going on in this place? Hansen squinted his eyes, attempting to discern more of what might lay on the horizon. But there was nothing. For a while yet, it seemed only the black desert sands and blue skies would continue to lead their travel. There was no use turning back now, and Hansen opted to push on and find out what was going on. The super creatures they had encountered all seemed to ignore them, as if something greater attracted them. If he came to a place where they all had gathered together, he resolved to go around them and simply continue on his way. Hansen, with Zhou Yume in tow, continued walking in the same direction. The fairy was still inside the scallop shell, refusing to come out. Whether or not she could by now was still up in the air, as her entire body was rotting. In a few more days, she'd most likely be melted into a bloody goop entirely. But unless it wanted to exit the shell, there was nothing Hansen could do. The shell was unbreakable, and if the fairy wanted to come out, he assumed it would have to be of her own volition. The weather was surprisingly volatile in the desert. It often became windy, spurring the sands high into the sky and obscuring their vision. During the extremely windy periods, the sands rose like monsters seeking to consume them wholly. Hansen told Golden Roarer to maximize its size, and it looked like a little hill marching through the fierce sandstorms. Hansen and the rest of his companions would then burrow into the Golden Roarer's fur to remain comfy and unaffected. It's a shame that Golden Roarer is only a super creature from the first shelter. If it could evolve, it would most likely be greater than any other second shelter super creature. Hansen sighed. The sandstorms left almost as quickly as they came. After half a day, they all stopped. But it was the lasting effects that were the most troublesome. Following the sandstorms, the landscape morphed. The rhino's footprints disappeared and the dunes changed their positions. Pat. Hansen heard a clapping noise, and he turned around to see Zhou Yume slapping her cheeks. He laughed and said, "Why are you hitting yourself? There is a mosquito." Zhou Yume continued to wave her hands around, all to no avail. Hansen took a look and saw a small mosquito flying around her. It was pretty quick and surprisingly agile. No matter how much she tried to hit it, the mosquito perfectly evaded every attack. Pat. Hansen clapped his hands and killed the mosquito in one hit. Mutant creature bloodlust mosquito killed. No beast soul gained. Eat the flesh of the mutant creature bloodlust mosquito to gain 0 to 10 geno points randomly. Hansen was incredibly surprised, having not suspected the small mosquito to be a mutant creature. Buzz. A few more mosquitoes showed up, which Hansen promptly killed. After that, even more showed up. They flew around madly, producing an infuriating sound. Pat. 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 Hansen's attacks were quick as lightning, and he was killing mosquitoes left, right, and center. There were ordinary class creatures this time, as well as many mutant class variants. After killing all of them, Hansen noticed Zhou Yume looked frozen. She was staring at something ahead of them with an agape jaw. Her face was distorted into one of fright, as if she had seen something most wretched. "What's wrong with you?" Hansen frowned. "Emo mosquito." Zhou Yume raised her finger, pointing ahead of them. With a trembling voice, she called out what made her look so scared. "What? They're just mosquitoes. There is no need to be afraid, I can kill them all." Hansen then turned to look in the direction she pointed towards and noticed a giant crack in the desert sands. From it, swarms of the mosquitoes emerged like a geyser. In their countless numbers, they turned to face them. And like the very sandstorms they had weathered before, they inked the skies and blotted out the sun. It was as if the clouds of mosquitoes had turned the day into night. "What are you waiting for? Run!" Hansen shouted. He grabbed Zhou Yume and carried her underneath his armpit while running. The bloodlust mosquitoes conquered the skies like a sandstorm, and they even struck fear into the silver fox and little orange. Together, those two scrambled to get away. If it was just a small number of mosquitoes, even at mutant class, there was nothing to be afraid of. But a countless horde such as that would be too much. Hansen had the appropriate super armor to block the attacks, but Zhou Yume would be killed in an instant. Furthermore, he'd feel bad wearing super armor in front of her. So, like she did, he wore Sacred Blood class armor instead. If there were large numbers of Sacred Blood class mosquitoes, he was afraid they'd be enough to kill the Silver Fox and Little Orange, as well. It wasn't long before the mosquitoes caught up and descended upon them, however. The silver lightning crackled across the Silver Fox's fur, and he emitted a number of bolts to zap those that sought to overwhelm him. Hansen used his flaming Rex spike to incinerate the mosquitoes around them. Little Orange's body was jumping up and down to kill many, but a fair number of the mosquitoes had already latched onto it. Without reprieve, the hungry insects drank deep of its blood. Hansen was well and truly shocked. He didn't expect the mosquitoes to be able to drink the blood of a super creature, and that meant Little Orange and the Silver Fox were in as much danger as they were. Although only female mosquitoes could drink blood, their numbers were still scary enough to place them all in serious danger. Pat. Hansen slapped a mosquito that was drinking Little Orange's blood. Sacred Blood Bloodlust mosquito, killed. No beast soul gained. Eat the flesh of the Sacred Blood creature Bloodlust mosquito to gain 0 to 10 geno points randomly. There really are Sacred Blood class variants amongst them. Hansen's face changed, and he commanded the little angel to clear a path for them. Then, he sped up to attempt an escape. But the mosquitoes were like a sandstorm, and more were coming to engulf them. The Silver Fox was doing better than all of them, however. The electricity on his body worked like a shield, and it prevented the mosquitoes from landing on him. But for the others, they were slowly being swarmed by the fiends. Numerous mosquitoes were starting to land on them, especially Zhou. Although she was plated in armor, the sections of skin that were still showing were ripe for a biting. Her blood kept on being sucked. The mosquitoes weren't deadly on their own, and even if they sucked until their bellies were full, it wasn't much blood to lose. But with this number of them bearing down, things were dire. Within seconds, Zhou body was host to a large number of lumps. Sucking her blood was fine, but the lumps were driving her insane. They were itchy, and each of her 10 fingers went into overdrive, scratching as fiercely as she could. She was doing it so much, blood was being drawn to the surface. And as people say, the more you scratch, the itchier it gets. It wasn't long before her skin was all frayed, and yet she couldn't resist scratching. Hansen tried his best to fight off the mosquitoes, but his efforts seemed to be in vain. There were too many of them for him to handle. Even Little Orange's body had been swarmed, and many mosquitoes were helping themselves to a buffet of blood on its backside. The bodies of the super creatures were far better than Zhou, that much was plain to see. The itch didn't seem to affect them at all, so the effects of the bloodsucking didn't seem so concerning. The Silver Fox continued to fire electricity, but it was clearly a drain on his energy reserves. Hansen wasn't sure how much longer it could last. Hansen felt really bad in his heart. He couldn't find a way to give Zhou the immediate aid and respite she needed right now. If this was to continue, Zhou seemed likely to die out here. While Hansen contemplated his next move, he suddenly saw a white fog approaching. When the mosquitoes came into contact with it, they fell to the ground like hard rain. Hansen was shocked. Looking towards the little angel, he saw her holding the scallop shell in her hand. It was half open, and from the inside, the fairy was active. It unleashed a gust of frosty air. The temperature around them dropped in a snap. The mosquitoes were clearly weak to the cold, and upon coming into contact with the frost, were stunned and frozen. In fear of the cold, the swarm of mosquitoes now seemed hesitant to continue their pursuit. The fairy continued to blow out frosty air, repelling the mosquitoes. And as she did so, she gave Hansen a pitiable look. Hansen never expected the fairy to possess such a human quality, to forget past grievances and be willing to trade her own life for the safety of him and his companions. Hansen took the scallop shell out of Little Angel's hands. The fairy was still quite afraid, and she only opened the shell a small amount, in order to expel the frosty air. Hansen held the scallop shell and continued walking towards the bugs. The mosquitoes kept their distance, and their aversion to the cold was plain to see. Hansen used Dongxian Sutra to simulate the fairy's energy flow. Hansen's body temperature dropped, and after doing so, the mosquitoes avoided him completely. He couldn't exude the frosty air as a projectile, however. If he wanted to keep Zhou Yumei alive, he'd have to continue making use of the fairy's frosty power. They continued their journey, all the while keeping the mosquitoes at bay and putting distance between themselves and the bloodthirsty insects. After reaching a spot that put them out of the mosquito's sight, the fairy ceased her exhalation of frosty air. She was already heavily injured, and the amount of power she had just used up had been taxing. Her condition looked more dire than ever now. The fairy clasped her hands together before her face, as if she was praying to Han Senator. The look in her eyes suggested she was begging Hansen to let her go. But this did not align with Hansen's own desire. It was difficult to get a second-generation super creature, and there was a life geno-essence sitting right in front of him. Perhaps even a beast soul, too. Hansen wasn't happy with the thought of just letting such a bounty go. Look at her, she looks so pitiable. Why don't you let her go? She did just save our lives, after all. After Zhou Yumei applied some medicine to her own wounds, she began to feel better almost immediately. Her itchiness began to subside, as well. After getting another clear look at the battered, rotten fairy, she felt a great deal of sympathy for her. Hoping Hansen would let her go, she chipped in with her 2 cents. You need to understand something here, she saved you. She did not save us. Hansen knew that without the fairy, he would have still made it out alive. Zhou Yumei would have been the only victim, had they not been able to escape by themselves. But she's begging for your mercy. Just let her go. Zhou Yumei didn't dare be mean to Hansen, but she felt compelled to at least support the fairy, after what she had done. Women are so short-sighted. Yes, you're right, this little thing does look pitiable. It does look nice. But that's what you see on the surface. In its heart, it may already be planning a wretched way to get back at me. Vengeance is in its nature. Now that she's in trouble, beaten and exhausted, she feigns this look of sorrow and begs for forgiveness all so she can be set free. For all we know, she'll return and come for me once more, after her wounds are healed. Hansen did not heed Zhou Yumei's plight, and instead continued to stare at the fairy that was still inside the shell. At this point, the fairy's hair was starting to dry out. Her body was rotten and her wings were robbed of power. She continued to look at Hansen in a way that begged for mercy. If I let you go, will you come back for vengeance? Hansen asked, looking at the fairy. The fairy behaved as if she understood what Hansen said to her, and she shook her head like mad. Really? Hansen asked, with a deeper tone of voice this time. The fairy continued to shake her head, and it seemed as if she was being sincere. All right, then. Come on out. Let's forget about what happened in the past. But don't even think about doing it again. If you do, I won't forgive you, Hansen said to the fairy. The fairy seemed to be fairly intelligent, and after he finished talking, she popped the lid of the shell open and flew out. She then landed on the palm of Hansen's hand. Hansen held the fairy there, and in his heart, he grinned. The smile of a devil adorned his lips, and he thought to himself, oh, little fairy. You are in my hands, and now I am going to kill you. Hansen never thought the previously vengeful, maniacal fairy would be so easy to trick. She seemed to believe what he said without question. And now, she had allowed him to hold her. Little did she know, he was planning to bring a swift end to their truce. The fairy remained off guard. Allowing herself to be held by Hansen, she seemed oblivious to Hansen's murderous gaze. Without a shadow of a doubt, she put full stock in Hansen's pledge of not killing her. Her calm, relaxed posture in Hansen's hand was a reflection of this. Her smooth white arms held onto Hansen's fingers, and she rubbed her head against them. She looked so pitiable, and she pointed at her wounds, as if requesting that he heal her. "You, little fairy. How dare you ask me to help you recover? You must be in La La Land." Han Sen, as he held the fairy in place, planned to use Sonic Thunder Punch on it. With the sorry state her body was in, he didn't think she could withstand a punch like that again. Even if it couldn't kill her, he could rob her of half her life. Or half of whatever was left right now, at least. Han Sen then, unbeknownst to anyone else, secretly channeled the Sonic and Thunder elements. Soon, he'd cast Sonic Thunder Punch and utterly annihilate the fairy once and for all. But seeing the defenseless fairy clench his fingers tight, giving him poor puppy dog eyes, Han Sen found himself unable to do it. "No. I can't allow myself to be tricked by the fairy's appearance. It's a wretched demon of vengeance, and I cannot allow her to live. Squeeze her. I have to squeeze her." Han Sen then cruelly started to cast Sonic Thunder Punch. But shortly after starting, he stopped. "Little angel." Han Sen called out to his little angel. The little angel, greatsword in hand, came over to Han Sen emotionlessly. Han Sen looked at the fairy in his hand and looked at the little angel. Sighing, he sent the little angel away again. Han Sen was still unable to do it, for he was not a murderer. And his heart was soft and weak to those who needed aid. The fairy seemed so human, and she did her best to help out against the mosquitoes. Now that she was in Han Sen's hand, he found himself unable to kill something that was utterly defenseless. "Are you going to listen to me in the future?" Han Sen held the fairy in his hand, and his gaze was as sharp as a blade. The fairy nodded. She held on to Han Sen's fingers and kissed them with her red lips. Then she looked at him again with pitiable eyes. "If you say so, I will believe you once. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Do not disappoint me, or else, I won't let you go." Han Sen sighed, relaxed his hands, and let the fairy sit down in his palms. The fairy flapped her butterfly wings and flew a few circles around Han Senator. She seemed overjoyed, but her current state of weakness was no secret. Before long, she fell back down into Han Sen's hand. Although Han Sen was willing to heal the fairy, he wasn't ready to 100% believe in her. Secretly, he observed her every movement. If she was up to no good, Han Sen would not hesitate to get the little angel to kill her. "Are you sure?" Inside the Angel Gene office, Zhao 7th spoke to Zhao Lian. "It has already been confirmed. Han Sen's mother, Luo Lan, is the sole granddaughter of Luo Haitang. The Ji family have Luo Haitang's support," Zhao Lian said in return. Zhao 7th sternly frowned and asked, "Has the Ji family done anything yet?" "They haven't done anything particularly big. But according to the intel provided by Old Qi, some of the demigods of the Ji family are on their way to the Godslayer shelter," Zhao Lian replied. "They are lucky bastards. I cannot believe they have a connection with Luo Haitang. If this strengthens, they won't have to rely on us as much." Zhao 7th's face was grim. "I thought by helping Ji Ruozhen, it would provide us the greatest influence. It looks as if I was incorrect. Uncle 7th, you cannot blame yourself for this turn of events. No one expected Han Sen was to be Luo Haitang's great-grandson. And now, Luo Haitang's family, who have always remained neutral, are getting cozy with the Ji family. This would have been impossible to foretell," Zhao Lian said. Zhao 7th coldly laughed and said, "In this world, there is nothing humans are unable to achieve. If the Ji family wants to use Luo Haitang's power to berid us and the support we have already been providing, I won't allow it. Although Luo Haitang is powerful, being a demigod and all, strength matters not. He is alone where he is, and he cannot return to the second shelter. Push on with the Angel Gene 4th stage tests a little quicker, they may prove useful in the near future. The 4th stage tests require a lot of Shura royal blood. And we also need Dan Copper stars. Zhao Lian wanted to continue, but his words hesitated to come out. Zhao 7th frowned and said, "Give it to them. Angel Gene is our crowning accomplishment, and a Dan Copper star is nothing." Once we have established a presence and can support ourselves in the fourth shelter, that is when our family will truly begin to shine. Yes, Zhao Lian agreed. Then, he turned around and exited Zhao Seven's office. I will let these old men know that their time is up. The advancement of humanity, genetics and all, lies in technology. Zhao Seven's eyes shone with light. Continuing the trek, Han Sen hadn't encountered anything strange again. With the silver fox near, it was common for creatures to keep their distance. As such, their journey was free from strife. The fairy seemed incredibly gentle, and she affectionately listened to Han Sen whenever he spoke. Her wounds were gradually getting better, each and every day. It would not be long before she fully recovered. Still not completely trusting her, though, Han Sen never let his guard down with her around. As Han Sen slept, he felt the fairy fly near him, which triggered an alarm siren in his head. But he wasn't willing to make a move just yet. He pretended to continue sleeping, and instead activated his senses to observe what she was doing. The fairy flew near him, circling his head. Then, she landed on his palm and slipped into the half-folded fingers of his hand. Like a blanket, she made herself snug below them and went to sleep. Han Sen's demeanor relaxed somewhat, and he was greatly surprised by her behavior. He opened his eyes and watched her slip into dreams of her own, looking so gentle as she did. But a few days later, Han Sen believed he was starting to be a little too naive and was letting his guard down. He thought the fairy was still biding her time for revenge, as all she did was laze about and ignore his commands. Aside from acting cute, she wouldn't do a single productive thing. These evil, tricksy second-generation creatures will never do anything decent. Han Sen was infuriated by her behavior. Previously, it had only been the silver fox he had to compete with for goods, but now there was the fairy, too. There were a couple of occasions when Han Sen wanted to treat himself to tastily cooked meat, but ended up being unable to. The combined bellies of the two creatures he had for company needed to be filled first, and that usually left him with the mangy leftovers. Fine. I'll fatten you both up first, and then dine on you, Han Sen thought to himself. The group of travelers traversed the Black Desert for another 2 weeks. Just as Han Sen had almost forgotten about all the strange occurrences that had happened along the way, he stumbled across an oasis. No way. Coconut trees here? Han Sen, after seeing the oasis, looked a little strange. Oases weren't entirely strange, but the abundance of coconut trees was. Each tree was decorated with a number of basketball-sized coconuts that looked absolutely delicious. This was a harsh desert, and yet, why would seaside-grown coconut trees be growing here? Their sheer number was incredible, too. It was like an infinite forest of coconut trees. Zhou Yumei looked excited. With Little Orange, she immediately took off running into the coconut forest. She gathered many of the coconuts with a hungry face. She had been drinking plain nutrient solutions for the longest time, and by now, she was sick of them. Stop. Don't touch those things, Han Sen quickly called out to Zhou Yumei. Why not? I'm just hungry for some coconuts. There aren't any creatures around. Zhou Yumei turned around with a confused look. We are in the world of shelters. Use your head and try to think why so many coconuts trees might just happen to exist here. Of course, feel free to go ahead with your meal, if you aren't afraid to die, Han Sen coldly warned. If she insisted on eating them, then he wouldn't stop her. His care for Zhou Yumei did not extend that far. Zhou Yumei, with a disappointed grimace, walked back to Han Sen empty-handed. Well, is there a way I can determine whether or not I can eat those coconuts? Yeah, by eating them. As Han Sen said that, he began walking into the coconut forest. The golden roarer trailed behind, carrying their packs. They walked for many miles before seeing something else of significance. What Han Sen eventually found surprised him a great deal. There was a large green lake, the water of which looked like sparkling emerald. It was massive, and skirting its entirety were the coconut trees. Can I drink the water? Zhou Yumei ecstatically asked Hansen. I'm afraid you cannot. Hansen walked near the water's edge as he spoke. Seeing the clear water in the lake, he furrowed his brows. He gave the lake a sniff and then, with a bottle, had a tiny sip of the water. With a wry smile, he said, Yep, you cannot drink this. Why not? Zhou Yumei asked. This is salt water. Hansen passed the bottle over to Zhou Yumei. She tried the little bit he had collected and spat it out with haste. The water was incredibly salty, just like seawater. Ignoring her reaction, Hansen looked towards the center of the lake. There, a small island rested. It was no bigger than a football field, and at its center was a giant coconut tree. The coconut tree looked different than the rest. Not only was it taller, but its trunk was like white jade. The coconuts up high were different, as well. They were like black, giant metal balls. Hansen took a closer look. The giant, white jade coconut tree was bearing 3 coconuts, and they were each approximately the size of a yoga ball. Their darkness accentuated their sense of weight, too. Splash! As Hansen observed the white jade coconut tree, the waters of the lake shifted. Something huge arose from the water, and a pair of wheel-like eyes ascended to the sky and looked down on Hansen and Zhou Yumei. Hansen and Zhou Yumei were shocked. A white rhino exited the lake. The water level dropped significantly as it emerged. Isn't that the white rhino we saw a while back? Hansen was taken aback. The white rhino, thankfully, did not seem too interested in their presence. After emerging from the waters of the lake, it approached the island at its center and gobbled up one of the black metal coconuts. As the rhino chewed it, a sweet fragrance tickled Hansen's nose. The entirety of the coconut forest was quickly overwhelmed by the smell. The silver fox and little orange both gulped. The fairy could not help but fly over there in a rush, and within a second, her small body quickly managed to pierce and drill through the coconut into its interior. Hansen was alarmed, thinking she might end up provoking the white rhino and inciting its wrath. Surprisingly, the white rhino did not attack the fairy, and kept happily munching its own coconut. Seeing how passive the rhino appeared, the silver fox and little orange quickly jumped into the lake and swam to the island at its center. The silver fox leapt up towards the coconut the fairy was in and drank the milk that was dripping from the borehole. Little orange meowed from down below and tried to jump up and take a bite of the third coconut. It managed to reach, but it could not pierce the coconut's shell or remove it from the tree. Hansen was surprised at the sight. He firmly acknowledged how different and special those coconuts really were, especially considering that not even juvenile second-generation super creatures could break them open with their teeth. It looked like only adults were able to open them up, like the fairy. But what happened next blew the socks off Hansen and Zhou Yumei. The white rhino opened its mouth and bit the coconut little orange was struggling to get for itself. It did not eat the coconut, it merely cracked the shell open and placed it down on the ground for little orange to eat. With glee, little orange pounced upon the coconut and finished opening it up for itself, and with a ravenous tongue, began lapping up the milk inside. Hansen had never seen something like this before, a creature with such a good temper. The white rhino proceeded to lie down beside them on the aisle, watching the silver fox and little orange drink the coconut juice to their heart's content. It didn't seem to have a single nasty bone in its body, and it was so calm. Hansen watched them all eat the coconuts and suddenly developed the desire to partake in the treat they were helping themselves to. With haste, he ran over to join them. Let's hope the white rhino isn't racist. Hansen ran over to the island, all the while observing the white rhino for any change in temper. Fortunately, as he stepped onto the island, the white rhino did not move. It continued to lie where it was, utterly serene. This delighted Hansen, knowing that it did not seek to attack him or the others. Hansen immediately raced to Little Orange's side and began drinking the coconut milk with it. Right then, he didn't care about anything. He wanted some, and if he didn't hurry, Little Orange was going to have it all to himself. But taking a look at how much of the juice was left in the massive coconut, Hansen was shocked to see Little Orange had consumed a third of it already. Not wasting any time, he threw his arms around the coconut to drink as much as he could. Little Orange's tongue was wagging quickly, and its feet were subtly trying to push Hansen away. But Hansen was not willing to budge one minor inch. He continued to grip the coconut firmly and carried on drinking as best he could. Zhou Yumei remained where she was, however. She had never before seen someone so obscene, and so willing to fight against another animal for food. "Save me some! Save me some!" But when she resolved to get some for herself, and ran over to the island, she noticed there was no space left for her. She could only circle them and wait for an opening. With a great push, she knocked Hansen away and found a place for herself on the coconut. But it was too late. Poking her head inside, she noticed Hansen and Little Orange had consumed every last drop of the juice, leaving nothing for her. Falling down to the ground, Hansen's belly was frighteningly large. He couldn't even straighten his back or stand up to drink some more, had there been any left. A cool energy began to whirl inside his stomach, and it blended with the rest of his body. His entire body felt so cool, it was like his cells had been injected with refreshing spring water. It was perfectly suitable for a hot day such as this. Hansen cast Dongxian Sutra and tried to refine the energy inside, and noticed that his fitness seemed to be a little improved. The white rhino was on the island, watching the entire scene unfold. After the silver fox and the fairy finished their coconut juice, however, it stood up and munched on the shell. They were both unafraid of the rhino, and the silver fox decided to climb aboard. It stood upon one of its horns and gazed all around. The fairy soon followed, and she landed on the tip of the horn. There, she curiously observed the rhino. The rhino did not look mad at all, and all it did was squint while looking at them. Its eyes were soft, as its mouth worked to chew up the coconut shell. Hansen never imagined meeting another super creature, especially one so large, that could be so tame. It wasn't just relaxed with the other super creatures near it, it was also unconcerned with Hansen and Zhou Yumei's presence as well. "That rhino is so cute," Zhou Yumei said, despite being prone to calling everything cute. As she spoke, she tried to hug one of the rhino's leg. But she was little more than an ant when compared to the size of the rhino. The legs were more like walls for her. Hansen eyed this rhino with curiosity, as it was the first time he had ever encountered another creature that was so docile and passive. He used his Dongxian Sutra to take a look at the rhino's energy flow. The life force was frighteningly powerful, and it had the breadth of an ocean. The energy swirled with a slow passion, and it looked holy and pure. What is this super creature? The life force is too much to be considered one, surely. Hansen was surprised at what he was seeing. After the white rhino finished eating the coconut shell, it went back to resting on the island. Hansen and his companions also rested near it, not showing any concern about the rhino's presence. It was so friendly and calm, they didn't think anything ill about it. That night, the rhino finally moved. It got up and began walking away from the island, it seemed to be leaving the oasis. Hansen quickly packed up his stuff, grabbed Zhou Yumei, and flew to the rhino's back. The silver fox and Little Orange climbed aboard too, and they were soon all riding the rhino's back, setting out into the black desert once more. Under the serene, silver moonlight, the luminous dandelions returned as well. As if they were aboard a starfaring ship, it was like the rhino was traversing a galaxy. "It's so beautiful." Zhou Yumei's eyes sparkled like the stars themselves. The dandelions were all around, floating in the air. When Hansen's skin came into contact with them, they melted into his skin like fallen snowflakes. It felt as if his skin was imbued with a sudden halo of purity, and he felt cleansed. The silver fox and Little Orange also came into contact with the dandelions, which made their fur shine. Hansen observed the white rhino as it went, and noticed the life force of the rhino was overflowing. It was this overflow of energy that manifested itself as the dandelions. The direction the white rhino traveled was the direction Hansen himself had been moving all this time. It wasn't easy, finding a powerful super creature as tame as this. Given that, Hansen didn't mind riding it for as long as he could. Although the white rhino did not go very fast, it didn't go very slow, either. In fact, it was a little bit faster than the golden roarer. The rhino's body was awash with a holy light. The sun and rain couldn't penetrate its protective shield, and even the terrible sandstorms weren't an issue. Every damaging element acted as if it were avoiding the rhino. The white rhino walked for another 6 whole days before stopping, and it was a pillar-like construct that stopped its travel. Upon closer observation, Hansen noticed that it was in fact a giant black cactus. It was a few hundred meters tall, massive and adorned with a white flower at its top. Hansen stood on top of the rhino's head, and when he saw the cactus, his face looked queer. From the way he saw it, the cactus was shaped like a man's penis. But in this world, nobody's penis could reach a size such as that. As Hansen was lost in thought observing the cactus, a bird cawed. A black flame bird was high above, circling the thorny construct. It was the same bird they had seen quite some time ago. The black bird seemed to fear the white rhino, and when it approached the cactus, the bird made a quick escape. With a strange hacking caw, it screeched at the white rhino. The white rhino merely ignored the bird and instead closed its eyes to rest near the cactus. Storm clouds began to form high above, which surprised Hansen. The clouds were exactly the same as the ones he had seen before. The scary life force that swirled in the atmosphere accompanied it, also. With all 3 creatures gathering here, it seemed as if all their purposes were connected to the cactus. The white flower that crowned the cactus had a strangely aromatic fragrance. It was lovely, and it incited a weird reaction inside Hansen's body. He felt as if he was getting high. Is this cactus similar to the peach tree? Is the flower some sort of plant of beneficence for the world, like the peach was? Hansen was delightfully surprised. He was ecstatic at his fortune to witness something such as this once again, but felt slight trepidation regarding the union of the 3 terrifyingly powerful super creatures. There was every chance that the white rhino would not be willing to hurt them, considering how mellow it had been thus far. But as for the bird and cloud, he wasn't so sure. But this isn't what worried Hansen the most. If he had to protect himself, he could use the little angel and perhaps command the fairy. Yet this was an exotic occurrence, and not something easily encountered. He didn't want to simply leave this place empty-handed. If a few goodies were up for grabs, he was all for taking them. It just concerned him that the currently docile rhino might later consider him an enemy, too. But it was still early yet, and Hansen absorbed the flower smell to practice the Dongxian Sutra. The Dongxian Sutra's first tier had been completed, and the gene lock had been partially unlocked. It wasn't completely unlocked due to Hansen's fitness being at something of a bottleneck. Hansen believed the Dongxian Sutra couldn't see much more progress before he became a surpasser, but after absorbing the scent of that flower, it did seem to progress to some degree. This made him happy, and so he decided to remain here practicing for a time. With the white rhino lying down near the cactus, both the phoenix-like bird and cloud-wreathed creature did not dare come closer. Their reluctance brought some ease to Hansen's mind, as well. Zhou Yumei herself was practicing a qigong, and she too was able to feel and reap the benefits provided by the flower's scent. Meanwhile, the silver fox and little orange had been absorbing the energy a long while before the others thought to. Even the gourd that Hansen continued to keep with him was absorbing the smell, too, although it tended to absorb Hansen's energy more than the flowers. The gourd began to shine gold, and numerous gold lines adorned its skin. Hansen had carried it around with him for the longest time, it seemed, and the life force inside only continued to grow. The contents of the gourd had always made him curious. Having encountered a few super creatures that emerged from plants in the past, he made the assumption that there was most likely some sort of creature inside this gourd, as well. Whatever exited the gourd was guaranteed to be a newborn second-generation creature, or so he assumed. The gourd itself was too hard for Hansen to break, however. For the time being, he could only wait for the gourd to break open of its own volition. The few of them were practicing their skills and such, all the while absorbing the pleasant fragrance. They also remained atop the rhino's back. There was no trouble or cause for immediate concern due to the bird and cloud's reluctance to approach. With each passing day, the scent of the flower grew stronger. But on the 5th day, that smell finally began to subside and fade. Hansen could see a wrinkled fruit growing in the bosom of the flower, as an endless vat of life force swirled within. It really is something special. The life force inside the fruit greatly interested him. If he could eat it, perhaps he could fully unlock his first tier of the Dongxian Sutra. If he did so, his powers could reach another level. But the black flame bird and cloud-shrouded creature did not keep their distance as much as they once did, and they slowly drew closer. The bird was incredibly restless, and it cawed without reprieve. The drunk clouds went darker, and cast forth intermittent showers of rain. Only the rhino remained calm, lying next to the cactus. It almost seemed to be completely asleep. The energy inside it was as calm as the still waters of a lake. "Let's go." Hansen saw the fruit on the cactus growing bigger and bigger, and now that it was nearly ripe, he bid for Zhou Yume to leave. Hansen wanted the fruit, but he did not think he could grab it while in the company of Zhou Yume. He wanted to send her away so he could focus on getting the fruit himself. "The fruit on that cactus looks to be some good stuff. Shouldn't we hang around and have a bite of it?" Zhou Yume was not dumb, and she could tell the fruit was quite the prize. "Aren't you afraid of being trampled to death?" Hansen gave Zhou Yume a strange look. "But the white rhino is so nice. And it's cute. I don't think it'll mind us taking it," Zhou Yume said, but then a look of worry dawned on her face. "Even if it didn't step on you, the big bird up there will turn you to charcoal," Hansen said with a smile. Zhou Yume suddenly shivered. Seeing Hansen abandon the white rhino's back, she didn't dare remain and quickly accompanied him. With Little Orange alongside her, she followed with haste. The giant bird and cloud were still intently focused on the fruit, and they ignored them completely. This was a great boon for Hansen's departure. "Wait for me here, do not go anywhere." Hansen took Zhou Yume a good distance away and left her some supplies. The silver fox and Little Orange were to stay with her, as well. He returned to the cactus, only bringing the fairy with him. Facing those terrifying super creatures, only the fairy, an adult super creature, could fight back. The silver fox was still very young, so he wouldn't have been much use there. Hansen didn't dare approach the rhino on his return, however. He hid himself and watched it closely. Once a battle between the trio commenced, Hansen would evaluate the conditions and then decide whether or not he should intervene. The fairy and the little angel were both in the super class, whereas Hansen was a little bit below that. The fairy and the little angel could most definitely keep themselves alive for a time, but the same might not be said for Hansen. If possible, Hansen would maintain his distance from the cactus and allow the fairy and the little angel to retrieve the item he desired. As time passed, the wrinkled fruit of the cactus grew to about the same size as a basketball. The purple, wrinkled skin made it look somewhat like a sweet potato. But it had many dots and hair on it, as well. If this thing was not growing on the cactus, it wouldn't have stood out from the average veggie at all. It didn't look bright and holy like the peach he once had the pleasure of eating. But the white rhino and the black phoenix were undoubtedly of a higher power tier than the black bear. These were adult second-generation super creatures, and they could very well occupy the upper echelon of power levels for the entirety of the second shelter. These creatures weren't the average, run-of-the-mill first-generation super creatures Hansen competed with for the peach. Hansen watched them for 2 days, and slowly, the fruit was beginning to mature. It made the black phoenix and cloud-wrapped creature antsy and anxious. The black flame phoenix inched its way closer to the cactus, as did the dark clouds. It looked as if the sky was falling, and the land was about to be crushed. The rhino no longer had its eyes closed now, either. It stood up next to the cactus. When the rhino moved to stand where it chose, the black flame phoenix and dark cloud moved back further. They really were afraid of it. Pat. A crack developed on the top of the fruit. And out of it, a purple gas seeped. It was like a dream, and it enveloped the entire fruit. The rhino glowed with a holy light, and its giant body began to fly. It ascended towards the purple haze. The black flame phoenix screeched loudly, flapped its fiery wings, and released terrifying heat waves. Thunder rolled inside the cloud in the sky, and it unleashed a fearsome rainstorm upon the lands below. Amidst the thunder, Han-sen could catch the faint growls of a hidden monster. Fight. Come on, fight. Han-sen encouraged them to fight in his heart. He wanted them out of the way, so he could nab the loot for himself. The black flame phoenix and the cloud creature were incredibly angry, and they roared in rage. But still, they did not dare get close to the rhino. Oh, no. How can you two do this to me? It should be 2 versus 1, how can they sit back and watch? Han-sen's jaw almost unhinged itself. The rhino, however, opened its mouth wide and leaned forward to eat the wrinkled fruit that was shrouded in a purple mist. The phoenix and cloud only continued to scream at the rhino, remaining where they were. Munch. Han-sen was expecting the crazy spectacle of a super battle, but nothing of the like occurred. The white rhino swallowed the fruit and mist unopposed, while the phoenix and cloud did not move a single inch the entire time. Han-sen's heart sank, but he was still surprised over how intimidating the rhino's power was. The black phoenix was a frightening creature, right out legend, and yet it was too afraid to attack. All it did was watch the rhino gobble the fruit. Han-sen thought back to his time in the oasis, and how they stole coconut juice from the rhino. If the rhino really had gotten infuriated with them, there would have been nothing the fairy or little angel could have done to help. The thought sent a shiver down Han-sen's spine. The black flame phoenix and cloud watched the rhino eat the fruit but did not leave. It looked as if they were waiting for something, and this made Han-sen curious. The white rhino ate the fruit, what are they waiting for? Is the cactus edible? It shouldn't be, since it's full of thorns, Han-sen thought, as he looked to the top of the cactus which had been cleaned by the rhino's maw. Boom! But then Han-sen became confused. The rhino that ate the fruit leapt on the spot, and when it came down, its giant body shook the entire desert. Han-sen looked at the white rhino, thinking something must be wrong. The holy light of the rhino was getting brighter and brighter, and it did not slow down. It was blasting out of its body like multiple searchlights. Han-sen quickly used his Dongshiwa aura to scan the rhino. He was quite a distance away, however, so he couldn't sense it too clearly. But the energy flow inside the rhino was like a volcanic eruption, and Han-sen didn't even have to use his special sensibilities to observe it. It was plain to the naked eye. Catcha! The white rhino's jade-like skin began to crack like dry mud. Blood poured out of its breaking skin. Oh, no! Did the rhino consume too many nutrients at once? Perhaps his body can't take that much, and it's going to destroy him. Han-sen's eyes almost fell from his sockets at the sight. In that scary, holy light, the skin of the rhino continued to crack. Within a second, the white rhino had become a red rhino. It was like a monster from hell, having just taken part in a bloodbath. Roar! The white rhino screamed to the sky, as if it was talking to the creator above. More and more holy light beamed out of it, and then, it unleashed a mini atom bomb some distance away. The area it fired towards was wholly annihilated in a blinding flash of light, and all that remained was a crater in the sand. The black flame phoenix flapped its wings frantically, and it seemed tempted to approach the rhino. The cloud had already decided to descend, as a thunder rumbled within it. It looked very interested in what was happening to the rhino. Holy smokes! They are both not leaving. Is it because they want to eat the white rhino once it falls? Han Sen's mind was in a mess, trying to guess what was going on. The black phoenix and the cloud hardly moved now, remaining where they were and watching the rhino's body break down. Han Sen was patiently waiting, as well. He still hoped he could grab a few treats out of this entire affair. Seeing the white rhino's blood oozing into the black sand, Han Sen felt pretty bad. Not for the reasons you might think, however. He thought all that bleeding was a great loss, and Han Sen could only imagine what such large, powerful quantities of blood might do for his death knell. Heaven knew how much it'd evolve. Even the black flamed phoenix and dark cloud refused to draw closer at this time. It was the same for Han Sen, who chose to only watch the gallons of blood stain the black sand. Roar! The white rhino roared to the skies and its skin cracked like charred earth, as blood gushed out of its crevices. Han Sen was frozen. The rhino was as big as a mountain, and it was as if he was watching one crumble to the ground. Roar! The white rhino's flesh peeled away, ceaselessly unraveling. Beyond the blinding lights, he could make out the shape of its disintegrating skeleton. More and more streams of blood began to appear, like the birth of mountain waterfalls. And all the while, the motionless rhino cried out in agony. If this was going to happen, why did it so greedily want to eat the fruit? It's like it chose to self-destruct. Han Sen sighed. He believed death was the only conclusion to the rhino's current suffering. Boom! The white rhino's skin was torn to shreds, and heaps of its soggy, frayed flesh dislodged themselves from its bone and fell to the ground. The holy light began to dim as a mound of mushy meat collapsed. The surrounding area of the desert had been stained red, and streams of blood began to form, the body's crater acting as a source. The white rhino was living out its final few breaths, exhausted faster by its strained cries for aid. Its bones were all exposed and naked, and it shivered in agony. Such pain was difficult to comprehend. Seeing the white rhino now unable to fight, Han Sen turned his gaze to the black-flamed phoenix and cloud creature to see if they'd make a move. They looked as desperate as ever, but still, they did not dare to fly down. Han Sen frowned, but as he did so, he heard a mix of noises. It sounded like an army was approaching. He turned around to take a look and jumped. Along the ground and even from the skies above, countless creatures were running his way. Han Sen could see insects, birds, and animals of all varieties coming towards him. They were everywhere. They were all coming for the now fleshless rhino like a tsunami. Han Sen quickly summoned his little angel and prepared for a fight. It was to be a hot and sweaty battle, with a number of opponents headed his way. But the creatures ignored him. They all raced past him, with an insatiable lust for the white rhino. Han Sen had seen most of these creatures before, and they weren't particularly high-class creatures or anything. They were a mixture of ordinary, mutant, and sacred blood class creatures. It looked as if they had been summoned by something. With disregard for everything else, they all beelined directly for the rhino. As Han Sen watched them rush there, he suddenly heard the frightening sound of a gargantuan bird ring out. He turned around to see a black hellfire rain from the sky to incinerate countless numbers of the newly come creatures. The black flame phoenix flapped its wings, unleashing concentrated storms of fire to halt the approach of the creature army that had just arrived. Thunder also sounded from inside the dark clouds, and netted webs of green lightning formed to ensnare and char those below. A hoofed chimerical creature emerged from the clouds, and its skin was green. It was a frightening thing, and it looked like a cross between a dragon and a unicorn, like a Kirin. It was a massacre. Blood was everywhere, as a mountain of bones began to pile up with each roasted creature. With no regard for themselves, the approaching creatures seemed to happily throw their lives away for the chance to reach the rhino. The two scary super creatures above were halting all who dared approach. The black flames of cruelty and the green lightning of savagery prevented the coming of everything. Not one of the creature stampede got close to the rhino. Hansen was in awe of what he was seeing. The creatures ignored the presence of the two super creatures above and just continued to march towards their doom. Countless lives were being wasted, all in a short amount of time. The super creatures had to have been even mightier than the average super creature, too, for killing so many other creatures in such a short amount of time was an exhaustive, difficult task. They were both standing side by side, a bulwark to the tide of creatures they sought to incinerate. Now Hansen understood what the true meaning of massacre was. The battles between humans and creatures were so weak, in comparison. Between the thunder and rain, countless creatures still struggled and strove to claw their way across the scorched earth to get as close as they could. Hansen, spectacle aside, thought the entire event to be a little strange. He wondered why, despite their prevention of others from eating the white rhino, did they not go and eat the rhino themselves? If it was because they thought the white rhino was not dead yet, they could have at least let the little creatures go first. But they didn't. And instead, they stopped every little creature from approaching the dying white rhino. Since they themselves didn't desire to eat the white rhino either, Hansen was just confused. Roar. The white rhino, that was only tattered skin on bones now, roared again. It was weak and strained, and lacked all the power it once had. It didn't strike fear into the heart as it once had, and instead made those who heard it want to cry. A tear left the white rhino's lifeless eyes. The blood-scourged eyes made the tear look so pure. It was like jewelry, glistening brightly. Hansen watched the tear descend and drop into the pool of blood, which quickly extinguished its beauty in the nectar of pain and suffering. With fragile, trembling bones, the rhino did its best to stand back up. But as it struggled to rise, more of its flesh fell. Only the skeleton of what once was now remained. Yet somehow, a force compelled it to stand up, against the odds. The skeleton of the rhino, in a pool of blood amidst the red and black sands of a charred landscape made for an incredible image. The holy light had left it completely by now, however. Only its seemingly lifeless skeleton remained. It shook in the wind and looked ready to collapse into a shapeless heap any second. Roar. The white rhino of bones roared to the sky once more. It looked doubly sad, beneath the night sky and moonlight. A tiny little light appeared on the rhino's horns, like a star from the sky. Slowly, the light grew brighter and brighter on the horn. Soon after, it ignited the entire horn into flame. The horn was like a sconce of holy fire. This was not yet the end. The holy light spread to the remainder of the rhino's bones, and its entire skeleton was alight with that same holy fire. Roar. The white rhino roared to the sky again. It was like it was declaring war, standing in defiance of a wretched fate. The holy fire was like a volcanic eruption, and it lit up the entire desert brightly. Doused in the bright holy light, the army of creatures elected to halt their advance. They just stood there, watching the rhino rise anew like the sun. Although the light was bright, it did not harm your eyes to look on it. It was warm and accepting. While Hansen watched the flames, the bones crumbled away like petals from flowers. As the bones were shaved away, the beast became smaller and the light grew brighter. The bones that remained shone like jade. The rhino that was originally as big as a mountain was humbled as its bones petered away into dust. It wasn't long before its size was equal to that of an average Earth rhino. Its bones had been refined into transparent crystals, through which coursed a holy light. Within that holy light, Hansen was able to witness something utterly unbelievable. The bones were birthing new flesh. Skin and flesh returned, as if the rhino was being reborn. Roar. The roar cried out to the sky with renewed vigor, and no anger or suffering tainted its call. It sounded like a cry of relief, or like the chirp of a chick having pecked away the layers of its shell to be born true. Countless creatures watched it, and even the black-flamed phoenix and green Kirin looked on in awe. With the holy light that looked like water, the rhino's body reassembled itself with great speed. It wasn't too long before its body had been wholly recomposed, with its flesh fully recovered. The only difference from its previous appearance was its smaller size, yet despite that, its holy presence and aura were stronger than ever. Snowflakes now descended from the sky, and upon closer inspection, Hansen realized he was wrong. It wasn't snow, but the luminous dandelions that had returned, bearing the image of snowfall, descending across the desert. The luminous dandelions landed on the creatures, and faded into their skin. It imbued them with a holy aura, as well. Hansen watched luminous dandelions descend on himself, too. And as they sunk into his own body, he felt purer than he had ever felt before. He held one in his hand, and it smoothly faded into his fingers. A cleansing energy coursed through his body, as if it was washing him clean. The dirt inside him dispersed and his body felt wonderful and calm. Those luminous dandelions feel more effective than they did before. What level has this rhino evolved to? Hansen looked at the rhino with wonder and surprise. The holy rhino called to the sky again, and the holy light inside it was like a volcanic eruption. A holy light shot upwards into the sky like a heavensward beam. Boom! The holy light reached the zenith of the world, and in that place a mysterious metal door appeared. Strange symbols and transcriptions appeared upon the door, and gears and cogwheels adorned it. Slowly, the door opened. It opened only slightly, before a horrid feeling rushed out. It was a malevolent force that made things feel as if the sky was going to quickly descend and crush the world below. All the creatures were knocked down to the ground, the black flame phoenix and green Kirin included. Hansen and the little fairy also suffered, feeling as if they had suddenly been crushed by the very atmosphere. Only the holy rhino stood its ground, standing still in defiance as its holy light shone as a beacon. With peaceful, graceful eyes, it looked at the door high above. By the shelters. What is going on? What is that metal door? Hansen froze as he watched. Everything that had transpired thus far had gone against all his wildest expectations. He had never heard of anything as remotely strange as this happening. The metal doors had not even been swung wide. They were only opened a tiny bit, and already the presence and feeling it exuded were incredibly intimidating. It was almost harassing. Hansen felt as if a living life force existed behind the door, one that was more enticing than the cactus fruit. Where does that door lead? Hansen was still pinned to the ground, but he was able to keep an eye on the door. As the door slowly opened, what was behind it was a blur. Try as he might, his vision could not pierce that veil and see what lay beyond. A terrifying presence exited it, and life swirled from beyond and into the atmosphere of the area. Within this harsh and barren black desert, something was stirring. Life came in an abundance, and the realm seemed to be born anew in haste. Before long, grass and flowers coated the whole ground. The place had been given a makeover, and its beauty was so great, it had taken on the feeling one would get if they strolled through the Garden of Eden. It was difficult to imagine that where Hassan was, an arid desert had once existed. The fairy trembled in a mixture of fear and enthralling excitement as she looked upon the door and the rhino. The black flame phoenix and green Kirin were the same. They looked envious of the rhino, wishing they were the ones in its stead. The metal door finally opened in its entirety. Hansen frantically tried to see what was there, but he couldn't see anything. He could see something faint, but nothing with vivid detail. He believed he had seen a human body exit the blur behind the door frame. Are there humans inside there? Hansen was gobsmacked, not expecting a human to exit such a curiously hidden metal door. But Hansen could not be entirely sure that whatever had come out was indeed a human. The details were scant, and it was only the being's humanoid shape he could make out. The shadow of a person drew closer and closer, and it really did seem to be the figure of a human. But the energy it released was terrifying. It was oppressive, and it gave Hansen the feeling that he should kowtow before it. Gazing at it with his lowly human eyes, Hansen was stricken with the feeling that his actions were blasphemous and that he wasn't worthy of the sight. Many creatures, like the black phoenix, green Kirin, and fairy were all on the ground. They trembled, not daring to steal a single look. Boom! The shadow departed the emptiness, with 1 foot outside the door. Hansen forced himself to take a closer look at the door, and he saw a leg plated in black metal. It looked frighteningly powerful, and it gave the feeling that the leg would crack the world asunder if it ever touched the ground. Quickly, the body exited the door in full, and Hansen was now able to see it clearly. It was a man clad in black armor. He looked cold, but handsome. He looked hallowed. All that his eyes saw would have been inconsequential to him. His body possessed a horrid aura, one that suggested all who looked upon him should cower in fear. Even the rhino, that was standing still the entire time, lowered its head at his coming. Hansen was shocked at what he was seeing and knew that person could not be a true human. Hansen saw black wings on his back, and they weren't beast souls. They looked to be a part of him. Is it a spirit? Hansen was amazed at this entire turn of events, but he still had to question how a spirit could be that powerful. Compared to this thing, Light Son of God had the presence of a bug. "Will you follow me along the path of evolution?" the man said with a cold tone of voice, looking at the rhino. "Roof," the rhino responded to the man. Then, it began flying towards the metal door. Hovering beside the man, it turned around to look at the desert as if it was going to miss the place. The man had a smile, and then he brought the rhino to leave. He casually looked around and seemed surprised. Just as he was preparing to lead the rhino through the door, he scanned the creatures on the ground. Hansen could suddenly feel that the man's eyes were aimed at him, and there was no chance of him being mistaken about that. Oh, no. Why would I even bother looking at him? This man is bringing whoever he wants. Even super creatures would not dare look at him. It seems all I ever do is look for trouble. Hansen wanted to slap himself. Earlier, things seemed to be proceeding without trouble for him. But Hansen realized his foolishness in looking the man's way, and now, the mysterious man had him in his sights. Hansen felt incredibly nervous. If he could have run away, he would have done so in a heartbeat. But he wasn't the only one still pinned down to the ground, as the fairy, Black Flame Phoenix, and Green Kirin were, too. Hansen's chance of escape was slimmer than ever. After seeing Hansen where he lay, the man looked upon him with interest. With a finger, he pointed at him. A black laser beam fell on Hansen's head. Oh, no. Is this it? Am I going to die? Hansen used all his strength to try to dodge out of the way, but try as he might, he could not move an inch. Boom! The beam of light struck Hansen's head, and his heart felt cold for a second. It's karma. I've been smacking people's heads all my life. Now, it is my turn to be smacked in the head. Maybe I deserve this, but if I don't have a head, will anyone be able to recognize who I am when my body is discovered? That's to assume my body will remain intact. With all these creatures around, I'll be chow in no time. I doubt even my bones will remain. Can I not even tell my family goodbye? Hansen felt so sad in his heart. But it was then like nothing happened. The beam of light did not crush his skull, as expected. He felt no pain at all. It was as if the beam of light was nothing but an illusion. You are my man. The man lifted his lips as he spoke, then turned around and departed beyond the metal door. The holy rhino followed him inside, and then the door shut. As slowly as it first appeared, it now disappeared into nothingness. Hansen was finally able to move, and the first thing he did was quickly touch his head. Much to his relief, his head was firm, warm, and whole. He was super pleased, and so he thought, my head is still here. Yay! I am not dead. But a second later, he spared no time for celebration. He summoned his golden roarer, and with the fairy alongside, rode over to the sand crater. It wasn't just Hansen who went there either. All the creatures, Black Flame Phoenix and Green Kirin included, raced forward. There were some bones and flesh that had been left behind by the rhino. It was the meat of a top super creature, and clearly the aim of everyone's desire. The black flame phoenix and green Kirin sprinted there, firing flame and thunder as they went. Any creature that attempted to steal from them, they killed mercilessly. Hansen had the little angel and fairy to protect him, however. And quickly, he leapt towards the mound of flesh. He summoned his death knell and lobbed it into the blood. An idea then sprang upon Hansen, and he chucked the gourd in there, too. Although he didn't know whether or not it would have an effect, this was a remarkably unique opportunity, and he didn't want to let this chance pass him by. The black flame phoenix and green Kirin jumped towards the meat and began devouring it as best they could. Although they ate like mad, they still managed to incinerate anything that came close. The fairy took the time to grab a bite to eat, too. Her little mouth worked incredibly quickly to gobble down decent chunks of meat. The little angel had her fair share, as well. So, Hansen then summoned Meowth and let it dine on some. Hansen was currently regretting his decision to leave the silver fox behind. If that little silver black hole was here, it would be in ecstasy at the prospect of all this food. The rhino was incredibly large. Even though those two monsters were slaughtering creatures, others were able to join in and eat from afar. Hansen lay on the ground to have a sip of the blood, but after giving it a taste, quickly spat it all out. The blood was like acid, and it almost melted his entire mouth and tongue. What is this? Can only creatures consume this? Hansen was disheartened, seeing all the other creatures jovially eat to their heart's content. The little angel had no problem either. It was only Hansen who was not able to take part in eating the rhino's remains. Hansen did not want to give up so easily, however. Instead of trying to drink the blood, he grabbed a chunk of meat and bit into it. It tasted like lime, and it burnt his mouth fiercely. Quickly, he spat it all out. Holy smokes! What is happening? Hansen's heart was incredibly sad, and his inability to eat the meat drove him nuts. Suddenly, Hansen remembered a tear had fallen from the rhino. The tear seemed as if it had solidified, and he wondered if it was still there. From what Hansen could recall, it fell into the pool of blood. He snuck over to where he had seen it fall and rummaged around for it. If it did not melt, then it had to still be there. After a while, his hands touched something circular. With a quick rebound of joy and excitement, he pulled it up. It was indeed the rhino's teardrop. It was transparent, and about the size of a fist. Although it came out of the blood, it hadn't been stained by it. Strange, considering Hansen's hand was all mucky with the blood it had been submerged in. It was fortunate he was wearing beast soul armor, too. If he wasn't, he imagined his skin would have all melted away by now. Hansen held the tear and felt a lot of energy coursing around inside it. The item itself felt incredibly holy. Merely holding it soothed his being, as if being in its proximity cleansed him. Now this is some good stuff. Hansen was ecstatic, and he carefully pocketed the tear. Hansen pulled out a bag and placed some meat inside it, so he could offer it to the silver fox when he returned. He couldn't let the silver fox, the creature that loved to eat so much, go without this sort of food. Of course, Hansen also harbored the desire to see the silver fox grow up a little faster. An adult silver fox was sure to be incredibly powerful, and if it never grew up, his investment in the little creature would have been a waste. The corpse of the holy rhino was expansive, but after the vast swathe of creatures came together to eat it, it didn't last long. Soon, all the blood had been consumed. Hansen picked up his gourd from the wet sand, and it appeared to have been dyed red, and it had a much more attractive look to it. Naturally, Hansen assumed it had indeed absorbed much blood. The blue bell, on the other hand, was adorned with a number of red etchings of a variety of different symbols. Hansen was unable to discern what they meant, however. Meowth had stuffed its belly full, and it was incredibly bloated. With its beach ball-shaped stomach, all it could do was lie on the ground and gasp for breath. The fairy ate more slowly than the rest, but she looked to be finishing up. The little angel, on the other hand, had finished long before. Hansen collected a lot of meat, and seeing that the meat had almost all been eaten, he did not want to linger. Clutching his bag, he called out to the fairy and told her they should return. But the fairy did not yet want to go, and she continued eating. Still, Hansen did not wait around for her. He ignored her desire to remain and departed with the little angel. But the other creatures had taken notice of the bag Hansen possessed, and they quickly took off after him. They did not pose much of a threat, however, and through the combined forces of himself and the little angel, they were not burdened with much trouble in their departure. Hansen returned to where he had left Zhou, and was relieved to see that they had not moved. Turning around to take a look at the place he had just been to, which was 100 miles away, he saw that it really had become a verdant expanse of green and multicolored flowers. The silver fox, seeing Hansen approach, took off in a speedy run to greet him. Hansen reached out his hand to grab the silver fox, but the silver fox dodged right past it and went for the bag instead. He leapt up, tore the bag open, and began to gobble up the meat Hansen had risked his life to bring him. Feeling slightly awkward, Hansen pulled his hand back inconspicuously. He looked around with red cheeks and cleared his throat. His heart, however, reacted differently. What a heartless bastard. He senses meat and cares not for the master that painstakingly lugged it all the way over here. Little Orange came over to the pile of meat, as well. It leapt around joyously but was not so rude as to eat the meat without permission. Hansen began to think how Little Orange might one day prove useful, too. Wanting to form a greater bond with the creature, he grabbed a slab of meat and fed it to the kitty. Little Orange excitedly jumped around and then began to devour the meat ecstatically. What happened out there? Why did so many creatures head that way? And why did it suddenly become a grassy oasis? Zhou ran over to Hansen and asked inquisitively. The white rhino died. The creatures came over to devour its corpse. I managed to collect some of its meat on my return. Hansen did not indulge her with the details of what had transpired, as it was too strange and curious. He'd keep it a secret for now and deliberate the events some more. But intel like this was something valuable, and it was the sort of information you could sell for a high price. He wouldn't tell anybody willy-nilly. This is the rhino's flesh? When Zhou heard what the meat was, she looked surprised. Then, she took a moment of silence for the deceased creature. After that, she popped back into her bubbly self and asked, "Oh, big brother dearest, might I request some of that flesh?" Zhou knew that the rhino was something special. Sacred blood creatures could not compare with it, she knew that very well. The flesh of such a beast had to be something quite remarkable. If Hansen had agreed to give Little Orange a slab, she thought he'd most certainly provide her with one or two. You can eat, yes. But first, you must sign this. Sign this, and you can eat as much as you want. Hansen pulled out an IOU form. Fine, whatever. Zhou had already accumulated much debt while traveling with Han Senator. After a brief scan of the document, and not seeing anything particularly trapping, she hastily signed it. After signing it, she happily ran towards the bag of meat in the belief she had earned herself quite the prize, and for a small price, too. Not often could you purchase such incredible flesh. But when Zhou took a bite, her face turned green and she spat it all out. She ran back to Hansen and pointed her finger at him, shouting, "You lied to me. This isn't the white rhino's meat." "I did not lie. If you don't believe me, why don't you go ask your precious Little Orange? Don't you see him there, eating it so merrily? If it isn't the white rhino's meat, why else would it keep eating?" Hansen pointed to Little Orange and offered his explanation. Zhou thought Hansen might have been right, as Little Orange rarely ate sacred blood meat. That meat must have been quite special for Little Orange to go crazy for it. But. With her tongue unable to find words of retort, she closed her mouth. Seeing the evil smile on Hansen's face, however, she understood what had happened. Madly, she tried her best to get back the IOU form and said, "You lied to me. You knew I wouldn't be able to eat the meat, and you still got me to sign this IOU form anyway. That's entrapment. Give it back." "Excuse me? I never lied to you once. I didn't sell it to you, either. You begged me for it. How could you make this my sinister deed?" Han-sen was not willing to give it back, so he pocketed the IOU. Zhou Yumei was not willing to let the paper go so easily, though. As she tried to get it back, Han-sen grabbed her by the wrist. He spun her around and she fell backwards against him. And then, her firm round bottom was pushing against his front. Han-sen smacked the meaty buttocks, and Zhou Yumei tripped forward a few steps while grabbing them in defense. Her mind was a vortex of anger and embarrassment, and all she could do was look back at him with fiery eyes. She didn't dare approach. Zhou Yumei no longer wanted to provoke Han-sen, so she decided to move and package much of the meat for Little Orange to eat exclusively. As she did this, Han-sen grabbed her clothes. "What are you doing?" Zhou Yumei demanded angrily. "You stole the words right out of my mouth. What are you doing, moving my meat?" Han-sen raised his lips. "I bought your meat, didn't I? I can do whatever I want with it," Zhou Yumei said in return. "I said that you can eat as much as you want. I never said anything about taking it. Takeaway buffets don't exist for a reason, you know." Han-sen laughed as he spoke. "You, asshole. Little Orange, bite him." Zhou Yumei gritted her teeth and bid for Little Orange to commit an act of revenge on her behalf. Little Orange ran towards Han-sen, but he just stood there unmoving. Within a second, Little Orange leapt onto him. Meow. When Little Orange leapt in front of Han-sen, he landed gently. With his fluffy head, he brushed against Han-sen multiple times. He meowed all the while. "Good boy." Han-sen stroked Little Orange's head and provided him with another slice of meat. This made Little Orange extremely happy, and he kept on meowing at Han-sen's side. Zhou Yumei was furious and her head almost exploded with rage. "Traitor. Little Orange, you traitor. How can you let this terrible man buy your love?" "What traitor?" Like a little darling sparrow selecting a tree to settle down in, kitties know which master they should settle for. Han-sen spoke his bit in a boisterous, cocky manner, and he stroked Little Orange as he did so. Han-sen knew Little Orange wasn't being nice, however. He knew as soon as the meat was gone, he'd run back to be with Zhou Yumei. But here in this boring desert, he didn't mind taking the time and effort to get her all flustered. Zhou Yumei was speechless, despite her fuming anger. Suddenly, she calmed, though. She pointed at Han-sen's forehead and started laughing, saying, "I'm a good girl. I won't fight with men. And I especially won't do it with you, who is half a man and half a woman. How old are you, huh? And you're using rouge on your forehead? I'm not going to fight someone like that." "What rouge?" Han-sen's heart jumped. Quickly, he touched his forehead. Han-sen touched his forehead and felt nothing. It was smooth and free from wrinkles, like usual. But Zhou Yumei's face did not look like she was telling him a lie. Han-sen pulled out a mirror from his pack, the one that was used for the beetle night, and had a look. Han-sen's face dropped. On his forehead, between his eyebrows, there was a single red dot. He tried to rub it away, but it was as if it had been branded. No matter how much he scrubbed, it wouldn't go away. Han-sen took a closer look. The red dot was on the surface of his skin, but it was as stubborn as if it was embedded within. Removing it any time soon didn't seem likely. Quickly, Han-sen ran his Danxian Sutra to see if there was anything wrong with his body. To his relief, there were no problems and everything seemed to be normal. Then what is this exactly? Han-sen then thought about the spirit that had stepped from beyond that metal door and the things it had said. As soon as his mind reflected upon those events, an uneasy feeling began to swell. But he wasn't too worried yet. The spirit could have killed him if it wanted to, so it was clear he wasn't on the chopping block yet. But it upset Hansen to know that he had received a seemingly permanent mark upon his forehead. If I am guessing this correctly, that spirit must have come from the third shelter. The holy rhino must have been taken there. But why would he stop to place a mark on me? Hansen frowned, unable to figure out what had happened. Right now, Hansen wanted to be gone from the Black Desert once and for all. He was burning with inquisitiveness, so he wanted to return to civilization and get to asking about the third shelter. He wouldn't be able to learn a single thing from his current location. Hansen had not previously been in a hurry to learn about the third shelter since he had no immediate connection to the place, and it would be a while before he went there. But now things were different. A scorching desire had taken root in his heart. He wanted to know what the secret of third shelter looked like. For miles around him, as far as his eyes could see, there was only a sweltering desert. There was not a single shelter to be found. He couldn't do anything from where he was right now, so all he could do was stick to what he had been doing so far. Half a day later the fairy caught up with them and flew around Hansen with a look of excitement. He didn't pay her much heed, however. He remained seated on the golden roarer and played with the rhino's crystallized tear. He cast his Dongxian Sutra to see if he could absorb it. But the Dongxian Sutra did not work as expected, despite his simulation of the rhino's energy flow. There was a different reaction. The tear in his hand melted into a holy water of sorts, which soaked into his body. As curious as this was, he did not receive a geno increase announcement. This disappointed him. But the tear was like a holy light that cleansed his every cell. His skin began to peel, as dirt rose to the surface and was thrown away. After this process began, Hansen could peel large films of his skin away. It was as if he was shedding, and every time he removed some of his old, now dead skin, more dirt would appear and be cleansed away. After doing this 4 times, his body was put at great ease and a comfort he never knew existed. Now he felt as if he had previously suffered a flu and a wretchedly stuffed nose to go along with it. But now, he had fully healed. His nose was clear, and he could breathe unlike ever before. This really is some good stuff. Hansen was surprised, feeling as if his body had just been reborn. The tear's effectiveness was incredible. This was the tear that fell from the rhino's eyes while it was evolving. It possessed a nirvanic power, and through this energy he had absorbed from the rhino's teardrop, he felt reborn. Even if he took the fruit of the cactus and ate it, he thought the tear he had received was a far greater item. Although this holy tear of nirvana did not increase Hansen's gene number, it strengthened them. The quality of genes always exceeded the quantity. His existential tear might not have risen, but such a task was something that would take a long time to do. It was something Hansen was prepared for, anyway. Hansen's dirt and old skin continued to peel, and his body performed this cycle 10 times before stopping. This did not take place over the course of one day, however. But after he was finished, his body was heavy. Everything in his vision blurred, and his prior ease of breathing became a struggle. He felt as if the atmosphere had been consumed by smog or dust. Hansen was surprised. It felt like when he became an evolver, and he was staying in the first shelter. It was that sort of feeling, but not quite as strong. Luckily, my body hasn't evolved enough to be excluded from the second shelter. If it did, that would be terrible. If I was excluded, I would have to become a surpasser before reaching the third shelter. Hansen sighed, and then continued to think, sometimes, I cannot just randomly eat whatever I desire. This tear is far beyond what I expected. It is too powerful. It exceeds what is normally offered by super creatures. Although his fitness did not increase, his first gene lock was blown wide open. And that came as a shock. Although he hadn't reached a fitness of 300 and become a celestial being, he could already unleash his true power. This made him exuberantly happy. It was a shame Zhou Yume was with him, because he fancied giving his new powers a spin. Good men always receive good rewards. Hansen could not stop repeating this phrase to himself. If others knew what he was thinking, he'd be viewed with disdain. The truth was, he had never done nor thought of performing a good deed. Hansen continued riding through the sweltering badlands of the Black Desert in boredom. Seeking to occupy his mind, he decided to research the white rhino's energy flow a bit more. The rhino was incredibly strong, so its energy flow couldn't have been that bad. Therefore, Hansen wanted to try it. Hansen then found out that the holy light did not lend itself to any act of aggression. The holy light could heal wounds and provide impressive remedial effects, but it couldn't be used for attacks. Small wounds could be immediately healed by the light, but the overall, future effectiveness would depend on the individual's level. He didn't have enough fitness right now, and his energy was nowhere near as impressive as the rhino's. As such, any holy light he simulated would not be as strong. Still, this satisfied Hansenator living in this world was unpredictable, and things could change in a heartbeat. If there was ever a crisis, and medical aid was needed but could not be found, this skill would prove incredibly valuable. After walking for a dozen days, his eyes met with the sight of the Gobi Desert and a nearby mountain. This made Hansen and Zhou Yumei incredibly happy, for they had now, at long last, exited the Black Desert. Hansen quickened their pace and desire for a shelter. He wanted to return to the Alliance and find out all he could about the third shelter. Hansen and Zhou Yumei began crossing the mountain, and not long after, they stumbled across another human. Zhou Yumei almost leapt for joy. "Bad guy. You can't threaten me anymore," Zhou Yumei said to Hansen in a mocking tone, after asking the fellow if there were any shelters around. She then bounced up and down in childish glee. "Once we arrive, prepare the sum of money you owe me. I have the stack of IOUs here, sealed and signed. Don't even think about trying to duck and dodge your way out of paying me," Hansen coldly said. Zhou Yumei stuck out her tongue at Hansen and turned in a huff to walk in the direction of the shelter. "You're just walking off like that?" Hansen stopped Zhou Yumei. "Well, what else can I do?" Zhou Yumei asked, with apparent confusion. "You can go, but if you keep Little Orange in a shelter, aren't you afraid of others seeking to kill him?" Hansen said. "What is there for me to worry about? Even I know nothing can compete with Little Orange," Zhou Yumei said, as she proudly patted Little Orange's head. "You're suggesting you will allow Little Orange to go around murdering people in the shelter?" Hansen asked. Zhou Yumei frowned and said, "Well, what else am I supposed to do? I can establish a camp here, and you can allow Little Orange to remain." Hansen retrieved his tent from the pack's lining golden growler, and erected it. After setting it up, Hansen told Little Orange, the silver fox, and the little fairy to stay inside. All those who could not be teleported would remain. Then he summoned Steel Prince and commanded that he stay behind to guard the camp, as well. If anyone drew near, the Steel Prince could parley with them to prevent their approach. If people would not heed what the spirit told them, what happened next was not something Hansen could be held accountable for. If someone had a death wish, then that was on them. After setting up everything, Hansen led Zhou Yumei to the human shelter. It was only a small night shelter of little renown, but they were told that a few hundred miles past it rested another shelter that was grand in size. That one was a royal shelter. It undoubtedly served as a hub for countless other humans. Hansen and Zhou Yumei were in a rush to get there. Without stopping anyone else for information, they journeyed to the shelter as quickly as they could so they could teleport back to the Alliance. When he returned, Hansen called Ji Yanran to inform her that he had been safe in his absence. They talked for a while, and during their discussion, Hansen made sure to ask about the third god's sanctuary. "Wait for me in your room, I'll bring Annie along with me. This is not an appropriate subject to be discussed on a communicator." Ji Yanran then hung up. Not long after, Ji Yanran visited Hansen's room with Annie in tow. After Hansen greeted them at the entry, and had them take a seat, Ji Yanran turned to speak to Annie. Annie, tell Hansen about the situation in the third god sanctuary. Annie looked at Hansen and with a muddled expression, said, the reason why the Alliance prevents surpassers from discussing the third god sanctuary is because we are the lowest tier of the third god sanctuary inhabitants. The real masters of the third god sanctuary are spirits, and they rule the place. No way. Shouldn't there be 1,000,000 human surpassers living there? Hansen was shocked at this revelation. There are 1,000,000, yes. But they are lost and scattered across the third god sanctuary. Encountering another human is rare, and you'd be fortunate to encounter just one in a journey that spans the distance between 10 shelters. If you ascended to enter the third god sanctuary, and ended up arriving at a human shelter, it would be like winning the lottery. Annie explained the situation emotionlessly. That's pretty grim, Hansen said with a wry smile. Annie suddenly gave a complicated smile and said, grim? You think that's grim? That's not the half of it. When humans enter the third god sanctuary, they are all sent to a shelter. If they don't end up at a human shelter, you know where they end up, don't you? Spirit shelters? How is that possible? Hansen's eyes opened wide, unable to comprehend what such a scene might look like. In the third god sanctuary, even ordinary creatures could be celestial beings, and even the lowest tier of spirit shelters would be packed to the gills with spirits and creatures. Any human who arrived in the third god sanctuary to be greeted by such horror would be doomed. It would be impossible for them to resist such power. No wonder so many people choose not to move to the third god sanctuary, then. Going there sounds very much like a death sentence. The 1,000,000 evolvers surviving there must be fiercely strong. Hansen had a wry smile. Strong? Again, I must tell you that you are wrong. They bring shame to the human race, Annie coldly said. Why? What is the issue? Hansen was too lazy to think about what she was implying, so he asked her to spell it all out. Eking out a living for yourself in the third god sanctuary can only be done in 3 different ways. First, you might end up being sent to a bottom-tier spirit shelter. Spirits and creatures roam there, but if you can escape, then you live. Secondly, you can be sent to a human shelter and be safe from the get-go. Annie stopped for a moment, but then continued by saying, as tough as the first option may be, the second one is by no means easy to achieve. Human shelters are a rarity. Compared to the countless spirit shelters, the number humans own is very small. It is rare to end up at ordinary spirit shelters too, due to most having been destroyed by competing spirits. When conquered, they aren't taken over. They are put into ruin and left like so. Inferior shelters are quickly overcome by greater ones. You mentioned 3 different possibilities. Hansen frowned, understanding the third had to be the most important. Yes, there is one other option. And that is to concede to the rule of spirits. You can sign a contract with them, pledging allegiance and fealty to their rule. A forfeiture of your life, as it were, Annie calmly said. Hansen's reaction, however, was anything but. He was aghast. That was why the Alliance didn't make the situation there known to others. In the third god sanctuary, humans are made slaves, more often than not. All I can assuredly tell you is, if you do end up at a bottom-tier spirit shelter, then congratulations. You'll most likely live. They are interracial, and if you do sign a contract with those, you will be treated as a fair member of their society. Only if it was a higher-class shelter might you be offered a contract to submit yourself to slavery. And if you cannot provide the resources they task you with obtaining or that they first desire upon your arrival, then you may not even be granted the mercy of being their thrall. They will slay you without hesitation. Annie didn't talk anymore, but Hansen was beginning to get a fair grasp on the complexity of the situation in the third god sanctuary. Through this discussion, one thing was clarified for Hansen, though. When that spirit brought the rhino to the third god sanctuary, it must have espied the power within Hansen and thus marked him. In the future, it would most likely bring Hansen with it, also. Of course, it was only a mark. It wasn't as if a genuine contract had been signed. Contracts were only signed if both parties agreed. I wonder what class that spirit is. If it can come over to the second god's sanctuary and give the rhino a lift home with it, its level cannot be that low, Hansen thought deeply, not wanting to become the slave of some spirit. Still, signing a contract with a spirit is not all bad. There may be benefits to such a thing, Ji Yanran said. What benefits would there be? Hansen asked with surprise. Spirit gene. Ji Yanran slowly spoke out both words. Spirit genes? You can obtain genes by eating spirits? Hansen's eyes opened wide, as this was the first time he had ever heard about something like this. Ji Yanran laughed and said, No. You can't get gene points from eating spirits. Eating spirits is pointless. Hansen did not respond, and quietly waited for Ji Yanran's explanation instead. The differences between the second god's sanctuary and the third god's sanctuary were too big. Annie, you should explain this. Ji Yanran could not explain it herself as she hadn't been to the third god's sanctuary, thus, she feared she couldn't describe it as efficiently as she might like. Annie nodded and said, The first god's sanctuary and second god's sanctuary require you to kill creatures in order to increase your fitness. In the third god's sanctuary, aside from fitness, you must also open your gene locks. There are two ways to unlock gene locks. First is through the hyper-geno art you learn. When your fitness gets stronger, and you practice more and more with the same skill, you can unlock higher tiers of your gene lock. This method requires the geno points of creatures. The higher your fitness is, the higher the chance you have of unlocking a gene lock. It also has something to do with your hyper-geno art. Some skills have 3 to 4 locks, whereas others have 8 to 9. Annie took a small break before continuing. Then, she said, the second method of unlocking a gene lock is to get spirit geno points from a spirit. If one spirit has unlocked 3 of its gene locks, you can receive 100 spirit geno points off them. This will allow you to unlock 1 gene lock. It takes 300 spirit geno points to unlock 3 locks. The power you get from unlocking gene locks will be the same as spirits receive. Your element and hyper-geno art does not matter. So, let me get this straight, if a spirit has unlocked 9 gene locks, and grants me 900 gene points, that means I can be an elite with 9 open gene locks. Hansen was shocked by this vat of information he was receiving. That's how it is supposed to work, yes. But even if the spirit gave you a spirit geno point, you would need a fitness level capable of receiving that power. If it is too low, your body won't be able to contain the power. Your body will break down if it unlocks too many gene locks at once, Ji Yanran explained. Spirit geno points are important to spirits, mind you. They won't randomly dish them out to humans, Annie added. So, how can I obtain these spirit geno points? Hansen asked. You sign a contract with a spirit and become a member of their shelter's society. If you perform well, they can reward you with a fair amount of these spirit geno points. Annie looked at Hansen with a pause in her speech, but then continued by saying, Of course, if you are powerful enough, then you can take a spirit stone. If the spirit does not self-destruct and instead accepts you as its new master, you can command the spirit to provide you with all its spirit geno points. But spirits would rarely accept masters in the third god's sanctuary, and the possibility of that happening is extremely low. And furthermore, low-level spirits aren't very useful. The tiers they can aid you in unlocking are too low, Ji Yanran said. Would spirits really provide humans with spirit geno points? Hansen doubted this statement, finding it difficult to believe spirits were truly willing to provide humans, a different race, spirit geno points. They do, if you assign a contract with them and accept the spirit as your master. In the eyes of spirits, humans are no greater than the creatures they generally command. They will treat you as they do creatures, and the spirits treat creatures as they do you. They provide creatures with spirit geno points. But the higher tier spirits make it harder for you to obtain their spirit geno points. That being said, some humans have been known to unlock 8 of their gene locks with spirit geno points. Can a spirit in the second god sanctuary provide humans with spirit geno points? Hansen asked. In the second god sanctuary, no such creature exists right now. But people have theorized if a spirit had the same strength as a super creature, they might indeed have spirit geno points. But 1 gene lock is most likely the max they can provide, and that isn't worth very much. And humans will most likely be unable to obtain a spirit of such power here, anyway, Ji Yanran answered. Spirit geno points can grant you powers unlike any you've ever had. But improving your own body to sustain such power is just as important. After all, the spirit geno points don't originally belong to you. You only make use of the powers they provide, you don't own and command the distribution of spirit geno points. Unlocking gene locks through your own strength is better, overall. Their tolerance and harmony with your body would be far more fitting. True elites always depend on the powers they have earned themselves. They unlock gene locks by channeling their own strength, Annie elaborated. After talking to Annie and Ji Yanran, Hansen had now learned a lot more about the basic structure of the third god's sanctuary. Although the power obtained from spirit geno points wasn't perfect, it could be considered a shortcut. Assuming he could cut a few corners and obtain such powers in a quicker manner as she was suggesting, Hansen was fond of the idea. With stronger powers, Hansen could kill creatures with greater ease and subsequently improve his own power through himself. There was nothing preventing such a thing. But if you wanted spirit geno points, you would have to sign a contract with a spirit. If you didn't, they wouldn't provide you with any. There were many pros and cons to weigh when it came to the signing of such a contract. Ordinary humans didn't really have much in the way of choice, and they were forced to sign such contracts. I wonder what level the spirit that took the rhino was. Hansen thought to himself. During Hansen's time back in the Alliance, Councilman Zhou contacted the Ji family. He and his family were incredibly appreciative of Hansen's effort to lead his daughter safely out of the Black Desert. In return, they sent them many expensive gifts. Ji Yanran was shocked upon seeing the lucrative gift list. She laughed and said, "It looks like Zhou Yumei is quite important in her family. I don't think this appreciation stems from her position in the family. I'd wager they're more concerned with her ownership of a pet super creature. If it grows up, it'd be incredibly powerful and that would indeed assert her as a prominent figure." Hansen then proceeded to tell Ji Yanran the story of Hansen's meeting and subsequent adventure with Zhou Yumei and Little Orange. Is such a thing possible? This is a big opportunity, I have to provide my family with this information. Ji Yanran and Annie had their eyes wide open. If you like pets, I can give you one. Hansen laughed. Annie rolled her eyes, not believing what Hansen told her. The child of a super creature would be incredibly powerful, and raising one was sure to be harder than killing one. Zhou Yumei was just incredibly lucky, she assumed. Achieving ownership of one would be no easy task. Hansen was preparing to go out when he received a message saying he should expect another visitor. When Hansen heard this, he frowned. Visitors weren't permitted there, so he thought it was strange to hear someone was coming to see him. Who might it be, I wonder? Hansen had a few guesses, but he couldn't count on any. Ordinary people were not allowed to enter the base, so he made his way to the reception area. There, he saw a beautiful woman sitting. He couldn't tell her age, but he knew this was a woman he had never seen before. "You are Little Son?" When the woman saw Hansen, she greeted him with great enthusiasm and a warm smile. "I am Han Senator, who are you?" Hansen frowned when he heard the woman call him Little Senior. "I am your aunt." The woman seemed surprised at Hansen asking this. "Aunt?" Hansen was shocked, never before hearing that he had aunt. "Didn't Sister Lan tell you that she has a little sister?" "That is heartbreaking for me to hear. I was just an orphan, picked and raised by my grandfather. I treated your mother as a true sister. I can hardly believe she never mentioned me before." The woman looked genuinely upset, almost as if tears were ready to burst from her eyes. Who are you? Hansen frowned. Understanding her identity in the family meant nothing to him. His mother said she never wanted to get involved with the Luo family. She wouldn't even let Hansen learn the Luo family skill. Although she never explained why, Hansen trusted her and the reasons she must have had. As such, Hansen never bothered trying to contact the Luo family. You are so cold. It is no wonder you are Sister Lan's son. The woman smiled, and the sadness in her eyes had vanished. The change was sudden and quite jarring. If there is nothing else for you to say, then I'll be leaving now. Hansen turned around and prepared to make his exit. But the woman's hands were like lightning. She threw her finger in Hansen's direction. Before it reached Hansen, he felt its great power suddenly approaching his body. It was thinner than a needle and sharper than a blade, and its power was so great it instantly broke Hansen's combat suit. Hansen was shocked, not expecting the woman to attack him here, of all places. It was fortunate Hansen reacted quickly. He fired his elephant disc punch to collide with the incoming hit. Dong! Hansen took a few steps back and hit the wall. His finger was cut so deep, the bone inside was on display. Eh? You didn't learn falsified Sky Sutra? The woman looked at Hansen with great surprise. If he had learned it, he would have been able to counter her attack. Hansen was about to get angry, but upon hearing what she asked him, inquired, what falsified Sky Sutra? Hansen racked his mind as if to recall something. Then, he asked, wait, are you the one who gave me that unknown hyper-geno art? The woman shook her head and said, I sent it to you, but it was a gift given to you by your great-grandfather. Why did you not take the time to learn it? I am not learning something from an unknown source, Hansen coldly replied. Well, it is no longer an unknown source. I hope you take the time to learn it in the near future. The woman felt awkward, coming here to test Hansen's progress with the skill. She had not expected him to have not bothered with it, at all. If it's from the Luo family, then that means I'll definitely not learn it, Hansen coldly said. Why? The woman frowned, looking at Senator. His answer had actually surprised her. Because my mother wants no involvement with your family. You have received the answer to your question, now you can leave. Hansen gave her a stern, cold look. If his mom did not want him to engage with the Luo family just as she herself didn't, then going against her wishes was the last thing he would do. He didn't want to worry her. And Hansen didn't think it was necessary to learn falsified Sky Sutra, anyway. Dongshan Sutra and Blood Pulse were better than it, after all. Do you have any idea what you're missing out on? There are only 5 hyper-geno arts that have 10 gene locks available to open. Falsified Sky Sutra is one of them. The woman stared at Hansen. So what? Hansen asked her. The woman laughed in response, saying, it looks like you really don't have any idea what you're missing out on. If you don't practice falsified Sky Sutra, then you aren't a member of our family. You don't have the necessary qualifications to join Godslayer's shelter. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you not get the memo? My surname is Han. And Godslayer's shelter has nothing to do with me. I have no interest in joining there. And to add to that, I don't think falsified Sky Sutra is all that impressive, Hansen told her coldly. Hearing Hansen's last few words, the smile quickly vanished from her face. With a chilling voice she said, you are just like Sister Lan. You are so selfish and conceited. You don't care about anyone else, do you? As your aunt, I should really teach you a lesson. Do you have any idea where you are? Hansen raised his lips. Wherever I am is a place of my own, Luoli said. Then, she moved her body to begin attacking Hansen. Her fingers were like razor blades, shredding the very air. An invisible force was headed Hansen's way, moving at a blisteringly quick pace. Hansen saw it coming, so he simulated the bone elephant's energy flow. Elephants trumpeted inside him once more, and his body turned the color of jade. He raised his fist and punched the incoming force. Pang! It sounded like glass being shattered. Luo Li's expression turned to one of shock in response, not expecting Han Sen's fist skills to have developed so strongly. She never expected him to be able to dwarf the power of the falsified Sky Sutra. It was just a random punch of hers, but Han Sen had managed to crush it. And this surprised her. Luo Li was strangely confident in her falsified Sky Sutra, however, and she wouldn't allow Han Sen to resist her powers. They were both evolvers. Luo Li did not believe herself to be invincible, but she didn't believe anyone could beat her if they had not learned the falsified Sky Sutra. In Luo Li's eyes, she thought only Luo Lan had sufficient power to beat her. She always considered her sister to be her greatest opponent and greatest target. She could not allow herself to lose against her son, and she would not allow herself to lose against someone who had not even bothered to practice the falsified Sky Sutra. An invisible power burst forth from her. Her hair waved like a madwoman's, floating in the air. Her hands became like blades, swinging towards Han Sen. The invisible power was like an indestructible blade. It sliced through the air as it traveled towards Han Sen. Luo Li's hands did not stop moving, as if she were a frenzied witch. Her hands became the invisible blades, attacking Han Sen without a single glimmer of restraint. Han Sen did not move an inch. Half of his body crackled and sparked with looming thunder, whereas his other half chimed like a bell. When the invisible blade storm was about to strike Han Sen, he threw out his fist. The combined powers of sonic and lightning channeled through his fist to form an orb of light in the palm of his hand. It grew into a silver sun and exploded out towards Luo Li with the break of deafening thunder. Crack! The invisible blade storm was like glass, as Han Sen's power shattered its cohesion and nullified its threat. As the lightning coursed through the air, a chilling noise sounded at the same time. The energy flow of Han Sen's attacker was distorted, which disabled her from gathering the composure needed to effectively dodge the incoming danger. Boom! Right before the lightning looked set to strike Luo Li, she summoned Beast Soul Armor. The armor and clothes underneath were incinerated by the wretched power possessed by the lightning. Pang! Luo Li's body was sent flying backwards into the wall of the reception area. Her mouth heaved blood as her burnt, tattered garments scattered messily across the room. Only a scrap or two clung to her body, smoldering. Nothing happened next. There was no counterattack, she just sat on the floor, staring at Han Sen with a ghastly look wrought by her disbelief over what had just transpired. She never believed she could lose to Han Sen, let alone to lose so quickly and badly. She found it just as hard to accept that she had been beaten by someone who had not learned the falsified Sky Sutra, as well. No way, no way. Luo Li's lips were oozing blood, as she sat there, muttering indiscernibly to herself, incapable of accepting the sudden defeat. Is that all you've got? Han Sen looked down on Luo Li. He removed his coat and handed it to her. As he turned around to exit the reception area, he said, "Leave. Neither I, nor my mother, have any interest in being a part of the Luo family anymore." Luo Li heard what Han Sen said and her body shook. As this happened, her mind stumbled back into the past. Is that all you've got? She had heard these words spoken to her many times while she was growing up. That proud and beautiful lady said the same thing to her every time she was defeated by her hands. Luo Li despised that sentence. And she held a further disgust for her pretty face. But now she was hearing it from someone else, and in a cruel twist of irony, that person was her son. Impossible. Impossible. He didn't learn falsified Sky Sutra. How can he have such power? There is no way I can lose to someone who has not learned falsified Sky Sutra. And there is no way I can lose to her son. Luo Li was screaming aloud in complete hysteria, but by now, she was in the room alone. Han Sen was unsure at what time Luo Li left, but after his encounter, he went to contact his mother about what had occurred. He wanted to confirm whether or not Luo Li truly was from the Luo family. Little Li really did seek you out? When Luo Sulan heard, she remained absolutely calm as if this was expected. There was a distinct lack of surprise in her voice. She really is my aunt? Han Sen had been suspicious of her claims. Yes. Your great-grandfather believed I would be too lonely growing up on my own, so he adopted her. I haven't seen her since I abandoned the Luo family. Luo Sulan sighed. I can't learn the falsified Sky Sutra? Han Sen asked. You can learn it if you want, but by doing so, you bring upon yourself family business you won't be able to escape from. Luo Sulan sighed, thinking her son had been tempted by the falsified Sky Sutra after seeing it in action and witnessing what it could do. Well, if it really would bring me trouble, then forget it. I was just idly wondering, that's all, Han Sen said casually. Luo Sulan, with much surprise, asked, you really aren't tempted to try it? Not really. Auntie had learned the falsified Sky Sutra, and yet I was able to defeat her in a single punch, Han Sen casually relayed. Luo Sulan was even more surprised now, asking, you really managed to defeat her in a single punch? Yeah, it was easy. A cocky smile crept upon Han Sen's face. Luo Sulan, with a wry smile, said, it looks like you have developed further than I expected. And, I will say this, do not underestimate the falsified Sky Sutra. Although Little Li works her hardest, she isn't bound to the family through blood. That separation means she cannot learn the falsified Sky Sutra in its purest, most authentic form. How strong would the real falsified Sky Sutra be? Han Sen's interest in the skill had now increased. Although he managed to defeat her, he actually believed Luo Li to be one of the strongest evolvers he had ever gone up against. It has the power of Ashura. If you ever end up going against someone who has learned that skill, remember this, do not defend. Pitting yourself against a person who has learned it can only lead to two outcomes. You either end up killing that person quickly, or you die. Be quick or be dead. Luo Sulan said this, but it didn't quite explain enough. Mother, what happened to the Luo family? Han Sen could no longer hold his desire to know, so he asked. If you do not belong to the Luo family, there is no need for you to know. Knowing would needlessly burden you with greater troubles. If you did enter the Luo family, however, you would quickly come to know. This was a subject Luo Sulan had no desire to talk about. By this point in their conversation, Luo Li had already dragged herself out of the base. On a ship, she spoke with Luo Haitang. Luo Li did not refrain from telling the complete truth, and she told him exactly what had happened. After Luo Haitang heard this, a strange look came across his face. He asked, he didn't learn it? No. Luo Li surely answered. He unleashed powers of thunder? Luo Haitang asked. Yes. Luo Li answered. This is interesting. It is no wonder he is Little Lan's son, then. He has indeed adopted Little Lan's excellent genes, the ones required by our family. Luo Haitang coldly continued to speak, tell Luo Yin to meet him in the shelter. Let the boy see the true form of the falsified Sky Sutra. He has the Luo family blood coursing through his veins, it will be something he will be unable to resist. Yes, Luo Li said, as she lowered her head. Han Sen entered the shelter once more and wanted to get a better grasp of his surroundings. He needed to learn exactly where he was and where he had to go next. Oh, no. Oh, no. There is a spirit attacking the shelter. As Han Sen sat in the plaza, contemplating his next move, a screaming person came running through. Immediately, everyone became nervous. A spirit attacking his shelter? When Han Sen heard them yell this, it surprised him a great deal. It had been a long time since he had last heard of a spirit attacking his shelter. Han Sen curiously went to the city's wall. He wanted to see what manner of spirit had decided to attack the shelter. If the owner could not withstand the siege, then perhaps he could lend a hand. Han Sen? As Han Sen walked towards the gate, someone called out his name. Lin Beifeng? Han Sen turned around with surprise. It had been a while since he had last seen him, and he did not expect to see him here in the second god's sanctuary. This is a fate-wrought meet, undoubtedly. Lin Beifeng ran over to Han Sen, grabbed his hands, and almost began bawling his eyes out. I'll confess it has been a while, but there is no need for such a display of passion. Seeing Lin Beifeng so happy, Han Sen was quite touched. Lin Beifeng wiped his teary eyes and maintained a grip on Han Sen's hands as he said, "Brother, I am touched. In this dusty crap hole, even if my wallet were bursting at the seams, I cannot buy anything. It is a miserable and upsetting affair. Now that I have finally met you, I can spend my money on decent merchandise. Come, sell me 2 sacred blood beast souls." When Han Sen heard this, he threw his clingy hands away. The whole reason he was behaving so passionately was for this, it was now plain to see. You think sacred blood beast souls are a common item you can buy from just anywhere? And you're saying you want to? Han Sen laughed. I am not willing to believe you do not have any for sale. Lin Beifeng was unaffected by Han Sen's comments, and still insisted that he be sold some sacred blood beast souls. Lin Beifeng had been bored out of his mind in this place for quite some time. He was very rich, but his family lacked ties to the greater families. In his time here, few people had been willing to help him, and even with the money he had, he couldn't buy anything decent. His time here had not been pleasant. He never expected to see Han Sen here though, of all places. He had heard many tales regarding Han Sen's escapades, and having known him previously, was certain he would have sacred blood beast souls for sale. Brother Beifeng, cease your acting. Do you really think this child would have sacred blood beast souls available for sale? I have already given you my price. Either cough up the coin or get lost, don't play games with me, a middle-aged man near Lin Beifeng said. I'm not buying your rubbish beast souls. This guy has all manner of different beast souls, so why would I buy ones from your crappy roster? Lin Beifeng coldly replied. People knew Lin Beifeng was rich, so it was common for people to attempt to scam him. There weren't many high-class beast souls in a place such as this, and such extortionists frequently grouped up to weasel the most coin out of him. They would sell him mutant beast souls for the price of a sacred blood beast soul. Either Lin Beifeng bought them or had nothing to use. He was a daily victim of this treatment. Unfortunately for him, these same schemers owned the shelters, and the prices they presented were unchangeable. After all, the prices were their call to make. Lin Beifeng had no choice but to suffer and accept the exorbitant fees they charged. Now that he had met Han Sen, he wasn't willing to be bullied anymore, and he most certainly wasn't going to buy their beast souls. Well, Brother Beifeng, I give you an ultimatum. You either buy it now off me for this price or don't. But if you come around wanting to buy it again in the future, I can guarantee you the price won't be this generous, Lu Jia fearlessly said. He did not believe the pretty, young stranger possessed a single sacred blood beast soul. Lu Jia knew all about this place and the surrounding area, and he knew that the shelter only had a dozen mutant beast souls available for sale. There weren't any sacred blood beast souls to be found in the markets, and there most certainly wouldn't be any on a pretty, young man. Whatever, Lin Beifeng coldly said. Then he ignored the extortionist. Turning back to face Han Sen, he smiled and said, Let's go, brother. I am buying you food. And perhaps, just perhaps, we might talk a while as we eat. Forgive me for interrupting your plans for lunch, but don't we have a spirit attacking the shelter right now? Shouldn't we go take a look? Han Sen said, smiling. Sure, let's go take a look at what we face. Lin Beifeng felt a chill run down his spine. He knew that with Han Sen's help, however, he'd be able to move to another royal shelter and not remain stuck where he currently was. People in the shelter had mercilessly bullied him, extracting every penny they could through a barrage of tricks and scams. No one had been willing to help him move to another royal shelter. He couldn't do it on his own, but right now, with Han Sen at his side, he knew he wouldn't have to worry. They both ascended the city wall, and looking over, they witnessed a spirit commanding creatures to attack the shelter. After taking a look, Hansen quickly lost interest. It was a royal spirit that looked like an ugly ogre. It was something Hansen was not interested in killing or claiming the spirit stone for. The creatures that were attacking the shelter were mutant creatures, as well. Hansen was too lazy to bother slaying such unthreatening creatures. But the people in the shelter quickly grew concerned and considered their would-be conquerors as a grave threat. Lin Beifeng was very tempted to help, so he asked Hansen, "Brother, do you have any sacred blood beast souls? If you lend me 2, I will go down there and show them how it's done." Hansen gave him 2 sacred blood beast souls that he would never otherwise use, which made Lin Beifeng super happy. He was given a sacred blood armor and the long-forgotten ghost pod claws. After suiting up, Lin Beifeng hastily ran out to greet the attackers who sought to claim the shelter. Through the aid of his new sacred blood beast souls, although Lin Beifeng was not that strong, he could easily slay the ordinary creatures. Even the mutant variants could do nothing to him and were soon cut down. Lin Beifeng had become an extremely powerful man, as he was seen cleaving his way through the hordes of monsters down below. He even looked quite heroic, and this shocked the people of the shelter. By the time all was said and done, he managed to beat the ogre into running away. Once his victory was assured, everyone gave him massive applause. After beating the spirit, Lin Beifeng himself was exuberantly happy. When the deed was complete, he spared no time in bringing Hansen to a hotel where they could eat. Not long after, a group of people arrived at the shelter. Lu Jia and the people in charge went to welcome the team. "Lu Jia, didn't you send a message as a plight for aid, saying a royal spirit sought to conquer the shelter? What is this?" Lu Kuang asked, frowning. With him, he had brought a team of fairly skilled warriors. They were to support him in slaying the mutant horde, but now that they had arrived, they were surprised to see the fight already over. "Brother Kuang, a kid came out of nowhere and sold 2 sacred blood beast souls to Lin Beifeng. His mood was cockier than usual today, and so he promptly went out to slay the creatures and send the ogre back off to its hole." Lu Jia relayed to him what had transpired during his absence. "What is this kid's association with Lin Beifeng?" Lu Kuang frowned. He believed Lin Beifeng was a worthless piece of meat who was easy to bully. And bully him they did, frequently, in this night shelter. Now, someone had sold him 2 sacred blood beast souls. This meant they could no longer scam money from his coffer. He said they were friends. He was about 20 years old at the most. He had silky skin, the sort which made him look quite weak and useless. I would say he was just like Lin Beifeng, a loser from a rich family. God knows where he managed to get 2 sacred blood beast souls to sell to Lin Beifeng. Lu Jia approached him closer and continued by saying, "Brother Kuang, should we take care of this kid?" Lu Kuang gestured with his hand and said, "Getting sacred blood beast souls will not be easy. And if that kid is not from our shelter and has been able to come out all this way, he must be fairly experienced." After a pause, he continued by saying, "Are you sure no one else followed this kid's arrival?" "Yeah. I have been sending people to keep an eye on them, and knowing about everyone else in this shelter, I can indeed confirm that there is no one else here aside from him," Lu Jia quickly said. "Good." Lu Kuang's eyes were tinged with hate and cruelty. He went on to say, "Little Zhang, go and bring Brother Blind." Brother Blind's namesake was not derived from any blight of blindness. In fact, his vision far exceeded the capabilities of most. He was called Brother Blind, however, because of how much he sought money. As long as there was money on offer, he'd take whatever job or task he could. He would commit any sordid deed, even murder, due to his blindness in the presence of money. But Brother Blind was powerful, make no mistake. And he could easily kill sacred blood creatures. Even in the royal shelter, no one would dare offend him. Lu Kuang wouldn't underestimate someone who could present a sacred blood beast soul, so he extended an invitation for Brother Blind to come here. As this was occurring, Lu Kuang went to observe Han Sen and Lin Beifeng. He couldn't discern much about Han Sen and hadn't the clue what his reputation was. If Han Sen did hail from a big family, he figured he'd have been able to easily recognize the man. Lacking smarts and cultural attention, he did not even realize that he was looking at the son-in-law of the president. Han Sen's appearance was just as Lu Jia described. He looked to be 20 years old at the most, and could best be described as another typical, pretty boy. It didn't look as if he'd endured a single hardship. Seeing the kid now, he thought Lu Jia had indeed made a fair and correct judgment of him. Lu Kuang was a patient person, however. He was in no rush to strike, and he was happy to wait for Brother Blind's arrival. Brother Kuang, they have now left the shelter. When is our time to strike? After keeping tabs on them for half a day, Lu Jia hastened to report their exit from the shelter to Lu Kuang. Patience. There is no need to rush. Brother Blind is en route. They must be heading to a royal shelter, so we'll take a detour, meet up with Brother Blind, and set a roadblock for them. After saying this, Lu Kuang assembled a group and left the shelter to enact their plan. They walked through a woodland for 10 whole miles before meeting up with Brother Blind. They hid along the veiling thickets that skirted the sides of the road that led to the royal shelter. Not long after, 2 people came into sight. They rode on 2 beasts, and just as expected, they were indeed Han Sen and Lin Beifeng. Brother Blind, that's them. Lu Jia put away his binoculars and spoke, while pointing towards their sought-after prey. Brother Blind did not need to use binoculars, and as he watched the 2 people from afar, a queer look came upon him. These are the people you have tasked me to deal with? Brother Blind asked Brother Kuang and Lu Jia to confirm. Yes, that is them, Lu Jia said. Slash. A soft sword, very much like a ribbon, was drawn by Brother Blind's hands. Blood coated the sword as Lu Jia's head was suddenly flung from his shoulders and into the sky. The eyes of the severed head were open wide, in a sudden fright and confusion. Brother Blind, what was that for? Lu Kuang and the rest were all aghast at the sudden turn of events. In response, they all drew their weapons and faced Brother Blind warily. Brother Blind coldly laughed and said, I may pursue coin blindly, but even I won't throw my life away for it. If you have sought to task me with a suicide run, then I have no choice but to kill you. Lu Kuang's face changed. With shock, he asked, are you saying that guy is quite something? Han Sen's presence had unknowingly unblind Brother Blind. For this to suddenly happen, a bad feeling crept over Lu Kuang's mind. He is not just something. That guy is everything. Even your boss could end up working as a grunt below him. And you want to finger him for assassination? I admire your boldness and courage. Brother Blind cackled creepily. Lu Kuang was taken aback. He did not expect a young man such as that to possess such a frightening background. He gritted his teeth and said, Brother Blind, this was our mistake. We almost got you killed. Keep the money we were to offer you, but this was Lu Jia's fault. How about we let sleeping dogs lie and move past this? There is no need to upset our relationship. If that was anybody else, I would take you up on your offer. But that person is someone I would give my life to defend. Wanting to kill him is worse than wanting to kill me. I cannot spare your lives. After Brother Blind said that, he moved his soft sword. What hurt the most was not the blade, but the sensations it imparted. Brother Blind's sword skills were soft and gentle. Every time the blade moved, a separate scream would emanate from the woods. Not long after, half of Lu Kuang's men were dead. The rest were trembling in fear, feeling deep regret over what they had proposed to do. Lu Kuang was terrified, most of all. He tried to run away but could not. He ran 500 meters before the soft sword pierced through his heart. You could almost sympathize with Lu Kuang, with the look of anguish that came upon his face. He wasn't given a chance to say anything more before being mercilessly slain. He coughed up blood from his agape mouth, then he fell down to the earth with his eyes wide open. None of the group were spared. Each person there was either beheaded or staked through the heart. One hit, one kill, for each of them. It was a cruel and brutal sight. Han Sen and Lin Beifeng heard some noises coming from the woods as they passed by. Looking to scope it out, Han Sen stumbled across a clearing that was strewn with bodies. In their midst, Brother Blind stood wiping his sword clean. It's Lu Kuang and Lu Jia. Lu Kuang is Lu Jia's boss in the royal shelter. How could they? Lin Beifeng was shocked upon seeing the corpses all about. Han Sen quickly understood what Lu Kuang had sought to do, but what he did not know was the identity of the lone man before them. And why he had killed them all. Thank you for the help, friend. What is your name? Han Sen asked. I don't consider this aid. I was just sparing you the trouble. Brother Blind let out his signature cackle. It was creepy. Call me Blind. Do we know each other? But Han Sen couldn't help but frown and ponder the reason for his name. He clearly wasn't blind, so why did he wish to be called that? Yes, of course. We do indeed. Brother Blind nodded but did not explain any further. Han Sen was a little puzzled by this curious encounter, so he asked another question. Where are you from? It does not matter where I come from. What does matter is something important you ought to know, Brother Blind said. What? Han Sen frowned, thinking this Blind was quite the strange fellow. Do not join the Luo family. Brother Blind said these words slowly, with a grave tone. Is this a warning or a friendly reminder? Han Sen asked the blind man. How you discern my words is up to you. Blind man did not explain. Instead, he pulled out a bag and tossed it over to Han Sen. Han Sen caught it, and it felt like there was a book or something inside, but he wasn't entirely sure. The bag was composed of highly advanced cloth. Practice this when you find the time, it should help. After that, Blind Man turned around and left. He moved quickly, and within a second, he disappeared from sight. Han Sen just stood there, watching the blind man disappear into the woods. He wasn't quite sure what he had just been witness to. Han Sen had the feeling he had been granted the duty of saving the world. He turned away from Lin Beifeng and had a quick peek into the bag he had been given. There really was a book in there, and the paper looked fairly modern. It must have been produced in the Alliance in the past few years, and was undoubtedly waterproof, fireproof, and bug-proof. Han Sen was a little disappointed, learning that it was not some ancient codex. If it was, he believed he could sell it for a high price as an antique. There was no name on it, strangely. After having a flick through the contents, he learned that it was neither a hyper-genoard or qigong. It was similar to Primal Innocence, but better, with a far greater depth. It related to psychological fortitude and constitution, and contained within it many examples. It was like a compendium or guide to prevent one from being subjected to fraud or scams. Who was that blind man? And what did he give me this for? I am not going to be a salesman, and neither am I going to teach others how to avoid being scammed. Han Sen was quite confused. Han Sen thought about it and came to the conclusion that reading it would prove no harm. It might actually end up being beneficial, and could aid him in avoiding the schemes of confidence men in the future. For now, though, he put it away. The high-class officers in the Alliance all looked sickly and evil. God knew how many wretched ideas were concocted in their minds, after all. Han Sen continued his journey and brought Lin Beifeng all the way to the royal shelter safely. Although Lin Beifeng did not know anyone there, having wealth meant he could have or do anything he wanted to. It was very unlike the tiny night shelter that didn't even have anything to spend coin on. Brother, I thank you so very much. If it weren't for you, I'd still be there in that night shelter, being subject to mistreatment by those bastards. If you remain in the shelter for a few days, I promise I'll get you something good. It'll be the least I can do to return the favor you have done me, plus, it'll cover what I owe you for the sacred blood beast souls, Lin Beifeng said to Han Sen. There is no rush, but I do plan to remain here for a couple of days. If you require further assistance, I can help you get in touch with the special security team for your protection, too. They're good at what they do, but you'll have to pay for their services. Han Sen smiled. That is brilliant to hear, brother. But let's not speak any further. Wait for my good news. Lin Beifeng was more than pleased, loving the prospect of being helped by the special security team. By himself, his reputation would not have granted him the privilege, but with Han Sen's help, such a thing was possible. Han Sen did this on Lin Beifeng's behalf due to the concern he felt for him. He was worried that, left to his own devices, it wouldn't be long before someone else got their treacherous, money-prying hooks in him, or someone else that was associated with Lu Kuang might come after him once Han Sen was out of the picture. Han Sen stayed in the shelter and then got in touch with the special security team. He hired a bodyguard for Lin Beifeng's protection. Han Sen was not in a rush to leave and elected to spend some time deliberating his next move. He was initially going to go see his mother, so he could protect her and aid her in collecting Super Geno points. But seeing how his mom last responded when he brought the subject up, she didn't seem like she cared too much. Therefore, it was unnecessary for him to walk a few 100,000 miles to go see her. If he wanted to see his mom, he would have preferred to request a vacation in which he could go home and have a rest. Han Sen took to info gathering during stay in the shelter, and he spent some time digging around on Skynet. He was keen to learn whether or not there were nearby super creatures. The more he killed, the more points he would gain. And right now, he wanted to speed up so he could access the third god's sanctuary sooner. In fact, Han Sen felt quite pressured. The people he had been interacting with recently were beginning to make him feel a little dwarfed. He felt weak. Not being able to protect himself in the alliance made him extremely uncomfortable. After a while of browsing, Han Sen came across a good place he could visit. At a nearby mountain, there was a nest of creatures. The shelter had tried to root the fiends and force them to vacate the area, but the creatures were too powerful. Each time the shelter attempted to strike, they were brought a ruinous defeat. Therefore, it had been a while since they last tried to take on the nest. Han Sen viewed a few records of what the survivors had experienced in the attacks. He was able to confirm that there was indeed a super creature there, and that was all Han Sen needed to know before electing to go there. When he was in the first god's sanctuary, Han Sen once guessed a creature's egg had a super creature inside it. If the egg had not been broken before it naturally hatched, a super creature would have been born. Back then, these were just guesses Han Sen made. If this nest had super creatures there, then that would prove his guesses were correct. After obtaining a map, Han Sen set out to where the cave was said to be. With the silver fox in tow, not a single ill happenstance transpired. He was able to walk straight up to the nest. Han Sen climbed into a stone cave and noticed a green-gold wall that had been broken. Beyond it was a hulking emerald crystal that was humanoid in shape. Han Sen used his Dongxian Sutra to scan it, and was surprised to learn that what he was seeing was indeed the creature he had come to hunt. It was a super creature. Han Sen summoned his little angel to start the fight with the emerald golem while he ventured deeper into the nest, wanting to see if an egg remained. With the silver fox there, none of the other creatures dared get close to Han Senator. This was good news for him, since he couldn't be bothered with fighting them anyway. With the fairy flying around, as well, they were sure not to bother him. Han Sen quickly walked inside the nest and saw an egg inside. It was, however, cracked and empty. Now, he believed his prior guesses even more. If the first-generation super creatures are birthed from eggs, where do the eggs come from? Han Sen had trouble with this conundrum, thinking he might never find the answer. The nest was deep underground, so it might be a while before humans figured this one out. Han Sen then returned to the entrance and saw the little angel continuing to do battle with the golem. The emerald golem had sustained many scrapes and cuts. Even if Han Sen decided not to chip in, it didn't seem likely to last very long. And again, Han Sen could not be bothered to fight. He found a rock that was shaped near enough like a chair, sat down, and held the gourd as he watched the little angel fight the emerald golem. He didn't really want to slay the golem, since he couldn't absorb the life geno essence of a first-generation super creature. And obtaining a beast soul was reliant purely on luck. Since its dunk, the blood color of the gourd had finally faded away. Whatever was inside must have absorbed it all, and right now, veins of gold light ran all across it. The energy flow of the gourd was becoming more and more obvious, and it had changed a lot since when he first laid hands on it. This surprised Han Sen quite a bit, and it seemed to him that there was something growing deep inside. Han Sen paid more attention to this new energy flow and noticed that the power inside was not too different from the holy rhinos. But Han Sen did not understand the reason the gourd had an energy flow such as that. No matter how strong it was, it could only magnetize objects. Its power wouldn't directly deal damage. The emerald golem was dying, and the little angel effortlessly exploited its every weakness. Within half an hour, it would most probably lie dead. The emerald golem consistently cried and roared out, but it was unable to do anything else. The little angel's greatsword repeatedly struck the neck of the emerald golem until its head was hewn off. It did not die when the head was removed, however. It continued to fight the little angel, even with a headless body. Fortunately, the little angel wasn't human. Decapitating the golem did not make her careless or have her drop her guard, and she was able to dodge the headless golem's surprise attack following its beheading. To ensure its defeat, the little angel spent the next several hours hacking away the rest of the golem's crystal limbs. Super creature emerald golem killed. No beast soul gained. The flesh of this creature is inedible, but you may harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. Not receiving its beast soul was a little disappointing for Han Sen, but regardless, he picked up the fallen creature's green life geno essence. He unsummoned the little angel and left the nest. He did not return to the shelter, but traveled west instead. During his research, he had learned of 2 nearby locations he wanted to check out. It was an area comprised of sprawling meadows, each painted with innumerable flowers that were all knitted together. As serene as the area was, the number of flowers put it on the radar for a great many insects. Butterflies, bees, ants, and more frequented this place. But it was said there was something even spookier that resided there, something that stilled the hearts and desires for all who ventured near. To determine the validity of people's fears, Han Sen wanted to travel into the heart of the meadows and see for himself whether or not there was a super creature residing there. Bugs were known to produce many offspring. If there was a super creature insect there, it might have been similar to the devil ant king, and possess a large number of eggs. The verdant expanse before him was quite lumpy, but it was dressed with a sea of colorful flowers. These meadows went on and on towards the horizon, appearing endless. The flowers weren't particularly large, but they grew close to the soil and fit together as if to paint the ground. The colors did not just stem from the large variety of flowers budding in harmonic unison, but individual flowers themselves could possess up to 8 colors. Countless butterflies and bees danced in the air around them, yet no person ever went there to hunt. Han Sen ventured into the flowery meadows and brought the silver fox along with him. All the butterflies and bees made sure to escape and flee for their lives in fear of the super creature pet. The little fairy retreated into her scallop shell. After recovering from her wounds, the liquid inside no longer dealt her harm. As such, she frequently enjoyed hiding inside it. After walking for some time, Han Sen was given a big surprise. He saw a person in the field, killing creatures. Many insects swarmed towards him, but despite that, the man looked calm and composed. Untouched by a single creature, he gently swung his sword to slay each that came for him. Jingjiwu? When Han Sen recognized the man, he became even more surprised. He was the monster from the Alliance's Central Military Academy. In the military academy's league game, in archery, Han Sen won his first championship. Jing Jiwoo now caught sight of Han Sen's approach, and sped up to finish off the creatures that pestered him. Within a single second, he managed to slay around 1,000 butterflies. The field was, for now, empty of the fluttering fiends. Once he was done, he walked towards Han Sen. "I never expected a chance encounter with you here, of all places," Jing Jiwoo said casually as he approached Han Sen. "I could not have expected this either." Han Sen smiled. Although they were once opponents, it was nice to meet him there. "I have heard you are in possession of a super pet," Jing Jiwoo said. "Yes." Han Sen nodded. High-class officers had long spread this news, so it wasn't at all surprising for Jing Jiwoo to know about the silver fox. "Walk west for 100 miles and you'll come across a muddy hill. There are many gold-winged bees there, and quite possibly super creatures, too. If you are interested, you should go and take a look," Jing Jiwoo said. "Thanks." Han Sen bid his appreciation and then took off in the direction he was told to go. They didn't speak much with one another, but they were cooperative and adherent to the other's needs. Han Sen did not doubt the information he was given. "I was hoping we would one day meet again, and when we did, I'd be strong enough to re-challenge you. I am short of that goal." Seeing Han Sen walk off, Jing Jiwoo watched him go. He continued to think to himself, "Yes, become stronger. Go further. Give me the motivation to catch up with you. That will assuredly stoke a fire in the hearts of humanity." Then he threw himself into the midst of another legion of butterflies. Han Sen continued traveling in the direction Jing Jiwoo had indicated, and after walking 100 miles, he came across a 40-meter-high hill that was shaped like a mushroom. There were many small burrows underneath, from which golden bees came in and out of. They were each around the size of a fist. "These really aren't your average bees. I am afraid there might indeed be a super creature in this place." Han Sen was standing 100 meters away from the hill, yet the silver fox's presence did nothing to alarm the golden bees. There had to be a super creature burrowed deep inside. If there wasn't, then the bees would have assuredly paid heed to the silver fox's approach. They'd have been long gone by now. Han Sen was thinking about how he might flush the bee king out and see what manner of super creature he'd be dealing with. But as he thought, he caught sight of a lone pretty flower atop the hill. The flower had no roots or leaves, it just stood there atop the hill. It was a few meters wide and the petals looked like those of a Chinese rose. The flower was mostly yellow, but it was colored with a few streaks of red. It was very pretty. It also emitted a pleasant smell. It was strong but not overwhelming, and just smelling that fragrance compelled you to come closer and sniff it at a closer distance. The flower was beautiful. And it looked as if honey was oozing from inside the bud. But despite the large number of golden bees that populated the area, not a single one ventured close to it. Strange. That is really strange. Why is there a lone flower atop a beehive, remaining untouched by the bees that live below? And the rest of the flowers in this place are no larger than my finger, so why is this one so large? There must be something wrong with this thing. Han Sen used his Dongxian aura to scan the flower. Because it was quite far from him, he couldn't scan it with much detail. Still, he was able to grasp some sort of horrific life force where it lay. Is that flower producing creatures, or is it perhaps something that strengthens your body? Han Sen looked at the flower with a strange look on his face, wanting to be as careful as possible. Han Sen had seen this sort of thing many times. Treasures like this frequently had frightening monsters nearby, and such creatures were never in short supply. Whenever such flowers matured, other creatures were bound to show up. Han Sen watched the flower open from afar. Slowly, the petals unfurled. It was a beautiful thing to watch. Not long after, the sky went dark and the moon arose. Under the gleaming moonlight, the flower fully opened. In the center of the flower, golden pistils grew outwards as if reaching for the nighttime sun. It was pretty like jade, and it shone gold in the grace of the moonbeams. The sweet fragrance became stronger at this point. Even Han Sen, who was 300 meters away, became enveloped by the smell. It gave him the urge to run up to the flower and lick it for a tantalizing taste of the juices within. Suddenly, however, there was movement from the beehive. The golden-winged bees outside began to go crazy until eventually, a 1-foot-long crystal gold bee king exited the tunnels that led into the interior of the beehive. Bee king? Han Sen was shocked. He used his Dongxian aura to scan it, and it was revealed to be a first-generation super creature due to its blurry life force. Han Sen was a little disappointed, but he still watched it with great interest. He was trying to determine what he should do next. The bee king flew atop the hill where the flower rested and landed upon a pistil of the open flower. It then started to drink nutrients from its top. Han Sen gulped, earnestly wishing he could go and join the bee in drinking the juices the flower had concocted. But for now, he held the urge back and remained still. The bee king wouldn't usually come out to eat. It had many lesser, worker bees to gather food on its behalf. As such, there would never be a need for it to exit the safety of the hive. If the king was coming out to eat the flower itself, then that was a surefire sign that whatever the flower was, it was indeed special. But rare things such as that would usually have more than one super creature guarding or vying for it. Yet strangely, no other creature seemed to show up. Han Sen became oddly suspicious, seeing that the bee king had been eating for quite some time without any intrusion. While Han Sen contemplated his next move and whether or not he should nick the flower from the bee king, the super creature's honey sac filled up with the juices. At this point, it flew back inside the hive. Not long after, the bee king returned from the hive once more. It flew back up to the flower, undoubtedly for further collection of the juices. It did this a few times until the moon reached its highest point in the sky. It was also at this time that the flower began to shrink and recede. The bee king did not eat the honey because it's saving it? Han Sen's heart jumped as he imagined that. Normally, kings eat the best stuff. If it isn't eating it itself, then perhaps it has babies to feed? Maybe there are child super creatures someplace within? Thinking of this, Han Sen fancied venturing into the beehive to have a look for himself. Even if there were no second-generation super creatures, the bee king's honey would come in useful for himself. But Han Sen was patient, and he wanted to watch things for a little while longer. This was a large group of creatures, and it was not going to be a simple super fight. He didn't believe the little angel could tackle the beehive and its occupants all alone. The fairy rarely listened to his commands either. If the fairy went in ahead and consumed all the honey, it'd be a big loss. The silver fox enjoyed eating such rare delights, too. With both of them there, Han Sen had to be careful. Exerting much effort for no reward would be a crying shame. After watching the beehive for a few days, Han Sen had learned that the flower produced those juices each and every night. And every night, the king would venture out and collect it from the flower. It seemed that the flower produced an endless amount of juices, and no matter how much was collected, the next day the king would be back to obtain as much as it could within the same time frame. No matter how big the Chinese rose was, the juices inside had to be limited, though. How could it resist the ravenous appetite of the bee king each and every night? Something had to be severely wrong here. Han Sen hesitated but decided to summon his wings and fly forward. Night was settling in now, and he decided to view the flower from above. He saw there was still plenty of juice atop the pistils, and the bee was keen to continue collecting it. When the moon reached its highest point, the bee king had collected all the juice. It was at this point the flower became smaller. But it looked as if it was just waiting to be reopened. The next day, when Han Sen flew high to take another look, the juices in the pistil had been fully replenished. This confused him a great deal. What is going on? Han Sen continued to think on his discovery, not wanting to be reckless. If he couldn't figure out the finer details of this curious phenomenon, he wouldn't strike lightly. While it was daytime, Hansen heard a buzzing noise. He didn't care much, since there were many bugs and insects all around. It wasn't a particularly unique sound. But this time, the buzzing sound was getting louder and louder. When the sound was as deafening as a helicopter landing in Hansen's ear, he perked his head to pay attention. When Hansen raised his head, he saw a green cloud heading his way. Curiously, the sound was coming from that very cloud. After looking closer, he noticed that it wasn't a cloud. It was a sickeningly large host of fist-sized green flies. With great ferocity, they went flying down towards the beehive. The bees outside the hive all looked startled and nervous. A group of bees exited the tunnels of the hive and attempted to stop the approach of the green fly army. The area was cloaked in gold and green, as a battle between the two insect collectives unfolded. Like rain, countless bees and flies cascaded down to the ground amidst the battle. The death toll was humongous. Hansen was shocked at the sight. But he noticed that the green flies were not as strong as the golden bees. They did, however, make up for the lack in power with sheer numbers. They were overwhelming, and they fearlessly kamikazed their way towards the hive. Most of them did not even want to fight, they seemed to just want the honey. The bees were strong, but their numbers were few. Although they guarded the entrances to the hive, many green flies managed to get inside. Before long, the bee king itself exited the hive to greet the assault, and quickly wiped out the green flies that attempted to worm their way inside. Within seconds of exiting, it was killing whole hordes of the insects. But still, their numbers were too many. They were like a plague of locusts, and wherever the bee king did not look in that second, countless wretched flies tried to dig their way inside. Hansen assumed the flies were trying to steal the honey, at first. But then he saw that he was incorrect. The sneaky flies that had managed to get inside made their way out shortly after, all in possession of light gold cocoons. These flies are not here for the honey, so what are they stealing the cocoons for? Hansen was confused by this revelation. The bees were furious upon seeing their cocoons being stolen, and in a frenzy, they killed any fly in possession of one. One by one, they were killed, and one by one, cocoons dropped to the ground. More and more flies battled their way forward, however. And many picked up where their fallen compatriots left off. The cocoons were picked up once more and carried away. The bee king, seeing its cocoons had been stolen, became frenzied. Like a gold beam of light, it cut its way into the horde of flies. These streaks of gold light fired across the sky multiple times, and each time, countless dismembered fly corpses dropped to the ground. Despite the bee king's power, however, the green flies were not afraid and did not relent. Free of fear, they pushed on to retrieve the cocoons. Fortunately for them, the bee king lacked AoE attacks, and as a result, many cocoons were carried away. Hansen's heart jumped. He followed a fly that was holding a cocoon, keen to see what they were going to do with it. The flies were bringing the cocoons past the flower-painted meadows. They were only sacred blood creatures at the most, and thus, Hansen was able to follow them with relative ease. After following them for 20 miles, he was brought to the edge of the ocean of flowers. What came after, however, was a wretched bog. It was a veritable domain of thick, stinking mud and lifeless trees and flowers. But still, Hansen continued to tail the flies without hesitation. Before long, he came across a green spider that was the size of a basketball. The flies approached the spider, and when they did, they threw the cocoons over to it. The spider then gobbled them up vilely. Flies were no strangers to swamps, but their allegiance to the spider was most queer. It seemed as if they had been hypnotized by the lone arachnid, allowing themselves and a legion of others to be slaughtered while retrieving the bee's cocoons at the spider's behest. This was quite the revelation, and so Hansen quickly used his Dongxian aura to study the spider he had come across. It was a super creature, yes, but again, it was a first-generation one. Is this long-legged fellow producing babies? Is that why it's eating? Hansen felt strange. He had come to notice that the super creatures in the second God's sanctuary bred a lot more than they did in the first God's sanctuary. It looks like all these creatures are keen to evolve. But how powerful must one become to be like the holy rhino, and leave and ascend to the third God's sanctuary? Hansen thought it unlikely, or at least very difficult, for a second-generation super creature to reach such a level. The green flies were now bringing many cocoons to the spider, and one by one, the spider ate them all. A while later, another spider emerged from a nearby cave. It looked similar to the green spider, just smaller. It was around the size of a baseball. Its body was like green jade, and it was a lot better looking than the other one. Second generation? Hansen was super excited. He cast his aura again, but was befuddled. It possessed a strange life force he had not seen before. Although it was not as strong as the silver fox, it was much stronger than a sacred blood creature. It had to be a second-generation super creature. Yes. Hansen bounded with excitement, and without hesitation, sicked his little angel on the big spider. Then he summoned his peacock crossbow and loaded it up with Z-steel bolts. He stood by and waited. The big spider was bringing its baby forward, getting it to feed. But when it caught sight of the little angel approaching in a flash, it spat a white net to web her greatsword. The little angel's greatsword was able to slice through the entangling web, but its force coming down was much weaker. Climbing quickly, the spider continued to fire its webs at the little angel. This caused her a lot of trouble, and as they added up, the webs were becoming increasingly sturdy and sticky. Although she could cut her way through, much of it remained on her body and soared to slow her down. The smaller spider was hyped up, making screeches and waving its claws at the intruder. It then followed its parent and produced webs to spit out. They were extremely small, but they were concentrated and of a higher power. They were thicker and stickier than the bigger spider's webs. As this was occurring, Hansen raised his peacock crossbow to take aim. He thought to himself, it's survival of the fittest, baby. There's always a bigger fish. You eat the cocoons, I eat you. It's simple. As he took his careful aim, he also employed his Dongxian aura to memorize the little spider's energy flow. While the little spider happily spat out webs like its parent, Hansen pulled the trigger and rapidly fired multiple bolts towards it. Squelch! As it spat out its last web, multiple white flashes cut through its body. The body of a young super creature could not compete with the body of an adult super creature, but the chitin of a spider was known to be extremely sturdy. Even Hansen was surprised to see his bolts pierce right through it. Pat. 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 Another 3 bolts found their way into the spider's body, all from varying angles. It tried to struggle and remain upright, but by now, the spider was more like a hedgehog. It stopped squirming. Super creature Devil Eye Spider Baby killed. Beast soul gained. Eat the flesh of the Devil Eye Spider Baby to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. You may also harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. Hansen almost jumped when he heard that. He never expected to kill the spider so easily and obtain its beast soul. He managed to earn so much from a single, effortless kill. When the mama spider saw its child brutally murdered, it became furious. It skittered towards Hansen in hysteria, with an insatiable bloodthirst for the person who had just slain its baby. Hansen did not run, however. He now knew that compared to other super creatures, the Devil Eye Spider was relatively weak. He cast his Sonic Thunder Punch, ready to strike once it got close enough. The thunder and bell power brewed inside him as a frightening mixture, and as soon as the spider was close, Hansen would unleash it on the unsuspecting fiend. He hoped to stun it. But Hansen, upon looking into the spider's blue eyes, felt a strange murky fog mask the clarity of his mind. He lost hold of the energy that was gathering inside him, canceling his proposed Sonic Thunder Punch. A second later, Hansen was back to normal. The spider was right in front of him, raising its legs to claw his face off. At the last second, Hansen quickly cast a skill to dodge. In his heart, he thought to himself, that was close. The spider can actually control the mind of a human being with its hypnotic eyes? It is fortunate my will was mutated following my trip to the crystallizer ruins and became stronger than ordinary people's. If I hadn't recovered in that quick second, I might have been killed right there. The little angel rushed over to inhibit the spider's pursuit of Han Senator in haste. Hansen closed his eyes and retreated to gain some distance. He used his Dongxian aura to observe the spider's next move and prepared another bolt with the arachnid's name on it. As he had thought, as long as he avoided eye contact with the spider, his mind maintained its clarity. And then, with his aim raised, he relentlessly fired a number of bolts towards the creature. With the aid of Hansen's bolts, Little Angel finally managed to land a strike on the devil-eye spider. When the sword was driven through the spider's body, green blood squirted from the orifice. It took another 2 strikes with the Little Angel's greatsword for her to finish it off. Super creature devil-eye spider, killed. No beast soul gained. You may harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. What a shame. Hansen sighed at his inability to obtain another beast soul. The devil-eye spider's body decomposed in a jiffy, leaving behind a life geno essence in its stead. This was unlike the little spider he had previously killed, whose disfigured, bolt-ridden body was still stuck in the mud. Hansen walked close to the little spider and picked up the Z-steel bolts from its body. He had 14 Z-steel bolts, the ones he had requested from the Won family. It was the most they could craft for him. Raw Z-steel was too rare, and for the amount necessary to craft bolts, doubly so. Hansen had received a life geno essence from the little spider's body, but while Hansen wasn't looking, the silver fox quickly ran over to gobble its corpse up. You little prick. I was going to use that to feed a pet beast soul. It was too late for Hansen to retrieve the body, but he was just bluffing. He wanted the silver fox to grow, and he hoped the meal might help accelerate its painfully slow growth. Compared to the fairy who never listened, the silver fox was far more appreciated and all-around useful. Hansen held the little spider's life geno essence in his hand. He simulated its energy flow and refined it within him. The crystal in his hand was quickly absorbed. Devil-eye spider baby, consumed. 1 super geno point gained. The announcement continued to echo inside Hansen's head as a cooling sensation entered his body, blending with his cells. His eyes felt especially invigorated. When the cooling sensation became one with his cells, his eyes felt light and refreshed. When the announcements came to an end, the number had settled on 8 super geno points. This brought his total tally of super geno points up to 44. Almost halfway. Hansen was pumped. When Hansen looked into the distance, he felt as if his vision had improved. When he brought out his mirror to look at his eyes, the pupils seemed darker. And it also seemed as if a halo resided deep within. The eyes were not unlike obsidian, and they were infinitely charming. The devil-eye spider's power must be in its eyes. It's a shame I never got to see it in action, by one hit killing the thing. Although he thought this, he was still feeling good. Thinking of the little angel, not being afraid of the devil-eye spider's power, he grew even fonder of her. Although she did not possess any special abilities, the little angel was tough and able to withstand everything thrown at her thus far. She was a remarkable pet to have. I wonder, if she went to the third god's sanctuary, what powers might she achieve upon evolving once more? Hansen wanted to wait for the little angel to evolve again, but he imagined it would next happen in the third god's sanctuary. After the silver fox gobbled up the spider's flesh, it looked a little tired. It returned to Hansen's shoulder but did not move. It closed its eyes as if it were sleeping. Hansen could sense that inside the silver fox's body, its life force was in a little bit of turmoil as it tried to digest the flesh of the spider. After watching it for a while, the silver fox didn't seem to be in any dire trouble. So, Hansen picked up the big devil eye spider's life geno essence. But holding the life geno essence, a new thought cropped up in Hansen's mind. The big devil eye spider is still a devil eye spider. What if I am able to absorb the life geno essence by simulating the energy flow of its offspring? Hansen believed it made sense, so he did as he thought. He simulated the baby devil eye spider's energy flow and tried to absorb the life geno essence. As he began casting the simulated energy flow, the green life geno essence began to rumble. Then, it was absorbed into his body and refined into his cells slowly. Hansen's eyes felt even cooler now, and he felt as if they possessed a greater agility. Devil eye spider, consumed. 1 super geno point gained. The familiar voice rung again in his head. With exuberant joy, he thought to himself, it worked. This will save me a lot of time further down the road. If I can kill the whole family of snow turtles, heaven knows how many super geno points I'll increase all at once. But Hansen quickly hit a snag. The announcement rung twice, which meant he had only managed to obtain 2 super geno points. It was much less than the small devil eye spider's life geno essence. Strange. If there was an immunity build-up for obtaining super geno points from the same breed of creature, I shouldn't have reached the limit so quickly. Hansen frowned as he thought of this possibility. The first-generation super creature life geno essence was very limited in the increases in power it bestowed. It couldn't compare to if he was in the third god sanctuary. Right now, he needed a second-generation life geno essence. Well, 2 points are better than none, I suppose. Hansen was overall quite content with the result. But if his theory was indeed correct, it swayed Hansen's resolve somewhat. If he went to the third god sanctuary, he would have to slay third-generation creatures to quickly increase his geno points. This would, of course, be something he'd have to deal with a long time from now. And Hansen decided to cross that bridge when he came to it, as he was too lazy to deeply contemplate whatever lay far ahead. Focusing on being the best in the present, right now, was the best choice. Hansen noticed the fairy emerge from the scallop shell, and it appeared as if she had just woken up. Hansen was getting rather annoyed by her company, as all she did was eat valuable consumables and be lazy. Aside from acting cute, she didn't do anything. She'd wait until battles were over before coming out, and she didn't at all treat him as if he were her real master. If he wanted to get rid of the fairy, Hansen was concerned he'd have to do it the hard way. But he was unsure whether or not he could beat her. But then, Hansen suddenly thought of the devil eye spider's power he had just been bestowed. Hansen tried to simulate the devil eye spider's energy flow, and he felt different. A cold air exuded from his eyes. Little baby, come. Come and look here. Hansen smiled, opened his hands flat and called upon the fairy to come. The fairy casually landed where she was bid to. When she looked upon him, she began to rub her eyes. Hansen's eyes looked strange all of a sudden. He stared at the fairy, and when she looked into them, she appeared confused. Even her own eyes now looked strange, appearing empty. Haha, little fairy. Now, let's see how I intend to get rid of you. Hansen was laughing in his heart, and as he did so, he raised his devilish hand above the fairy. Hansen's hand hadn't come down on the fairy yet, but suddenly, the little fairy blew frosty air towards his face. Ice and frost accumulated on his eyebrows, and he shivered from the sudden cold. The fairy stuck her tongue out at Hansen and laughed. Gah! How dare you trick me? Hansen tried to grab the fairy, but she quickly returned to the safety of her scallop shell. From inside its transparent casing, she gave him a mocking face. There was nothing he could do now except return the scallop shell to his pocket. It doesn't seem as if this skill works on fairies. Hansen felt fairly bad, but he resolved to test out the skill on someone else when he left this place. For the time being, however, Hansen decided to examine the devil eye spider beast soul. Devil eye spider, mask type beast soul. Hansen was surprised. Mask-type beast souls were remarkably rare, and not particularly useful either. Ordinarily, mask beast souls could increase your face's defense, and that was it. But this was a mask soul that belonged to a super creature, and he wondered whether or not it might prove to be something rather useful. After all, the devil eye spiders didn't seem to have much defense. Therefore, Hansen did not think it was the type of mask beast soul you might normally receive. Hansen summoned the devil eye spider's beast soul, and when he did, a strange blue mask appeared upon his face. It was strange and creepy, and it resembled a spider that had sprouted golden wings. The wings shielded the eyes, whereas the body of the spider covered the nose. Aside from that, the rest of his face was exposed. It didn't seem very defensive, and what's more, it obscured his vision. As Hansen wore it, his vision was tinted blue. Whenever he saw a living creature, it appeared red. It was very much like a thermal imaging tool. It really isn't a defensive mask. What's it for, then? Hansen took a look at the silver fox who was lying on his shoulder, and the little thing appeared red as if it was on fire. Looking into the distance to peer at the green-headed flies, he saw them as specks of red that were faint and difficult to make out. Hansen used the mask for quite some time and got a fairly decent grasp on what the mask's benefits ultimately would be. With this mask, you could view the strength of a creature's life force. But you could only see the life force, and that was it. The Dongxian aura was still better because it could observe the energy flow, as well. Still, it would prove fairly useful. Unlike the Dongxian aura, which was limited to its active radius, the mask adhered to the complete reach of his eyesight. This is a devil eye spider beast soul, so I wonder if there might be any enhancements if I run the devil eye spider energy flow alongside its usage? Hansen then went on to simulate the devil eye spider's energy flow. His eyes felt mesmerizingly cool, and he felt that coolness go towards his mask. His vision suddenly became much stronger, and the distance to which he could see had greatly improved. Furthermore, he could make out all manner of details for distant objects unlike ever before. Hansen wanted to test the extent of its vision enhancements, and when he did, he was shocked. He was able to observe every single hair on a fly that was 1 kilometer away. Hansen loved it. This thing is far greater than a pair of binoculars. It's just a shame that the vision is limited to blue and red, Hansen thought to himself. Then, he pulled the scallop shell out of his pocket. He looked at the fairy and cast the devil eye spider's energy flow. The fairy, as soon as she saw Hansen, stuck out her tongue at him once more. But upon looking him in the eye, her face suddenly became tinged with confusion. "Get out." Hansen used his willpower to command the fairy to exit the safety of her shell. And then, the fairy slowly opened the shell. But she only opened it halfway before snapping out of her daze and closing it immediately. She looked at Hansen with much shock, then turned around to avoid making eye contact with him. It works. Hansen had grown really fond of the mask he received. If he could confuse a super creature such as the fairy, then it had to be remarkably powerful. But despite the grand reward he had managed to obtain, Hansen was a greedy person. He returned to the beehive with a keen interest into what else he might claim on this outing. The flies seemed to have snapped out of their mind control following the spider's death. They no longer bothered the beehive, and instead made their way back to the swamp. Aside from the golden-winged bees and the green fly corpses that littered the ground, the hive seemed to have gone back to normal operation. When night fell, the bee king went back to its routine. It emerged from the beehive and collected the honey that oozed out from the Chinese rose. Hansen could still not figure out what this activity was for. Still, he had come up with a plan. The following night, he would command the little angel to gather the honey on his behalf. After the next day came and went, Hansen made his preparations and got into position. With the little angel ready to go, he saw the king bee make its routine exit. Strangely, however, the bee king looked different on this day. The claws of the bee king seemed to be in possession of something. It was an object that was shiny like gold, luminous jewelry. Hansen took a closer look and noticed it was some sort of bee crystal. Weird. Why is the bee king carrying this bee crystal thing? Hansen was now confused, and so he didn't summon the little angel as he had planned to. All he did was watch. The weather was nice that night. The moon was big and bright in the sky, in complete fullness. The bee king maintained its hold on the bee crystal as it began circling the top of the hill. Eventually, it placed the bee crystal down near the flower and returned to the hive. Not long later, the bee king came out again. In its wriggly hands, it was holding another bee crystal. It placed it down on the same spot it had placed the previous crystal. This occurred 5 times in total, and now 5 of those bee crystals were left exposed on the top of the hill. The bee king returned its hive after this and did not return. Hansen thought it was a most curious sight, and he had no idea what the bee king was doing. He looked at the other golden-winged bees and noticed that they had all retreated to the beehive and showed no sign of returning to the outside either. Amidst this confusion, Hansen suddenly heard a strange noise coming from someplace in the sea of flowers. It seemed as if something was approaching. Hansen turned around to take a look, and he managed to espy the presence of something crawling inside the bushes. Due to the obscuring leaves and relative darkness, he couldn't make out who or what it was, however. The flowers that populated the area grew close to the ground. If something was crawling around out of sight, it couldn't have been all that big. At the very most, Hansen imagined it would be a small snake or something. If it were any bigger, the flowers wouldn't aid in keeping it out of sight. Now, this intruder was making a beeline for the hill. And that was when Hansen caught sight of what it truly was, a baby silkworm that was half-transparent. It was indeed fairly small, and its body was like a silver crystal. It climbed atop the hill and approached the flower there. The bees beneath the hill made no move to attack it. The silkworm baby proudly mounted the hill and wriggled around the flower in circles. It wasn't long before it took notice of the 5 bee crystals, and believing no one to be watching it, began nibbling them. It is difficult to be a bee in this place. First, they are attacked by an army of flies, commanded by a spider, so that their cocoons are stolen. And now, they must give an offering of crystals to a bug. Insects may live a hard life, but this takes the cake. Their mistreatment is almost upsetting. Hansen now understood that the bees had been working hard to produce an offering of edible crystals to an extortionist bug. Free lunch in trade for protection. If the bee king feared the bug, then it undoubtedly had to be something quite powerful. Hansen used his new mask to take a look at it, and he was startled to see its body flaming hot. It was far more powerful than the silver fox, but not too far off the bee king. Hansen didn't understand why it was so threatening to the bee king, though. How could that bug compel the bee king to work tirelessly to produce an offering of such crystals? It didn't look all that much stronger than the bee king, and with the backup of its bee army, the king shouldn't have had too much trouble in running the little bug off. But now, all the bees must have been cowering inside their hive, afraid of the bug outside munching on all the fruits of their labor. Is this guy really that powerful? Hansen used his Dongxian aura to scan it. He witnessed the bug's body refine the crystals it ate. It's only a second-generation super creature. The little angel should be far stronger than that little thing. Hansen was even more confused, seeing this. He had no idea why this bug was some sort of mafia insect boss. Within the hour, the silkworm baby had managed to gobble up all 5 of the crystals. But after eating them, it did not leave. Instead, it remained atop the hill, producing strange sounds. Not long after, the bee king flew out and looked at the bug with great trepidation. The bug made a few more noises, to which the bee king responded angrily. It flapped its wings faster than usual, as a display of this. Hansen was not sure what to think of anymore, and no witty comments came to mind. He had been there for days, watching bees live their lives. And now, he was watching a bee king communicate with a worm. The Bee King, despite its apparent anger, conceded to whatever demands had been made. After some sort of deal was struck, the Bee King returned to the hive. Upon its return a little later, it was carrying another 3 of those crystals to the bug. But this did not satisfy the bug either, and it made wretched screeches in response. Arrogantly, it hopped on a rock and screamed even louder. It was like some gangster demanding a bigger drop. Hansen thought the tether of the Bee King's patience would finally snap, and a fight between the two would commence. But the Bee King conceded to the demands once more, and brought out another 3 bee crystals. It dropped them off in front of the bug. The little bug now looked satisfied. It climbed down off the rock and went back to nibbling the bee crystals. The Bee King looked disheartened. It looked so incredibly sad, submitting to the demands of its bully. Slowly, it retreated to the beehive. Where does that little squirt come from? How can he get the Bee King to behave like this? Does it have a bigger, badder daddy grub or something? Is that why it can do as it pleases? Hansen's mind began to work. If the silkworm did indeed have friends, then he figured he could waste those one by one until only the elder remained. If it had the same energy flow, Hansen figured he could absorb the life geno-essences of an entire family of creatures. The bug ate 4 more of the bee crystals before it felt full. Its belly was round and puffed like a ball. Sick. The bug called out once more, and Hansen believed it to be calling out the Bee King. But it wasn't. Silk began to pour out of the bug's mouth. It built up until it had wholly cocooned itself. Is this thing a little baby? Is it now transforming into an adult? Hansen's face looked puzzled. If he guessed it correctly, Hansen knew why the Bee King was so afraid of it. If it was already that powerful as a baby, heaven knew how powerful it would become once it had fully grown. That was why the Bee King was so afraid of it and was willing to obey its every command. I have to kill this thing. Just when Hansen decided to do this, he used his Dongxian aura to scan the cocoon. He stopped in his tracks. The energy flow inside the cocoon was changing. It was morphing into something different from what he recalled earlier, and it was an ongoing process. It was like there were 2 different energy flows inside the cocoon. That was why Hansen pulled back and wasn't sure whether or not to advance just yet. If he killed the bug now, and the energy flow he had learned would not work, he'd incur a great loss. Hansen hesitated a little and did not strike. He continued to watch the energy flow change, learning every step as it went. The energy inside the cocoon had changed a lot, and overnight, it had become something completely different. Hansen wouldn't have believed a tale such as this to be true, had he not seen it with his own 2 eyes. 2 completely separate energy flows were now occupying the same super creature. What could this thing possibly be turning into? Hansen had become incredibly curious. But as dawn broke the following morning, the energy finished its morph and it seemed as if the creature inside had finished evolving. When the sun rose in the east, the cocoon cracked open. Hansen witnessed a silver-winged butterfly struggling to pry itself free from the thick hide of the cocoon. The cocoon was incredibly sturdy, and breaking it completely was sure to be a trying task. The silver butterfly could only poke its head through the opening, as its body and wings were still deep inside. Hansen's heart jumped, and he quickly summoned the little angel. With his peacock crossbow, he repeatedly fired towards the silver butterfly. If he didn't kill it now, it'd be much harder once it fully exited the cocoon. This was sure to be the best chance he would get. The butterfly had only just finished evolving, and the creature wouldn't have adapted to its new body yet. And now, stuck inside the cocoon, there truly could not be a greater chance. Whoosh! A Z-steel bolt struck the silver butterfly's head. It only created a shallow mark, and it was already quite clear how much stronger this creature was than the devil-eye spider. But after that strike, the silver butterfly cried out in pain. It struggled to remove itself from the cocoon at a more hurried pace. But now, the little angel had arrived before it, and she brought down her mighty greatsword on the creature's head. The silver butterfly was still stuck inside the cocoon, and it had not even managed to free one of its claws yet. It seemed to try to roll with the cocoon to dodge the incoming attack. But it couldn't do it in time, and the greatsword was brought down directly on its head. Blood squirted from the cleft. Although the little angel's greatsword was much stronger than Hansen's crossbow and bolt, it didn't deal fatal damage. In fact, the total damage dealt was small and its head was nowhere close to being hewn off. Before the butterfly evolved, it was a self-asserted boss that extorted others. Never had it been humiliated as it was being now. It was visibly frustrated, fuming with anger, and it exerted far more effort in its attempt to squirm free from the hold of the cocoon. Dong. 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 The little angel struck the butterfly's head in the exact same spot another 3 times, which left behind a deep wound. But the silver butterfly was tough, and even that wasn't enough to kill it. Dong. The little angel slashed again, but by now, one of the butterfly's claws had managed to break free from the cocoon. It blocked the sword with the loud sound of clashing metals. Evidently, the sword could not deal damage to its claws. Hansen rushed before the emerging butterfly with a fusion of sonic and thunder power growling within him. With a charged fist, he threw it down upon the butterfly's head. The lightning shone like a silver sun as it was driven into the butterfly's chrome dome. The energy flow inside the creature was grievously disturbed, and the lightning stunned it into a state of paralysis. The little angel took advantage of this window to get in a few more hits on the butterfly's head wound. From the wretched area of damage, much blood began to gush. It seemed as if half of its head had been carved away by now. But even in such a state, the silver butterfly was not willing to submit to the hold of death. With greater pushes, it seemed close to escaping the trapping of its cocoon. It looked up and screamed towards Hansen and the little angel. Hansen's eyes flashed, and a blue light activated on his devil eye mask. Instantly, it stunned the raging butterfly. In that moment, little angel was granted the opportunity to throw in a few additional attacks. She managed to cleave another portion of the silver butterfly's head away and put it into a state that would eventually lead to its death. Without granting the silver butterfly any more wriggle room to escape the cocoon, the little angel hewed the remainder of its head to the ground. Super creature silver-winged holy butterfly killed. No beast soul gained. Eat the flesh to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. You may also harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. Hansen was overjoyed. He wasted no further time and quickly summoned his little blue bell. He wanted it to absorb the butterfly's blood without letting any go to waste. After the death knell absorbed the silver-winged holy butterfly's blood, the symbols etched across its body were even clearer. It looked likely to evolve soon. Hansen watched it intently, but when nothing happened, returned it. Hansen dug a small silver crystal out of the butterfly's corpse. This was the life geno essence. Hansen then picked up the whole corpse of the silver butterfly. Humans could not eat the bodies of super creatures, and there were no pets to feed it to. Therefore, he resolved to bring it back with him for the time being. Just as Hansen decided to leave, he turned to see himself surrounded by a large army of bees led by the bee king himself. This soured his mood a little, and he thought to himself, "You bastards. That bug practically forced you into slavery, and it made you lose your nads. Do you think the guy who killed that butterfly is any weaker than it? And you want to come out and bully me, huh? Is that it?" Just as he thought these things and prepared to command the little angel to battle the bees, he saw the bee king holding a number of gold, shiny crystals in its hands. It then placed 5 bee crystals down in front of Hansen before circling him with apparent glee. Hansen may not have spoken the language of bees, but he could guess that the bee was looking to repay him for the service of protection he had unwittingly provided. Smart move. I was just about to destroy your hive. Such intelligence needs to be rewarded, and I'll allow you to remain alive on the account of the smarts you seem to possess. The next time I return, you better make sure to have some bee crystals ready-made for me. Okay? Hansen took the bee crystals and thought to go, in no mood for any further fighting. Killing first-generation super creatures wasn't very beneficial, and the chance of obtaining a beast soul was far too low as it was, anyway. Since he had been given such a handsome reward, he thought it would be best if he did not provoke the bees any further. There were too many of them, anyway, and killing the king would have proved to be quite the challenge. Hansen, crystals in hand, took his leave. During his travel, he made sure to absorb the butterfly's life geno-essence. But there appeared to be some sort of trouble with doing so. Despite simulating the silver butterfly's energy flow, he couldn't absorb it successfully. After switching to simulate the energy flow of the silkworm, he was able to make some sort of absorption progress. Strangely, he could only absorb half of it. Hansen simulated the butterfly's energy flow once again to absorb the rest, and this worked. After it was fully absorbed, he was pleased to receive 9 super geno points in total. To get that many points from a single life geno-essence was incredibly rare. That silver-winged butterfly is rather interesting. I wonder what the purpose of those 2 different energy flows really were. But Hansen was in no place to commit to research right now, and neither did he want to spare the time. Onwards he went, to exit the Sea of Flowers. On his return trip, he didn't bump into Jing Jiwoo again. He wasn't sure where he might have gone to, but Hansen really liked that man. Back in the shelter, while Hansen thought about what he might do with the butterfly's body, Lin Beifeng happily approached him. "Here you are. I have this for you." Lin Beifeng gave Hansen a rectangular box. The box was just an ordinary platinum box by the looks of it, but when he opened it, he was delivered quite the shock. He turned his head to Lin Beifeng and said, "Z-steel raw stone?" Hansen wasn't entirely sure if this truly was Z-steel raw stone because of its massive size. It was rare to see a 1-foot-long raw stone, one which he could use to produce more bolts. But this one in the box was 2 feet long and 3 fingers wide. Although the shape was not entirely straight, it might have been enough to produce a dagger or even short sword. A Z-steel raw stone such as that was the best gift he could receive. It was far greater than the Z-steel bolts the Wang family had given him, for sure. You have a good eye. Few people can recognize something like this. I had prepared a speech of explanation and everything. I had no clue you knew all about it already. Lin Beifeng let out a hearty chuckle, and then proceeded to say, "Keep it. Consider this payment for the services you have provided me, and the 2 beast souls you gave me. But don't tell anyone you received this as a gift from me. If you do, I'll play dumb and won't admit a thing." Hansen closed the box and pushed it back to Lin Beifeng. With a serious voice, he said, "This thing is far too precious for you to give me. The beast souls I gave you are nowhere near as valuable as this. You should keep it." Hansen knew the price a chunk of Z-steel raw stone such as this could fetch. The weapons it could be used to create would not be any worse than superclass weaponry either. If it was forged by a great blacksmith, that was. Hansen actually felt as if he had taken too much of an advantage of Lin Beifeng, and felt rather sorry. Trading such an item for 2 sacred blood beast souls was far too much. Lin Beifeng did not take it back, however. He merely smiled and said, "Where this came from was strange. I haven't dared use it, and I have been unable to find anyone willing to forge it into something on my behalf. It would be useless for me to hold on to it, so you might as well accept it. You'll put it to good use. If you still feel bad about such a trade, then how about you offer me another 2 sacred blood beast souls?" "What do you mean strange? Is there a problem with this?" Hansen did not push the box back any further, as he asked. "I'll be honest with you, I dug it up myself. You can't ask me any more than that. Just find someone you trust to forge it into something you can use. Keep its origins a secret and don't tell anyone about my involvement with it." Lin Beifeng once again made sure to remind Hansen. "Okay, I'll accept it. If you do want another beast soul, just tell me and I will give it to you. Hansen was always fond of shorter weaponry, so this stone was of much value to him. You are welcome. But if you have a humanoid transformation beast soul, I would gladly receive one of those. Or perhaps even a powerful possession beast soul. Those would be great. Saliva drooled from the corners of Lin Beifeng's lips. Hansen gave a two-fingered salute to Lin Beifeng, as those were things he wanted, as well. Hansen brought the raw stone back to the Alliance, and got in contact with the Wang family so they could forge something out of it. The ordinary tools he possessed would not be sufficient. After sorting things out there, he gave Ji Yanran a call. She was free this day, and that meant they could eat together. Hansen's heart suddenly jumped. And with an evil smile, he thought to himself, later, I can try this out on her. That night, after having dinner with Ji Yanran, Hansen brought her over to the sofa. With great excitement he said, Dear, I have recently come into the possession of a superpower. It's pretty amazing. What superpower would that be? Ji Yanran looked at Hansen with curiosity. In those days, it had become common for humans to achieve superpowers. But as for one that could make Hansen this excited, she couldn't fathom how grand it might be. Earnestly, she wanted to know. Hansen, acting all mystically, leaned over and whispered into her ear. Magnetism. When Ji Yanran heard this, she was surprised. She responded by saying, How do you do that? Can evolvers really do something like that? This power was not very rare amongst surpassers, but for evolvers, it was a nigh unbelievable power for one to achieve. After all, evolvers did not have the power to cast out metaphysical forces. Don't rush this, I'm not done. My magnetism is different than what you might be thinking of. Come, stand here. Hansen pulled Ji Yanran to a wall adjacent to the sofa. Then, he went to sit back down. What are you doing? Ji Yanran asked, curiously. You stand there while I sit here. Do you believe I can reach out my hand and compel your panties to abandon your legs and join me? I can promise you that it won't hurt, and that the fabric won't break either. Hansen said these words with a tone of strange seriousness. What twisted scheme have you gotten into your head this time? Ji Yanran did not believe a word he had said. And according to his description of the skill, it wouldn't exactly be defined as magnetism. To do what he was saying would be more akin to teleportation. This was a power few surpassers could manage to obtain. If Hansen was just an evolver, it'd be impossible for him to achieve something like that. I'm asking you if you believe me. Hansen asked her again seriously. No. Ji Yanran lifted her lips and watched Hansen with caution. She knew he was about to perform some sordid prank. Hansen smiled and said, Well, how about we spice things up and have a bit of a wager going, then? If I can do it, you can bite me. Why would I want to? Ji Yanran didn't even finish her sentence before starting to blush. When she regained her composure, she said, I am not falling into this trap you have set up. No. As soon as she said this, she began walking towards him. To this, Hansen smiled and said, That means you believe I can remove your panties from 3 meters away? No. God knows what trick you are trying to play on me. Ji Yanran was not a dumb woman, and she wouldn't believe in something she had yet to see proven possible. If you don't believe it, then take me up on the wager. That is, unless you lack confidence in your own judgment. Hansen gave her a smirk and then went on to say, How can you be a captain if you lack confidence in yourself? Ji Yanran knew Hansen was just trying to get under her skin and get her to go along with his planned jest, but she looked as if she really didn't want to partake. She nibbled her lips and said, Are you sure you won't come close? If my ass leaves this sofa, I lose, Hansen replied immediately. And you aren't going to tear my clothing? Ji Yanran looked down at her body. She was wearing a white military uniform, white pants, white top, and white boots. It didn't seem possible for Hansen to so simply remove her panties. I won't just plead to not tear your clothing. Even if I was to mess up one single hair on your pretty little head, I would lose, Hansen said with confidence. You aren't going to use tools, are you? Ji Yanran still believed Hansen was planning to do something unethical. My good wife, I will sit here and not move an inch. And I will use my hand to remove your panties while you stand there, 3 meters away from me. If I succeed, and you think I have done something bad, you may cancel the bet. Is that okay with you? Hansen opened his empty hands as he said this. Okay. Sit there and we'll see how you manage to grab my panties. Ji Yanran firmly disbelieved in Hansen's ability to do something like this. Watch this, my Han family's sacred skill, Ultra Panty Raid. Hansen looked so serious when he yelled this out, and as he spoke aloud, he threw out his empty and lecherous hands. Ji Yanran stared at Hansen's hands without blinking. If he employed any tiny trick, she would be ready to expose him. As her vision moved, she looked him in the eye. Ultra Panty Raid. Hansen shouted out at the top of his lungs, flailing his arms in a manner as if to pretend he was indeed grabbing them. As Ji Yanran looked Hansen in the eyes, her own eyes began to look empty and confused. She opened them wide, standing where she was. Take off your panties and hand them to me. Hansen giggled as he made the command from the comfort of the sofa. Ji Yanran complied with the order, and she began removing her white pants. Then, Hansen was able to view her long, white, succulent legs and white panties. Seeing Ji Yanran remove them slowly, Hansen couldn't help but gulp. Before tonight's happy hour, he had to restrain himself from any further thoughts down that lustful road. Fortunately, Ji Yanran's top was quite long, and it obscured what was below her waist. Ji Yanran then took off her panties and delivered them into Hansen's lewd, grabby hands. And as she came over, he couldn't help but give her bubbly butt a tight squeeze. Then, he commanded her to put her clothes back on. Ji Yanran listened and heeded the command at once. She returned to the wall, dressed up neatly again and stood there as she did earlier. Hansen's eyes returned to normal, and when they did, the life in Ji Yanran's eyes returned, as well. Panties. Hansen, panties in hand, blasted with his voice. And it was at that moment Ji Yanran snapped out of her daze. Ji Yanran had no idea she had been under Hansen's control. She believed she had continued to stare at him without a single break, and yet, despite that, she was now seeing panties in his hands. Her face changed at the sight. She reached to feel below, and despite her pants being on, the panties had disappeared. How did you do that? Ji Yanran looked at Hansen as if she had seen a ghost. It does not matter how I did it. What matters is that you lost. Hansen threw away the panties and stood up. Slowly, he walked in front of Ji Yanran. He picked her up and threw her on the sofa. No. You cheated. Ji Yanran's face was red, and she used her hands to prevent Hansen from getting closer. I knew you would slander me. Don't take it out on me, and do not complain about what happens next. Hansen's eyes were filled with a curious light, and he went back to controlling her. Oh, yeah. How about this? Hansen turned on a video to teach Ji Yanran how to strip dance. Then, he told her, do what she does. Ji Yanran was normally quite shy and reserved. Whenever she had sex with Hansen, she wouldn't even turn the light on. And if Hansen turned it on, she would curl up in embarrassment and become utterly shy. There was no other possible circumstance that would lead to her doing what she was about to. And now, she was exactly like the lady in the video. She twirled and twisted around as she removed every garment. Yes, yes. Hansen's eyes were wide open. He was extremely excited right now. Ji Yanran's body was far better than the one in the video, and as he watched, his nose felt hot. He thought he'd be gushing blood any minute now. As Hansen watched from his seat on the sofa, Ji Yanran danced towards him. Her white top had already been taken off by this point, revealing her slender waist and large breasts, cupped by the caress of her bra in a tantalizing tease. Ji Yanran twirled her sexy waist and twerked her spongy bubble butt. She leaned forward over Hansen as she did this, her hands slowly beginning to unclip her bra and free her eager boobs. "Take it off. Take it off." Hansen's eyes were wide open. Seeing the woman before him with black hair, red lips, and skin that was pale as snow, Hansen's eyes were tugged towards the plush warmth of her boobies. Ouch! Just as the bra was about to fall and divulge the complete spectacle of her chest, Hansen was punched in the head. One of Ji Yanran's hands held her gravity-submitting bra, while the other hand clenched a fist. "Big pervert. I knew you weren't nice. How dare you hypnotize me? If I could be put under such a spell, it wouldn't be one wrought by your weak mind." When Ji Yanran said that, she squeezed Hansen's cheeks as hard as she could. "This devil-eye spider ability is useless." Hansen felt fairly bad, but when he looked at Ji Yanran's face, she looked extremely cocky at having bested him. Behaving more rudely and forthwith, he pulled her directly into his arms. He grabbed her bra and tore it away. "Let me go, you pervert." Ji Yanran's eyes were ones of absolute confusion. Her face was red with the swelling blush, but it added to her charm. "How dare you lie to me? I will teach you the Han family discipline." Hansen could no longer hold his restraint, and so he leapt on top of her. No, no, no. Inside the room, a pleasurable few hours unfolded. The walls vibrated as the springs of the sofa were worked hard. At midnight, Hansen was finally satisfied. Then, he brought her to his bed. Surprisingly, Ji Yanran was quite cooperative, and the extent of their exercise had almost worn Hansen out completely. Hansen curiously asked why his attempt at hypnotizing her failed. Her response was that she had received training, ever since she was small, to resist falling prey to such tricks. She had also absorbed a crystal from the crystallizers to strengthen her mind. Ordinary attempts of hypnotization were useless on her. Now that Hansen was aware of this, his plans for using the Devil-Eye Spider's energy flow to gain some sort of advantage in the alliance didn't seem as viable. Many of the priority figures of the big families must have undergone the same sort of training. Using this method to manipulate the wills and whims of others wouldn't be as effective as Hansen had initially hoped. All he could do, at best, was confuse them for a few seconds. Absolute, prolonged control of their minds would be impossible. Your hypnotizing skill is already quite powerful. Even the Huangfu family, who are the most talented at this sort of thing, aren't much better. Ji Yanran had noticed Hansen's sudden disappointment, so she issued a few words of comfort. "Huangfu? Which Huangfu family?" Hansen asked with surprise. "What are you talking about? Which other Huangfu family could it be?" "It's the Huangfu family. The one from the Ares Martial Hall," Ji Yanran said. "They are proficient with hypnosis?" "I thought they only excelled with their heavenly go," Hansen asked, as this revelation surprised him. He believed the Huangfu family were only in possession of powerful fighting abilities, not ones of deceit and distortion. "How else do you think the Huangfu family can enlist as many students as they do? Do you think they convince others through a display of their power alone? They have a history of researching, learning, adopting, and using various mind tricks. They could very well be the best in the alliance at that sort of thing. Heavenly Go does not belong to them, and only 2 people know it, anyway. The skill is not theirs," Ji Yanran explained. Hansen then remembered the time that the Chen family had told him of their ownership of Heavenly Go. It was one half of a set that also included 7 Twist. Somehow, the Huangfu family had come into possession of Heavenly Go. "If I have time, maybe I can go and talk about it with Sister Huangfu," Hansen casually said. When Ji Yanran heard this, she grabbed Hansen's ear and angrily exclaimed, "You are not allowed to see her." "Why?" Hansen strained to say, under agonizing pain. "You are simply not allowed, there is no why." Ji Yanran nibbled her lips. Han Sen, seeing her beautiful face, quickly turned her over. Another storm raged. Inside the sanctuary, a man ascended a mountain. After he reached the halfway point, a group of men barred his passage and prevented further travel. "Friend, do you know what this place is?" The leader, with a scar across his face, coldly laughed at the man. "I do not know." The man raised his head and cast a glance back towards the scarred man. The scarred man now saw the other's face clearly. He looked young and possessed a baby face, but one that was partially veiled by a bushy mustache. His eyes were honest and large, and when you saw them, maintaining a front of intimidation became much more difficult. The scarred man's face appeared softer, and so he calmly said, "This is Heaven Valley. It is the territory of our angel shelter. Your uninhibited passage can be granted for the price of 1 mutant beast soul." "But I do not have any mutant beast souls," the baby-faced man said in response. "Then you will have to traverse a portion of the Black Desert or scale Death Mountain," the scarred man told the traveler. Heaven Valley possessed the only fair-footed throughway to where he wished to go. It was skirted by Death Mountain and the Black Desert on either side. If you could not traverse this road, any detour would take many more months. Death was much more likely to find those who ventured in such treacherous places. "But that will take a long time," the baby-faced man said. "Is this the face of concern? If you want to continue this way, hand over a mutant beast soul," the man with a scar on his face said. "Well, what about if I kill you? What if I killed you all? If I did that, would I still be required to pay? Or would this toll of yours be forfeit?" The baby-faced man looked upon the other and spoke with a stern, serious face. "Ha ha ha." Scarface and those that accompanied him did not take the threat seriously, and so they all burst out laughing. Angel Shelter belonged to Angel Jean, otherwise known as the Zhao family. Any that sought to venture there and offended them were either foolish or insane. They thought the baby-faced man did not even know what Angel Jean was, and they just believed him to be an arrogant and pitiable man. The next second, the baby-faced man waved his hand. As he did so, an invisible blade shot through the air. He began stepping forward, and as each foot returned to the ground, a person's head was launched through the air. By the time the baby-faced man had managed to pass their roadblock, none were left alive. They all lay dead, scattered and crumpled on the ground. "I am not fond of killing, but I have antipathy of trouble. I am sorry for this." The baby-faced man's eyes still looked clean, not dirty, or tainted with the regret or pleasure of murder. Onwards through Heaven Valley he went. Han Sen reviewed the information he had received from Ji Yanran concerning the third god sanctuary. It detailed which spirit shelters were known of, and what was known of them and their occupants. He read it over a few times, unable to find out anything about the spirit that took the white rhino away. The middle of Han Sen's forehead still contained the mark, and he was worried over the prospect of being teleported to that spirit's shelter upon his arrival in the third god's sanctuary. Humans had no control of where they spawned in the third god's sanctuary, and it was unknown whether or not such fates were determined by spirits. Han Sen's super geno point tally had reached 55, and it wouldn't be long before he maxed them out. Since he was nearing his ascension to the third god's sanctuary, he had to start thinking forward and figuring things out. If I really do end up in that spirit's shelter, I should obey as instructed. I only have this one life. Han Sen destroyed the information after finishing with it, and then continued to think, there are numerous pros and cons when accepting the contract of a spirit. But to be contracted by a low-level one would be pointless. However, if it was an ordinary shelter or a night shelter, there is the possibility I could escape to be free. Or perhaps even claim it. He hadn't heard of any more super creatures existing in the area he was, so Han Sen decided to travel. He selected the faraway Sandao River as his next destination, for he had heard murmurs of fearsome monsters that inhabited it. To get there, he would have to traverse great swaths of forest. There was nothing more Han Sen desired in the second god's sanctuary, so all he fancied doing now was speeding up his acquisition of super geno points to ascend to the third god's sanctuary. With the silver fox in tow, Hansen journeyed through the forests until he reached the Sandow River area. There, he took in the sight of numerous lakes and rivers intertwined with each other. It was a grand freshwater place. There were many creatures living there, of many different breeds and species. Hansen was making for the Emerald Lake, where people said a dinosaur-looking creature roamed. Many people had also seen it caring for a baby, too. After reaching the region, it wasn't long before Hansen found a group of people fighting. At first, he thought they were a group of hunters taking on creatures of the area, but upon closer inspection, he saw that the human figures were in fact killing a man. Although the people looked very powerful, the man they sought to kill looked even scarier. Every time he unleashed a strike, someone was injured. But unfortunately for him, the numbers that surrounded him were too many. The fight appeared to have gone on for some time, as he was badly injured and drenched in blood. He didn't seem to be faring too well. Whoever dares challenge Angel Jean will be skinned alive. The leader of the group again ordered his people to kill the man. The fighters he was commanding didn't look well either. And the face of the leader was flustered and angry. Angel Jean? When Hansen heard this, his mind flashed. When Hansen was once attacked by a strange bloodhorn Shura, he suspected Angel Jean as being most likely to want to hurt him. He had done some digging, in an attempt to uncover who wished him dead, but all the leads led to dead ends. Now, things seemed even more suspicious. Even if it wasn't them who had gone after him, Hansen did not like Angel Jean. The man, surrounded by a legion of Angel Jean goons, didn't look like he deserved that treatment. He didn't look like a bad person, at all. What the Angel Jean people were doing grated on Hansen. Hansen contemplated what to do for some time before coming to a decision. Eventually, he told the Silver Fox and Little Angel to leave the area for a while. He summoned his armor to look like Dollar and approached the Angel Jean people. Although he hated the people of Angel Jean, he couldn't risk conflict with them due to his identity and familial association. Therefore, he readopted his persona of Dollar. This is official Angel Jean business. Get lost, one of the Angel Jean yahoos shouted at him when Hansen approached. Hansen did not say anything before unleashing his elephant disc punch. When he punched the man, he went flying away in a haze of blood. Hansen was not one who wanted to kill other people. What he wanted to do, more than anything, was save the person and ask what he had done to receive such harsh treatment. There had to be a reason, and although he despised Angel Jean, there was always the chance that the man who was surrounded actually deserved the treatment he was getting. Dollar. Seeing Hansen approach, it did not take long for someone to recognize him. After all, he was more famous than ever. He was the first person to achieve the title Son of God in the second God's sanctuary. Dollar, Angel Jean has no conflict with you. Why rival us? The man shouted at Hansen, clearly not desiring conflict with the revered Dollar. Hansen did not answer. He merely ran forward, and like a parting sea, the others cleared a path for him to approach the injured man. Friend, follow me, Hansen said to the man, forcing a rougher voice. Then, he turned and fled the scene. The Angel Jean henchmen were visibly angry, but they did not dare lift a finger to Hansen, and without resistance, Hansen was able to deliver the man safely from the area. If it had been anyone else, they'd definitely have fought back. But Dollar's reputation was too lofty, and they believed fighting him was asking for death. Boss, so many of our brothers have died to that man. Now, he has practically escaped. How are we to report this? Someone, who looked fairly disheartened, asked the leader. He did not want to be punished over what had happened. We will just report the truth. Dollar came to save him, and there was nothing we could do to oppose that man's desire. I am sure they will understand our reasoning. It is Dollar, after all, the man said, in a voice of confidence. After Hansen departed the region and escaped successfully, the person he brought with him collapsed on the ground and fainted. Hansen squatted to observe his wounds. He was surprised the man was still able to fight that entire time, as his injuries were quite severe. His will to live and fight was incredibly powerful. Hansen applied some medicine to his wounds and brought him deep into the woods, where no spying eyes could observe them. He wanted to ask the man what happened when he woke up. "You saved me?" When the guy woke up, he was neither in a state of shock or panic. His clear and bright eyes looked upon Hansen. "Kind of." Hansen checked the man out as he spoke. He had a pretty baby face that was adorned with a mustache. He wasn't sure what he was feeling, but Hansen knew this was not the sort of person he'd soon forget. "Who do you want to kill?" the baby-faced man asked. "What?" Hansen was surprised by the question, unsure of whether or not his ears had deceived him. After all, why would he ask such a question? "I owe you a life, and my talents lie in the taking of lives. If you want me to kill someone, I will do that as a return for the favor you have done me." The baby-faced man stopped moving. After a pause, he continued, "Of course, creatures can count for that equation, too." "What is your name?" Hansen looked at the baby-faced man. "Luoyin," the baby-faced man answered quickly. He didn't seem cold or ire-served. "Why have you gotten into a fight with the people from Angel Gene?" Hansen asked. "Because I despise trouble." Luoyin shrugged. Hansen laughed and said, "If you are afraid of getting into trouble, you may have to study what is needed to avoid it. Hunting down members of Angel Gene is not how you stay out of trouble. I am not a smart person, so studying does not come easy." Luoyin sighed. Hansen thought the man was rather interesting, but he had yet to receive any concrete information from him. The guy was not just funny, as there was a depth to his character. He was not as simple as he was letting on. "You really are Dollar?" Luoyin asked. "I suppose," Hansen answered. "It is a shame I have sustained such wounds. If I was in better condition, I would enjoy sparring with you," Luoyin said. "You seem to have forgotten that you owe me one life." Hansen looked at Luoyin. "I have not said anything to contradict my prior pledge. If we fight, and I beat you, but at the same time do not kill you, consider that a cash-in on the life I owe you," Luoyin said, with surprising seriousness. "And what if you lose?" Hansen was really interested in Luoyin. "You can either kill me or spare me." "If you spare my life, I will owe you too," Luoyin answered the question directly, and did not even pause for a brief moment before responding. Hansen shook his head, and with a wry smile said, "What are you doing here?" "I have come here to fight someone I cannot kill," Luoyin replied. "You are an interesting fellow. If you cannot kill the person you seek to fight, why bother fighting him at all? You expect and accept loss?" Hansen thought the person he had met was someone of great depth, and his persona was colored and textured with many layers of thoughtful contemplation. "I do not like killing people. To fight someone and lose may not be all that bad," Luoyin said. "In that case, good luck." Although Hansen considered the man with great interest, he did not want to engage in a pointless conversation such as this. He wanted information, and he wouldn't get any if he carried on like this. Hansen stood up and prepared to leave. But Luoyin, trembling, stood up and looked to follow. "Why are you following me?" Hansen asked, as a queer tone coated his words. "I cannot leave something undone, I cannot leave a debt unpaid. I will follow you until you prepare a task for me. Once I have accomplished the deed you bid me to do, I will leave and pursue whatever endeavor I seek next," Luoyin said. "Although I would like to fulfill your pledged obligation, there is no one here that can threaten me. It'll be some time before you can repay me." Hansen smiled. "You are proud?" Luoyin said, partly in question. "I have what it takes to be proud, don't I?" Hansen coldly said. Luoyin did not say anything further. Instead, he moved. Although he was heavily injured, his strike was incredibly steady. An invisible power departed his hands. Falsified sky power? Upon seeing the power, Han Sen's face changed. He was no longer a stranger to this force. Without hesitating, Han Sen threw a punch to collide with that power. The power of the Elephant Rex strike put the very atmosphere into a vortex of turmoil. But just as Han Sen's fist looked to touch the invisible power, it disappeared right before the collision. Before Han Sen noticed anything further, he was slashed across the chest. A sharp metal noise was produced. Han Sen was shocked, not knowing how he was hit. He could predict the falsified sky power, but his punch did not come into contact with it. He wasn't the only one surprised, however, as Luoyin looked visibly shocked, as well. Although he hit Han Sen with all his might, it only left a light mark on his armor. He was going to say, "I could have beheaded you, but I did not. Consider the life I owe you repaid." But instead, there was only silence. He acknowledged his inability to slay Dollar, and as a result, could not so easily repay the life he owed. Try again, Han Sen looked at Luoyin and told him. He knew Luoyin was not mad, and he knew for sure the strike was not supposed to kill him outright. But he wanted to know why he could not block it. The man's falsified sky power was different than what Luoli had exhibited. If you have heard of the falsified sky sutra, then you must know you cannot withstand my power. It conjures a strike that cannot miss, no matter how the sought recipient seeks to dodge. Luoyin felt awkward but continued to speak. I cannot break your armor, however. It is useless, even if I manage to hit you. You were indeed correct, none can threaten you. Not here, not in the second God's sanctuary. I am afraid I will never be able to repay you. I do not believe that, Han Sen frowned. Han Sen had never of an attack such as the one he spoke of. He did not know, because he had not practiced the falsified sky sutra. Luoyin said nothing more and instead tried to attack again. This time, Han Sen stared at his curious opponent with absolute focus. He was going to give it his all and dodge the strike that was to come, but it was useless. The attack hit his neck. Luoyin did this another 13 times until he collapsed and sat on the ground. His wounds were cracked once more, and blood oozed from the orifices. The 13 hits were all delivered to different parts of Han Sen's body. He tried dodging and blocking each time, but despite his most valiant efforts, he failed to avoid the hits. If he wasn't wearing his Devil Ant King armor, he'd have been dismembered 13 times. No matter how much he tried, Han Sen could not block the attacks. Each of Luo Yin's strikes were sent and received exactly where he desired them to be. No matter how hard Han Sen tried, he could not dodge them. No wonder Mom said, when I meet someone who has fully learned the true falsified sky sutra, I should not dodge or try to defend. Killing such a foe quickly would be the only route to victory. It really is quite the terrifying skill. Han Sen's heart was rocked with surprise. He couldn't even see where Luoyin attacked from, so it was no wonder why the skill of the Luo family was considered legendary. Ah, I cannot kill you. You should go. If you need me to kill someone on your behalf someday, call me anytime. This is getting annoying. Luoyin sighed. Han Sen looked at Luoyin and did not say anything. He turned and left. Although he knew Luoyin could not beat him, the falsified sky sutra's power made Han Sen feel danger unlike ever before. For now, Luoyin could not break his armor, but what if someday someone could? What if he went up against a foe possessing a weapon that could perform the strike as needed? Han Sen lacked confidence in his ability to stay alive against the falsified sky sutra because they could not miss. If they attacked, it would all be over. What is falsified sky sutra, exactly? Han Sen did not believe an unbreakable skill existed in this world. Everything had its weakness, and Han Sen only had to find it. In fact, Han Sen had used his Dongxian aura to scan Luo Yin's moves when they fought. He couldn't track the skill's delivery, but he did uncover something. Although Han Sen was unable to trace the path of the falsified sky power, it was cast by a human. That meant Han Sen could tell exactly when Luo Ying cast the move. With this knowledge, Han Sen should be able to fight in a way that would prevent his opponent from casting any falsified sky powers. No matter how powerful a skill was, it was pointless if it could not be used. But this was just a thought. He couldn't blindly go against something like that and expect things to turn out exactly as he envisioned. He knew he'd have to deliberate it more and work out exactly how he might break down those attacks. Han Sen was not an old-fashioned man. He had doubts, so he didn't venture to the Emerald Lake as planned. Instead, he returned to a human shelter so he could go back to the Alliance. Upon his return, he wanted to research and learn as much as he could about the falsified Sky Sutra. He didn't plan on learning it, but Han Sen would definitely value a way in which he might break it, if it was ever used against him again. The Luo family would never expect the falsified Sky Sutra they gave Han Sen to go unlearned, and he would instead use it to reverse engineer a counter to the very thing they desired him to know. After glossing over a bunch of information, Han Sen stumbled onto something rather elucidating. The power is of the sky, but not, it is Shura. Power is drawn from blackened hearts. After reading this sentence, Han Sen sort of understood what it meant. The falsified sky power was derived from the Shura, obtained through the consequence of evil actions. You cannot avoid karma. Once you strike, it is locked on and unavoidable. If it really was karma, then no one could avoid it. But this falsified Sky Sutra was created by humans. The karma they created was just a power built by the hands of humans. After Han Sen saw this, his mood began to ease. The power of humans could always be exhausted, they could not go on forever. So, the falsified Sky Sutra that never missed had to suffer from the same human defect. If things are like this, then the Dongxian Sutra should be a falsified Sky Sutra buster. Dongxian is all about seeing opportunities. You can observe people, the sky and ground. You can see through everything in this world. My Dongxian aura should be able to trace the coming of falsified sky power. So, why am I unable to? Han Sen had yet to come up with a solution to this puzzle. Han Sen brought out his Dongxian Sutra and gave it a read. There was still much content he did not understand. The lexicon of its writing was too ancient and old. It had been a long time since he last tried reading it, but now here he was again with it. He compared it with the falsified Sky Sutra, for his knowledge of the Dongxian Sutra had greatly expanded by now. So, Dongxian Sutra can restrict falsified Sky Sutra? My Dongxian aura should be able to see and predict the path falsified sky powers take. But it looks like I lost my way when learning the Dongxian Sutra, and I focused too much on observing energies. Energy is only one component of everything in this world, after all. Han Sen felt as if he was learning more, the more he read. And the more he read, the more he realized just how incredible the Dongxian Sutra really was. The contents would undoubtedly shock the world and bring God himself to tears. Still, there were many things he was unable to learn to completion. It shouldn't be too difficult to break the falsified sky power. I need to sense destiny and predict karma. Then, it all boils down to which combatant is more powerful. Han Sen closed his Dongxian Sutra with a far greater understanding. Han Sen didn't choose to immediately change his Dongxian aura. He started to review Jade Skin, which he had learned before it. After unlocking his first gene lock with Jade Skin, his eighth sense was what would enable him to restrict the falsified sky power the most. If he mastered his eighth sense, with the power of space and time, and his super sensibility, he wagered he could catch the falsified sky power's trace. But Han Sen was already used to Dongxian aura, which was similar enough. He rarely made use of his eighth sense, as it was. But now that he had read the Dongxian Sutra again, he had learnt something new. He thought the Dongxian aura could include the eighth sense. So, he took a look at its specifics again, and got to thinking of a way he could incorporate it directly into Dongxian aura. And if he could not do that, he'd at least want to find a way in which he could use both simultaneously. But the Dongxian Sutra was the real and complete one. He had just been too focused on energy patterns and flows before. He had obtained many advantages from that, yes, but it resulted in him losing the true meaning behind Dongxian aura. Hansen did not go back to the sanctuary for a while. He remained where he was, practicing the Dongxian Sutra and Jade Skin, hoping for a breakthrough. He thought the Luo family's business was too complicated. Even though his mom tried her hardest to get away from them, they'd always crop up in an unexpected manner. Hansen began to think he might not be able to completely escape them either. If there was some conflict with the Luo family in the future, this would be his best shot of coming out on top. If he didn't learn how to overcome the falsified Sky Sutra, even if he learned it himself, he would be unable to compete with the Luo family. The Dongxian Sutra, which could predict and foresee every opportunity, was his best chance of staying alive if he ever had to do combat with someone with a high tier of the falsified Sky Sutra. Therefore, Hansen got to practicing seriously once more. Unfortunately for him, however, progress was excruciatingly slow. So, Hansen decided to visit the virtual training camp so he could do battle with real people. He would learn much faster through actual combat. Qin Xian visited the virtual training camp whenever she could, too. She always did so in the hopes of meeting up with a little soldier on the battleship for some guidance. But it had been a long time since she last saw him, and this severely disappointed her. So, on this day, she entered the virtual training camp and went straight to her friend list like usual. Much to her surprise, she saw a little soldier on the battleship was online. "Coach, are you free?" Qin Xian quickly sent a message and invited him to her lobby. Hansen saw Ms. Perfume's invitation arrive and agreed to join. He knew Ms. Perfume was Qin Xian, but Qin Xian didn't know Hansen was a little soldier on the battleship. Therefore, he exercised much caution in not allowing her to see who he truly was. Qin Xian was quite powerful among evolvers, but because of Hansen's fitness, she was far weaker than him now. But not everything came down to fitness. The hyper-geno arts and combat skills she possessed would do well for his practice. That was why he agreed to join her. "Use all you can to beat me," Hansen said to Qin Xian after entering the arena. Qin Xian was happy to hear this, and even happier to oblige. She thought the reason why he said this was so he could test her power and correct any mistakes she made. To have such a powerful elite practice with her was a brilliant thing. Qin Xian let loose a flurry of attacks towards Hansen, who remained in a defensive position, allowing her to do as she could. He was able to block each and every strike. The Dongxian aura allowed him to sense all things, but Hansen had previously stuck to only using it to observe life forces. As he shifted his focus on the skill, it began to feel more and more like the eighth sense. Hansen used his feelings to block Qin Xian's attacks, and did not actually watch her with open eyes. The more he practiced, the greater his abilities of perception became. It wasn't quite on par with the eighth sense yet, but he wanted to get it there. Although fighting with others was a fine aid for practicing, Hansen soon discovered it was difficult for him to trace the attacks of others in the virtual community. While the virtual community felt real enough, everyone was just data. They weren't inhabiting a physical space, and as such, it was difficult for Hansen to learn exactly what he needed. Most of the time, he was just guessing where to deflect. In these conditions, I can still predict the attacks of an opponent. This means I have been successful, on the whole. Hansen was not a person who shied away from difficult tasks. Instead, the prospect of performing something tough, and then coming out on top, excited him. When they first started practicing together, Hansen used his vision as a secondary support to completely block her attacks. The longer he practiced, the more he could lax on his need for vision and rely solely on perception without eyes. Although progress was slow, even a tiny bit was enough to bring Hansen much joy. As for Qin Xian, she was holding back when she attacked during the early stages of their practice. It was only as time went on that she noticed her inability to deal any damage to her sparring partner. No matter what attack she performed, Hansen seemed able to block it flawlessly. When she noticed his unwillingness to fight back, she realized she had no need to hold back. Then, she committed all her focus and power into attacking without restraint. Despite her best efforts, she could not break or bypass his guard. "Coach, will you be here again tomorrow?" Qin Xian asked Han Sen when she had to leave. "Yes, I'll be visiting here for a while to come," Han Sen answered, with certainty. Until his Dongxian aura was as efficient as his eighth sense, he wasn't going to return to the sanctuary. When Qin Xian received this answer, she looked incredibly happy. After leaving the virtual training camp, she returned to her room and brought out a hyper-geno art. The hyper-geno art was titled Empirical Sword. This skill was focused purely on attack and saved nothing for defense. It was extremely powerful, but also extremely risky to perform during the heat of battle. The Qin family had been in possession of the skill since ancient times, but due to the risk involved in its usage, few bothered learning it. Once you committed to this strike, there was no going back. If your attack was ineffective, and the opponent on the receiving end was able to fight back, you'd most likely end up dead. In the ancestral book of their lineage, many family members were recorded to have died while using Empirical Sword. The Qin family did have many other powerful skills, however. She didn't have to only use Empirical Sword, and adding to that, she had not spent any time learning it before. But she thought of giving it a go while going up against an opponent who never attacked back. Han Senator Qin Xian could not once break his guard, so she thought of using this skill to surprise him. Gaining some casual experience and practice with the skill could only be a boon for her, as well. Qin Xian then took to learning it, and the next day when she and Hansen fought, it surprised him a lot. Her intimidating approach was vastly different than it had been the day before, which excited him, too. After Qin Xian used Empirical Sword, she realized she quite liked it. So, she dedicated more time and research into its intricacies. After doing a deep dive to learn it better and better, she became very proficient with it. This excited her a lot, but the grief-driven history of the skill ever gnawed at her mind. "Are you okay?" While Hansen battled with Qin Xian in a merry mood, her talent with the new skill only continued to improve. This was good for him, as the added pressure forced him to get better and better. It was exactly what Hansen needed, but before long, he noticed Qin Xian withdrawing a little bit. The zest and intimidating momentum she wielded at the beginning of the day's session had all disappeared. "Coach, this sword skill can only strike. There is no defense, at all. I fear that it is too risky, and I should hold back from learning more of it." When Qin Xian looked at Hansen, she appeared to be lost. It was obvious how much she sought and valued advice from him. "What is the skill called?" Hansen asked. "Empirical Sword." Qin Xian did not hide this and told him directly. "The power of grand empires is to secure victory without bloodshed. Their presence compels obedience. When your sword skills reach a level that does not require battle, then you will have truly learned it. If you never have to fight, then there is no risk," Hansen slowly said. "Not fight?" Qin Xian looked at Hansen. "Yes. To not have to do battle is to reach a zenith of your being." Hansen nodded, and then continued to say, "We will stop here for now, while you mull my words over for a time. Listen to what your heart tells you. If you want to learn it, continue. If you harbor doubt, then give it up now. You cannot be half and half with this skill. It will get you killed, if so." "Thank you, coach. I will indeed think this over." Qin Xian left the virtual training camp, deep in thought over what Hansen had told her. Qin Xian thought things over for a long time, and her mind was racked with indecision. Eventually, she reached out to call someone else. On her communicator, the image of an old man appeared on screen. "Little Xian, you have actually reached out to me. 'Tis a rare happenstance." The old man sipped tea, as a certain bitterness tinged his words. "Great-grandfather, I want to practice Empirical Sword," Qin Xian said, with seriousness in her voice. The old man's head shook, and he looked back with seriousness, too. He observed his great-granddaughter for a while and eventually asked, "Tell me why you seek to practice it." Qin Xian told him what had been happening, and then she said, "So, after much consideration, I wish to learn it. And I want to reach a level where fighting will never be necessary. To not fight is the great oppression, and I have much interest in meeting this person you speak so fondly of," the old man said, instead of answering Qin Xian directly. "Great-grandpa, if you would like to meet him, that can be arranged for tomorrow in the virtual training camp. But tell me, should I learn empirical sword?" Qin Xian asked, with a girlier voice. She barely showed her more ladylike side to anyone, not even her parents. She would only do it before her great-grandfather. "Don't you have the answer, residing deep in your heart? For what purpose are you asking this old man?" The old man laughed and continued to say, "Remember to call me tomorrow, so that I can see what sort of person this fellow is, to have told you such profound things. If something happens to my great-granddaughter in the future, over the words spoken to her by this person, then I will go after him and not relent." "Great-grandpa, this has nothing to do with my coach," Qin Xian pleaded, with a cute and higher-pitched voice. "Of course it has. If he did not tell you that not fighting is to reach the zenith, then you would not know the way of the empirical sword. If these words were not spoken, then you would not be so keen on learning this skill," the old man coldly said. After Hansen woke up, he logged into the virtual training camp. Qin Xian was already online, and she wasted no time in inviting him to a lobby. "Coach, I have decided to learn empirical sword," Qin Xian told him directly. "Okay," Hansen said. The way he saw things, Qin Xian was a woman who could do anything. She surmounted challenges of all sorts easily, and it was difficult to grasp that feeling with the other men he knew. He thought empirical sword would suit her just fine. They both matched against each other again, but this time, there was someone in the audience. It was a middle-aged gentleman. Qin Xian thought her great-grandfather was a strange man. He was incredibly old, but upon making his virtual avatar, he created a delicate and handsome middle-aged man. He had also taken to flirting with other online girls, something which annoyed her quite a bit. At least she was not compelled to inform others that it was indeed her great-grandfather. Admitting such a thing would be extremely embarrassing. After their fight was over, Qin Xian hesitated for a bit before talking. When she spoke, she said, "Coach, I have a friend who would like to match against you. Would this be okay?" "Sure," Hansen quickly agreed, as it did not concern him who he practiced with. "Cool. I will ask him to invite you, then." Qin Xian felt relieved, not hearing Hansen ask her who this person was. If he had, she wouldn't have known how to answer him. She could not lie, but admitting the truth would be painful. After waiting a bit, Hansen saw a friend request pop up, alongside the ID of its sender. It was called A King with 72 Wives, a name which made Hansen laugh. He happily accepted the request. This name was one of the primary reasons why Qin Xian did not want to introduce the person as her great-grandfather. After Hansen added him as a friend, he received a match invite. He agreed but did not expect the person he was about to face to be a demigod. Qin Xian was prepared to watch the fight, but her entry was prevented. A fighter has disabled spectating. Entry is prohibited. Hearing the system announcement, Qin Xian froze. She had no idea why she had been locked out. "Great-grandpa, what are you doing?" Qin Xian sent Qin Taixian a message. The recipient has disabled their messaging functionality. Try again later. When Qin Xian heard this second announcement, she began to feel awful. She had no idea what her great-grandfather sought to do. When Hansen entered the arena, his body felt a great chill. He could sense a feeling of danger encroach and swell inside him. It was the sort of feeling that suggested he was not going up against a person, but rather a monster. If he was in the sanctuary, he'd turn tail and run within a heartbeat. This scary feeling made him tremble. He was not afraid in his mind, however. His body's reaction was only natural, when faced with the potential of extreme danger. It was merely quite strange for him, since he had never suffered this reaction before. Hansen forced his body to calm down, and after doing so, approached to observe his opponent. Hansen knew there would be no point in running. If he ever met someone in real life who could make his body shiver like this, he knew he wouldn't be granted the opportunity of flight. Hansen was simply glad he had only encountered this person here in the virtual Skynet, and he wasn't a real enemy of his. Why have you convinced Qin Xian to learn that skill? Qin Taixian coldly asked. Because I think it suits her, Hansen said, not looking to hide anything. Although he did not compel Qin Xian to learn it, he hoped that she would learn it due to how well it suited her. Then let me see if you have what it takes to even think about it. Qin Taixian stepped forward and his hands became blades. Without pause, he slashed towards Hansen. In this virtual world, when Hansen saw the strike come, he felt as if the world had gotten smaller. It was like the entire space was taken by this attack, and he could neither move nor dodge. He felt as if he would just have to stand and wait there, anticipating the moment he would be broken by his opponent. Hansen knew that it wasn't the power gap between the two that prohibited him from fighting back, it was just the feelings he was suffering from, as a result of going against someone of a much higher tier. It stifled him. Hansen's heart was tough, and he had frequently found himself triumphing over life or death moments. Thinking this over, he became determined not to lose over the strength he perceived someone else to have. He cast the Dongshan Sutra, which resulted in his body shaking. But still, his eyes shone bright with determination, devoid of any glimmer of a desire to back out. All he did was stare at the hand that approached him. He did not move back nor forward. Instead, he moved horizontally. Pang! When the attack landed, he felt as if his chest was about to be torn open. One of his arms and half a shoulder were sliced off. The system simulated the appearance of gushing blood, as his HP bar was brought down to a sliver. But the opponent's attack did not defeat him right away, and he still had a single-digit amount of HP left. Qin Taishuan's eyes looked strange. He could tell that his opponent was not some leader in an army and was instead just a young man. But for a young man to have such a reaction towards his attack was special, and even here in a virtual community, it surprised Qin Taixian a great amount. If Hansen backed off, then that would mean his mind was lost. If he went forward, then that would imply he was reckless under pressure. No matter which way Hansen went, he'd have been defeated. But under such pressure, Hansen could still use his best judgment and heed his own advice. To this, Qin Taixian was surprised and in great admiration of him. Qin Taixian thought it was incredible to see a young man such as this. If you have convinced little Xianxian to learn this skill, you must be responsible. Qin Taixian merely looked at Hansen now, foregoing a desire to attack. Hansen was preparing to fight back, but put away his attempt upon hearing him speak. His heart could properly take in what was spoken, so he asked, "Responsible? Responsible for what? If a powerful sword lacks a proper scabbard, then it will inevitably harm the wielder. If you have suggested that she learn empirical sword, then you must be her scabbard," Qin Taixian said with calm gravitas. Scabbard? Hansen was unsure what he meant. Qin Xian was only seeking to learn a new sword skill. It wasn't as if she was being melted down and reforged into a blade herself. What scabbard? The most important aspect of empirical sword lies in the ruler's heart. If there is no heart, there can be no sword. But this heart? Qin Taixian sighed and then continued to say, the absolute power is dependent on the heart. If the heart sinks, so too does the power. She needs a person to keep her feeling as if she were in danger. She needs a person who gives her purpose to proceed and strive ever forward, not to remain where she is and be content. Only that can sharpen the sword that will be sheathed inside the scabbard you will embody. Why me? Hansen asked with confusion. There were many elites in the Qin family, so Han Sen did not understand why Qin Taishan wanted him to be the scabbard. He was an outsider, and no one else in the Qin family even knew about him. If you do not know the heart, how can you be the scabbard? Qin Taishan said, while staring at Han Senator. He continued, tell me your name, kid. I can only suppose you are someone special. Qin Taishan believed Han Sen to hail from a big family, if he indeed possessed such wisdom. The kid intrigued him very much, and so, he wanted to confirm his identity before allowing him to become the scabbard. Han Sen hesitated for a moment, and then said, I am Han Senator. I am a subordinate of Team Qin. Now I am captain of the special squad. If I can help Team Qin, I will do whatever I am able to. You are Han Sen? Qin Taishan looked at him in a strange way. Qin Taishan had heard Han Sen's name before, but not through his achievements. It was because he was the son-in-law of Ji Ruozhen, and had a blood relation with the Luo family. Yes. If you need me, give me a call. Han Sen nodded, as there was nothing else he could say. And there was nothing else he could do to prove he was indeed Han Sen. Have you joined the Luo family? Qin Taishan wore a serious look. My surname is Han, not Luo, Han Sen replied. Qin Taishuan's expression was complex, and after a brief time of silence elapsed between the two, he said to Han Sen, Qin Xian will be depending on you. What should I do? Han Sen was not sure what was needed to be a good scabbard. Spend time practicing with her. Beat her, but not too harshly. Qin Taishan said this and prepared to leave. How can I contact you? Han Sen asked. My name is Qin Taishan, he answered. Han Sen was shocked, and in his heart, he thought to himself, the demigod Qin Taishan? It is no wonder he is so powerful. I am afraid he already went easy on me. If he didn't, I wouldn't be standing here with a modicum of health remaining. Old Qin, there is something I must ask. Han Sen felt embarrassed. What is it? Qin Taishan looked at Han Sen. Qin Xian does not know who I am, could you please not tell her? If you told her, I can only suspect she will become mad. Han Sen bore a wry smile. Okay. Qin Taishan nodded. Thank you, old Qin. Han Sen was now beaming with happiness. After Han Sen departed, Qin Taishan looked puzzled. He thought to himself, I hope he does not join the Luo family. A person like that, joining them? It would either be the luckiest thing or the worst thing for the alliance. Great-grandpa, what were you doing with my coach? Qin Xian finally saw him return and asked the question as quickly as possible. Nothing. I was just testing him. I wanted to see if he was sufficiently qualified to teach my cute great-granddaughter. He is all right. Qin Taishan smiled. Why would you not allow me to see? Qin Xian looked as if she didn't entirely trust what he had to say. Qin Taishan merely squinted and said, Do you want to stand around here all day chatting, or do you want to come home with me so that I can show you the true empirical sword? I can learn it? Qin Xian looked surprised, not expecting to be allowed to learn it so soon. The empirical sword she had previously learnt was just a skill. The hyper-geno art was forbidden from the family, and without Qin Taishuan's permission, she wouldn't even be allowed to look upon it. Remember this, to not fight is the most oppressive thing you can do. To learn this without heeding that will only harm you, Qin Taishan said, with an unreadable expression. Han Sen practiced with Qin Xian every day, and when he wasn't practicing, he spent his time playing Hand of God. Playing Hand of God actually aided the training of his perception. And especially so, since he was going up against bots. Highly advanced AI posed a far greater challenge to him than humans did. The primary reason for this was because of the AI's reaction speeds, which far exceeded that of ordinary humans. The AI always knew when the next light spot was to appear. With AI as your opponents, you would need brilliant abilities of perception. You would have to accurately predict where the light spot was before the AI itself became aware, and then react before they did. Hansen chose to compete against the hardest level of AI, one which other humans had great difficulty going against. In the beginning, Hansen's success rate was low, only managing to get 2 light spots out of every 100. And even those times were through guesses. But as Hansen became more powerful, the number of light spots he managed to obtain increased. After all, the AI was programmed and scripted, adhering to rules established by the creators. Over time, Hansen began to get a feel for the AI's rhythm, and as he did, his success rate grew. After 2 months of constant practice, Hansen's perception with his Dongxian aura only continued to improve. By that time, it had almost wholly caught up with Jadeskin's 8th sense. Congratulations! You have beaten Hand of God Super Mode. After getting the final light spot, the announcement played to congratulate Hansen. At the same time, the whole community of Hand of God played the announcement. Evolver class player When a Girlfriend is now the first player to complete Super Mode and has been granted the title Hand of God. The announcement played 3 times across the entire community, and brought everyone to a standstill. Holy smokes! Is that for real? An Evolver finished Super Mode? Who is that powerful? They must be cheating. How can an Evolver finish Super Mode? He must have been single for 50 years, willing to do anything to win a girlfriend. I don't think the system can make mistakes. But I'll echo your sentiments and ask how an Evolver could possibly pass this difficulty? Many people believe the feat to have been impossible. A lot of the professional Hand of God players went to search for the identity of the player only known as Win a Girlfriend. They added him as a friend and invited Hansen to play many times, to see how good he truly was. When Hansen saw the first request, he accepted it. But later, the friend request tone was like a fire alarm. Unable to cope with the number of requests he was suddenly receiving, he simply decided to turn on his busy status. The only person he accepted sent him a match request. Player God's third hand has sent you a match request. Will you accept? God's third hand was a very famous player in the Hand of God community circles. Over the past 5 years, God's third hand had managed to beat out every other professional Evolver Hand of God player, coming first place in 4 of the annual Hand of God championships in the process. His talent for the game resulted in others referring to him as God's favorite child. In addition to his constant practice of the game, his legendary status was achieved in a variety of different ways. And aside from being naturally talented, he had a special hyper-geno art that aided his play. Everyone knew his name in the Hand of God circles, but even he had yet to beat Super Mode. His speed and reactions could not match that of the AI, and it had been believed that Evolvers were unable to beat the master-level AI. But now, all of a sudden, an unknown Evolver had managed to beat Super Mode. It was difficult for people to believe, and he did not believe it either. He assumed whoever had won had managed to forge their identity, and thus it was most likely a surpasser acting under the guise of an Evolver. That was how the cheater had managed to do it, he believed. God's third hand wasted no time in inviting Hansen to match, and he was keen to prove whether or not his theory was correct. Hansen had spent much time battling the AI to beat the hardest difficulty. To keep going was pointless, but now that a real person had invited him to play, his interest was reinvigorated. Thinking it might be fun, he accepted the invite without hesitation. Win a Girlfriend and God's third hand now compete. The system announced, as a special treatment for those who had achieved the title Hand of God. Hearing this news, everyone was shocked. They all quickly scrambled to spectate the match. God's third hand was very famous, and widely recognized as a legendary professional with the game. Hansen, who was unknown and had just achieved the title Hand of God, was going to compete with him. Intense matches such as this were rare, and only those widely invested in the game could truly grasp how monumental an event such as this really was. Hansen did not know his one randomly accepted friend request would result in this, and he at first thought God's third hand was just another average, run-of-the-mill player. To be the very first person to send a request, you'd need to be lightning quick. so perhaps it made sense that God's third hand had gotten in first. But even if Hansen knew beforehand how strong he was, he wouldn't have cared too much. The match started, and every eye in the audience turned to view their hands. With bated breath, they tensely anticipated the appearance of the first light to show. Whoever hit 100 light spots first would be deemed the victor. You could either grab the lights near you, or the ones belonging to your opponent. Each light spot was worth 1 point, and 100 was needed to win. God's third hand watched Hansen's hands intently, eagerly waiting to witness his speed. If he was too fast, then God's third hand would know he was just a cheap cheater. Many people thought the same way as God's third hand, too. After all, he had been playing for many years, and not a single evolver had yet to reach 50% completion of super mode. And that included God's third hand. Somehow, this previously unknown when a girlfriend entered the scene and finished what was believed to be impossible. Few people put stock in the validity of the win. The first light spot appeared, and everyone looked at Hansen's hand. Much to the surprise of everyone, the hand moved relatively slowly. The speed was remarkably average, when compared to most high-level players. He couldn't compete well in traditional match-made games if he genuinely played like that. Did he really beat Super Mode with such speed? Everyone thought to themselves. God's third hand frowned, also thinking Hansen's move was slow. But just as he went to reach his own light spot, he noticed Hansen had already taken it. 1 o'clock. Whoa. Seeing this, many people made a variety of different noises indicating surprise. God's third hand was faster, so how could when a girlfriend grab the light spot first? That confused many people. When a girlfriend now moved to God's third hand's side, looking as if he was about to steal his next light spot. God's third hand's face looked cold, and he did not believe his opponent's speed would be enough to beat him. But this was exactly what he wanted. To fight him face to face would expose his speed and reveal to everyone how much of a cheater his rival was. Over the next minute, however, God's third hand felt as if he had slipped into a sordid nightmare. Hansen's hands were not fast, and they were most certainly slower than his own, but God's third hand had not managed to grab a single light spot. It was so strange, it genuinely made him feel as if he was having a bad dream. No matter how hard he tried, no matter how much effort he put into increasing his own speed, he couldn't hit a single light spot. The audience was entirely quiet, as well, unable to believe what they were seeing. A legendary professional player did not have a single point. It would have made sense if Hansen's hands were fast, but they weren't. In fact, he looked very relaxed. But God's third hand's light spots were all snatched by the flimsy, casual hands. It made people feel pretty awkward on God's third hand's behalf. And nobody could really understand what was going on. The true elites of Hand of God were even more shocked than the rest of the audience. They believed God's third hand's movements were seen by Hansen beforehand. It was like Hansen treated God's third hand like a puppet on a string. This cannot be real. Everyone started to think. At the same time, they realized how scary this thought genuinely was. The man was a legendary, professional player who had won numerous contests. Yet now, he was getting wrecked by a person they hadn't seen before. Truly, this new contender was frighteningly strong. No one believed Hansen was cheating now, either. Even if he was playing against the AI, cheating would only enable him to react faster. He couldn't actively work to block an opponent from grabbing a light spot. AI could not predict the decisions of a human, but even if you did not directly compete with the AI, you could still manage to grab light spots for yourself. For that slow speed to prohibit every approach by God's third hand was something not even the AI was able to do. It's like he can control fate itself. This person is the real hand of God, the audience thought to themselves. After the match was over, Hansen exited the virtual community. He thought battling other humans was fairly lame, and all around boring. He viewed competition against the AI to be much more exciting. Until he could challenge a surpasser, it was a waste of his time. The fact that the match was considered boring was something that rocked the entire Hand of God community. A legendary, professional player God's third hand was bullied into defeat with a final score of 100-0. It was a shocker. A video of the match circulated virally, as everyone who saw it shared and passed it on. No matter who ended up watching it, they were amazed. But no one suspected when a girlfriend was cheating, and rightfully so. Cheats only allowed someone to speed up, and Han Sen's hands were actually slower than his opponents. Many Hand of God professionals analyzed the match, since the details of the match promised to bring the game into a new era. Previously, it was entirely believed to be a game of speed. After one match, it was revealed to everyone that it could be something more. No longer was it about collecting points through speed alone, now it was about prediction and foresight. And it was possible to play mind games on your opponent, and work to prevent your opponent from collecting their points. A new era began, and this match was officially documented as a guide and a showcase for players. And so, as it was handed out more and more, it became even more widely known. Many people wanted to uncover the identity of the enigmatic win-a-girlfriend. Some teams and organizations even placed a bounty for any concrete information that could aid in the discovery of who the player truly was. But after time elapsed, with no progress in such investigations, the trail went cold. Han Sen no longer had any interest in playing Hand of God. He decided to return to the sanctuary, since the sensing abilities of his Dongxian aura were almost on par with his Jadeskin's eighth sense. He believed by now, he had what it took to overcome falsified Sky Sutra, and thus, Han Sen wanted to find Luoyin again. He wanted to see if he could well and truly beat the falsified sky powers. But Luoyin was not there, so he reverted back to his original plan, the one that led him to encounter Luoyin in the first place. Han Sen returned to the Emerald Lake, in the hope he could find the dinosaurs that had been said to reside there, the parent and child. If they did not live together, then Han Sen thought he had a fair chance of killing them. After the silver fox had eaten the second-generation Devil Eye spider, it seemed to have grown up quite a bit. Its energy flow had almost reached the same level as the fairies. While these changes occurred on the inside, little happened to its exterior. It looked practically the same as it always had, so it didn't seem as if it was yet an adult. Han Sen pulled out the corpse of the silver-winged butterfly, and the silver fox's eyes began to shine towards it. The silver fox hopped onto Han Sen's hand in the hopes of swallowing it. But Han Sen suddenly pulled back his hand. He looked at the silver fox and said, "Little Silver, I treat you better than I would my own son. I give you everything. If you ever think to betray me, I will never forgive you. Do you understand?" The silver fox used its head to rub Han Sen, as saliva drooled from its mouth into the fabric of his clothes. When Han Sen put his hand down, the silver fox leapt off and gobbled up the butterfly in a second flat. Its body seemed to shake and tremble afterwards. Silver lightning suddenly burst forth from it, like silk. This static silk crackled and weaved its way around to encase the silver fox in a silver cocoon. Han Sen used his Dongxian aura to watch the cocoon and took a surprised notice of the chaotic energy that swirled inside. It was like a volcano, preparing to erupt at any second. Is it finally growing up? Han Sen felt relieved. He was worried that even after eating the silver butterfly, there'd be no change. If so, Han Sen hadn't a clue how much longer it would take. Han Sen did not know how long it would take for the silver fox to finish its time inside the cocoon either, but he didn't fancy waiting around. So, he stuffed the cocoon inside his pack and resumed his journey to the Emerald Lake. The Emerald Lake sparkled green, and all you could see was the green unspoiled surface reflecting the sky above. It was a gorgeous view to behold. Upon reaching the lake, Han Sen walked around its length but did not find a single super creature. He used his Dongxian aura to scan the water. He could only scan up to a depth of about 10 meters, despite how deep it truly was. As a result, he was unable to find anything. "Friend, have you come here looking for dinosaurs?" "A bunch of us have established a camp and with a fire, and we're having a barbecue. A man appeared and greeted Han Sen, inviting him to join in the festivities. It was rare to see a man so passionate and welcoming, so Han Sen did not hesitate to oblige and take a seat. They spoke together for some time, and Han Sen learnt the group was a bunch of friends that composed a squad. They all knew each other back in the first God's sanctuary, but they all happened to be sent to the same region in the second God's sanctuary. Such an occurrence was highly unlikely, and so, they took it as a sign that they should form a team. Passing by this lake, they had heard the tales of a dinosaur supposedly inhabiting the place. Therefore, they decided to stop for a while and scope the place out. They had been camping at the same spot for 2 days, but alas, they hadn't seen anything out of the ordinary. "Which squad are you from?" Lu Yuni asked. "My squad is a bit special, it is not appropriate for me to discuss their affairs here." Han Sen smiled. "A special team, huh? Has anything interesting hit the airwaves? Is there any juicy gossip you can share with us?" someone else asked. Just as Han Sen was about to tell them a story, he heard watery splashes. Suddenly, the glassy surface of the lake was disturbed, and the tide that caressed the grassy skirt of the lake began to rise. A wave that was a few meters high was generated, and it quickly came in the direction of the camp. Under the force of the sudden tsunami, the fire was immediately put out and the tents were all ruined. Everyone, now drenched, looked out towards the lake. They saw something with the neck and head of a giraffe emerge from the water. This was much bigger than the dinosaur they had previously expected. Its body had to be over 100 meters wide, it was ridiculous. Near the monster, a little version of itself lay. Its body was smaller, at only about 10 meters wide. They both exited the waters and climbed upon the shore. At the ghastly sight, Lu Yuni and his team froze. It was rare to see creatures of such Goliath proportions inhabiting a sanctuary. "Boss, should we fight?" someone asked Lu Yuni. Lu Yuni smiled wryly and muttered, "Do you have a death wish? It's huge. Our weapons would only be capable of tickling such a fiend. Its tail alone could wipe us out." As their dialogue unfolded, Han Sen was already running towards the two creatures. He used his Dongxian aura to scan them. The big one's life force, although blurry, was incredibly strong. It was a first-generation super creature. The small one's energy flow was running strangely, but that aside, it was clear. It was a second-generation super creature. It was rare to find a second-generation super creature that was alone, and although the big one was beside it, Han Sen didn't see a reason why he could not kill it. The little angel flapped her wings and flew directly to the big monster's head, as Han Sen took off running to the smaller monster. His fitness had almost reached the level of a juvenile super creature at this point, and with the flaming Rex spike in hand, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to slay his target. The small black-scaled monster, seeing Han Sen run towards it, shouted. Its mouth became a black, gaping maw with a set of wretched fangs piercing out of that darkness. Han Sen swung the flaming Rex spike down towards it. The monster did not flee or evade the attack, and instead used its own head as a deflector. When the Rex spike collided with the black scales, a deep noise was emitted. Han Sen felt a terrible power surge into his hands from the monster's head, as the Rex spike failed to crack open the scales of the beast. The power that pushed back was so strong, it hurled Han Sen into the air and sent him through a few spins as he went. That is quite powerful. This thing must have a really high vitality. Han Sen borrowed strength from the air he was borne onto and returned to engage the small monster. Lu Yuni and his group were frozen stiff, watching the crazy waves that continued to surge out of the wild waters of the lake. Han Sen and his angel had fearlessly gone to battle the monsters there, and in the chaos of the scene, it was difficult to tell who would emerge triumphant. Holy crap! Where did this elite come from? He can actually go toe-to-toe with these things and potentially beat them? That angel-looking lady must be a pet beast soul. It's so strong and beautiful. What are you guys hanging around for? We should quickly retreat and fall back. The little angel invaded every inch of the big monster's personal space and attacked its head repeatedly. She wanted to strike its eyes and blind it, but the monster's vitality was extraordinarily high, and so its flesh was incredibly difficult to get through. Unable to deal much in the way of damage, even the little angel ended up dodging more than she could attack. Her greatsword smacked the creature's head numerous times, but its skull was sufficiently guarded by its hardy scales. Despite the effort of her attacks, only a shallow scratch mark was left behind by each strike. In comparison to the beast at large, she might as well have tried tickling the fiend. The small monster was angrier and less composed, however. It ignored Han Sen's attacks and instead tried to attack him, even at the cost of ensuring its own defense. The black scales looked tougher than the big monster's, however, and the creature itself looked more powerful. The big monster took notice of the little one chasing Han Sen around, which put its concern at ease. With continued composure, it calmly fought the little angel that had targeted it. Han Sen fell back more and more, attempting to lure the smaller creature away. He was initially worried that the small one might not follow, so he prepared to use his devil-eye spider beast soul in order to seduce it. But this was not necessary, due to the monster's feistiness. Attracting it his way was the easiest aspect of the ensuing battle. Han Sen eventually managed to lead the small monster into the nearby woods. Its teeth gnashed in a fearsome bloodlust as it chased after Han Sen with murder in its eyes. Although the little monster was strong and powerful, it came as a surprise to Han Sen that it had evidently not lived for very long. It clearly knew little of the world at large. Now, seeing Han Sen stop, it gaped its hungry maw and leapt towards him. The fangs of its mouth were like daggers as they came, but Han Sen did not fall back at the sight of their gnashing hunger. Just as the mouth came close, ready to tear his face off, Han Sen drove the wreck spike deep into the creature's mouth. The flaming wreck spike spun like a drill, as flames blazed and wreathed their way around it. With Han Sen's surprise attack, the weapon was shoved deep into the monster's throat. Like mud from a manic drill bit, blood squirted out from the ravaged throat of the beast. The little monster squealed in absolute pain, but its cry was muted due to the presence of the ravenous wreck spike. Han Sen's heart pounded with the thrill, as he channeled an infinite source of power into the wreck spike. His push with the weapon did not recede, and Han Sen slowly worked the weapon into the creature's stomach. In a moment's notice, the 2-yard-long wreck spike had been driven a full 3 feet into the mouth of the super creature. And Han Sen primed it to go deeper. Amidst the blood and shredded flesh of its butchered throat, the monster could do little but shake its head. As it shook vigorously, it sent Han Sen and the wreck spike flying into the air. The strength of its wiggle was too powerful, and even Han Sen was unable to withstand the velocity. The little monster let out a cry of pain after throwing away its violent aggressor, and this alerted the big monster to the little one's danger. Immediately, its concerned parent stomped its way through the trees to its aid. The giant, hulking body made the ground quake with each step it took. The lake was thrown into utter turmoil as it left the battered waters behind. Although the little angel wanted to stop the approach of the big monster, she couldn't deal a critical hit to the monster or find a weak spot she could exploit. Thus, nothing she did could grab its attention. Even as she repeatedly struck its scaly skin, the sword could do nothing. Seeing the big monster heading his way, Han Sen knew it would only have to take 2 more steps before it was directly in front of him. He knew he had to act fast, so he quickly retrieved his wreck spike and ran towards the little monster. Without thinking, he rounded up the baby monster's butthole with all his might. The wreck spike was driven an entire meter up its backside, as blood burst from the exploited hole like unclogged plumbing. Its upper body had already been severely injured, and now, its lower body was being quickly made the same. It squealed in agony and fell down to the ground. It exerted much effort in trying to stabilize itself, but try as it might, it could not stand back up. Han Sen was not content to stop there, and he was determined to push harder and end the monster's life as soon as he possibly could. But the big monster was approaching quickly, like a mountain bearing down on him. Hansen knew he couldn't remain where he was much longer, so he pulled his Rex spike out and retreated. Boom! The giant monster brought another foot down and crushed trees and fallen logs into kindling. The diameter of each footprint left behind was 10 meters. Hansen dodged the foot, but it only by a small margin. The little monster finally managed to regain its balance and stand up, then crawled nearby the bigger monster. When the big monster noticed the wounds its young one had incurred, its wrath was stoked. Wild flames of anger now burned for Hansen. The giant monster roared and tried to crush Hansen underfoot once more. The vitality-based monster was not something he could compete with, so Hansen had no choice but to fall back. Hansen cast arrow and used it to more easily evade the stomping of the raging behemoth. All the while, the little angel continued trying to attack the big monster's eyes. Her attempts were ineffective, however. The monster's neck was surprisingly spry, and it managed to duck and weave to avoid many of her strikes. As this was unfolding, Hansen looked for an opportunity to swing back around and finish off the smaller monster. Unfortunately for him, the opportunity was taking its time in revealing itself. But during this intense observation, a new sound came from the skies above. A black and metallic tiger, one with wings, descended from the skies. It flew extremely fast and within a second, it landed behind the big monster. Its 4 paws shredded the little monster's body. Then, it grabbed the little monster, flapped its wings, and took off flying to the west. That be *starred. Trying to steal my kill, are you? Hansen was infuriated, so he took off in flight and chased after the black tiger. Only Hansen was allowed to steal the kills of others, and the thought of this black tiger stealing his kill was unacceptable. The big monster, when seeing its little one get captured, ignored Hansen and tried to chase after the black tiger, as well. The black tiger held on to the little monster with ease, despite how many tons it undoubtedly weighed. And it was still going too fast for him or the big monster to catch up. Hansen was fuming. He was the master of stealing easy kills from others, but now, someone had attempted to do the same thing to him. It was infuriating. In silence, Hansen blitzed through the sky in pursuit of the tiger. The little angel and the big monster also went after it, and in the big monster's wake, giant craters remained as the soil was upturned, mud was flung, rocks were smashed and trees were crushed. Fortunately, there was no human shelter in the vicinity, and neither would there be in the lands ahead. If even a royal shelter was to be in the rampaging behemoth's track, it'd be flattened within seconds. Hansen was the slowest of them all. He was in the back, and the distance that separated them only increased the further they went. The little angel and big monster were both faster than him. Hansen gritted his teeth and simulated light Son of God's energy flow. With this, his speed increased by a vast amount. Through this, he was just about able to catch up and not get left behind. The black tiger was an extremely menacing creature to look at. Despite carrying such a large monster, it was able to continue its flight west and outpace them all without any trouble whatsoever. Hansen chased after the black tiger for 4 days straight, and neither of the creatures slowed down. Hansen himself was unable to excuse the misdeed committed by the tiger, and with a burst of energy, swore to the high heaven he would catch up with the tiger and deliver its just desserts. The big monster felt the same. Gripped in the fearsome talons of the tiger's paws, its baby repeatedly cried out for aid over the course of their flight. The baby's perseverance had to be admired, and it was no wonder why it was a second-generation super creature. Devil-eye spiders had a weak vitality, and if they were the ones snatched, they'd have died a long time ago. There was no way they'd remain alive, let alone muster the effort of screeching for help. But despite all their most valiant efforts, none were able to catch up with the black tiger. And by now, it had been 8 days. Their flight had gone on so long and far, they had exited the Sandow River region. Treacherous mountain ranges are what lay in the distant lands ahead, ones which the black tiger was not hesitant to fly into once nearing them. Hansen looked ahead and stopped. Amidst all the mountains that were connected, there was one purple mountain that stuck out like a sore thumb. The black tiger landed on its slopes and dragged the small monster up with it. The purple mountain was a strange one, indeed. It was very tall, and its peak rested somewhere above the clouds. On this peak was what looked like a palace. Hansen witnessed the black tiger land there, and suspected things were only going to take a turn for the worse. For a spirit shelter, to have a monster as wild as that, it wouldn't merely be a royal class one. Hansen recalled the little angel, while the big monster went on ahead. It seemed as if it was willing to do whatever it took if it meant securing the safety of its child. The purple palace appeared semi-transparent, as its appearance was masked and unmasked at the whims and travel of clouds. The black tiger raced its way to the top. The purple palace's double doors opened as if they were automatic, and with the squirming, screeching monster in its clutches, the tiger ran inside. Once it was beyond them, the doors closed and locked the big monster outside. The big monster was not willing to stop there, however. With its Goliath body, it threw itself against the gates repeatedly, in a bid to bring it down. The big monster had a width of 100 meters, and it was at least 50 meters tall. But in the shadow of that door, it didn't appear so grand. They were of comparable height. Boom! The giant monster's body used all its strength in hitting the door, and each thud echoed far and wide. But despite its efforts, the stone gates did not budge a single inch. The monster's wretched power was nothing in comparison. The monster used so much strength in each push, it fell backward a few times after every throw of itself. It would scream aloud after each failed attempt, and then try once more. Nothing happened. The stone gate was firmly sealed, and no matter how much strength was exerted, the big monster was unable to break down the door. After all these hits, the monster had begun to bleed. And still, the door remained closed. Hansen was shocked while watching this. The powerful monster must have been a super creature, and he suspected most second-generation sorts would be unable to kill him. Yet this one door, despite receiving the monster's absolute might, was unwilling to submit. It remained sealed, and Hansen suspected it was a testament to the strength of whatever master waited inside. Hansen frowned and flew back up into the sky, keen to take an aerial view of the site and see what creatures were inside the shelter. But while he was airborne, the site was entirely shrouded by mist. Unable to get a good look, Hansen felt his heart sink somewhat. With his eyesight and abilities of perception, he should have had no issue piercing the clouds with his vision. Strangely, he was unable to see anything. The clouds themselves were quite curious, however. Hansen summoned his Devil Eye mask and ran the Devil Eye spider's energy flow. Keenly, he looked back at the shelter once more. Although Hansen couldn't quite make out what was in there, he was able to espy the presence of a few flames that looked like life forces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hansen counted at least 5 super creatures inside. Of course, that was only what Hansen was able to see. He couldn't be sure whether or not there were any more inside. Perhaps I will indeed have to just give up this pursuit. Hansen gritted his teeth, hating his own suggestion. It was fairly obvious he'd be unable to deal with all the super creatures inside there, but he still did not want to just pack up and leave. It wasn't easy trying to locate and secure a second-generation super creature, so it was fairly bad for it just to be taken away from him in the manner it was. Screw it. I'm going to risk it. Let's see just how powerful this super spirit shelter really is. Even if I'm too weak, they'll be unable to kill me. If I can't get back the prey I worked so hard to nab, I'm going to mess this place up. Clenching his jaw, Hansen ran towards the purple door. The big monster and Hansen considered each other friends for the time being, and Hansen was willing to try to help open the door for it. If they both got inside, it might actually be possible for the big monster to take on 2 super creatures all by itself. If Hansen performed better, the prospect of earning a few more easy kills for himself would be delightful. Although the chances of this happening were slim, he was happy enough just to raise a little hell for the shelter as payback. Hansen ran before the gate, as the giant monster did its best to get it open. While the door remained undamaged, it was coated in the battered monster's blood. Hansen summoned his flaming Rex spike and tried fitting it where the seam for the double doors should be. As the Rex spike drilled into the door, countless sparks illuminated the area. But still, despite his efforts, the doors couldn't be opened. Not a single chip of the door was broken away, either. And now, Hansen was beginning to think it was too difficult. Boom! The big monster, seeing that Hansen was unable to open the door, hit it once more. Its mouth spat out blood, and it screamed in pain. This is not going to work. Even if we barge in now, we'll be half dead. Death would be all but certain upon our entry. Hansen gritted his teeth and flew into the shelter from above. The shelter was veiled in cloud, and he couldn't see a single thing. But right now, in his state of mind, he cared little. Hansen was going to fly in, try to open the door from the inside, and let the big monster in. The fog lay heavy, and Hansen made sure to summon his most useful beast souls before entering the mist. He pierced into the clouds without hindrance, but as he entered, a frightful feeling crept along his spine and chilled him to the bone. Hansen saw a fire-wreathed shadow approach from his side. If he wasn't wearing his devil eye mask, he wouldn't have caught its coming. Dong! The little angel came over to cover him, and her greatsword collided with something in the fog. She was knocked back a bit, but before anything else could happen, their phantom assailant retreated into the deeper recesses of the mist. Before Hansen could continue his journey through the fog, the shadow came at them again from another side. It was fortunate Hansen was able to follow it as it neared, and command the little angel to respond appropriately. While Hansen commanded her to deflect the shadow's incoming attack, Hansen took advantage of the window of opportunity and flew faster through the fog towards the shelter. He knew that the shelter's walls were only 100 meters away, but it now felt as if he had traveled several hundred meters. And still, he had yet to see the ground. Oh, no! The wretched realization that this was no ordinary fog dawned on Hansen. He wanted to leave its stuffy clutch, but it was too late. Despite flying back a few hundred meters again, in the direction he had come, he was unable to exit. He wasn't going anywhere. But Hansen was at least glad he was in possession of the devil eye mask, so he could watch any creature that lurked inside the mist. It did well to keep him alert and out of danger. It seems as if there is only one super creature hiding out here in the mist with me. If the others don't come near, then perhaps I'll be able to kill it one-on-one, Hansen thought to himself. He did not believe whatever super creature lurked around him would pose too much danger, and even without his devil eye mask, he could use his Dongxian aura to sense its presence and see it coming. The only problem was the need to deal with it quickly. If he didn't take care of it soon, it was only a matter of time before the big monster down below would beat itself to death against the doors. If that happened, Hansen would have one less ally on the field. The evil eye mask could only enable Hansen to watch the shadow of the creature. It was a life force, one that seemed to have been wrapped in flames. He couldn't quite see what sort of super creature it was. The little angel could not see very well in the mist, and she had to rely on the commands of her master for when and where to react. Hansen quietly drew his peacock crossbow and loaded it with Z-steel bolts. He propped it up, ready for the creature's re-emergence. Dong! The little angel used her greatsword to knock away an incoming shadow. Hansen did not do anything yet, and he just patiently watched it. The flaming shadow failed in its attempts to attack a few times, and it appeared to be frustrated. So, it gave up trying to strike them, sunk into the mist, and watched the two in return. Hansen pretended as if he could not see it, rolling his head in a number of different directions to feign inattention. But in truth, aside from the creature, he really could not see anything else. When he was outside, he had managed to catch the presence of other super creatures by spotting their life forces. But now, inside the mist, this singular life force was the only anomaly he could make out. After observing for a while, the flame began to believe Han Sen and the little angel had truly lost their target. It sailed through the fog behind Han Sen and slowly approached. Han Sen continued looking left and right, as if he had no idea where it was coming from. But with the Dongxian aura that he cast a while ago, he was able to keep an eye on its every slight movement. The flaming shadow came within 10 meters of Han Sen when it suddenly became enraged, and it launched itself towards the mist's intruder. The moment the flame got close to Han Sen, he quickly turned around and used his flaming Rex spike to block the attack while his left hand fired the peacock crossbow repeatedly. Consecutively, he fired 8 of the Z-steel bolts towards the foe. Pang! But Han Sen and the Rex spike were rocked away upon the collision, which negatively affected his accuracy. Still, he heard a foreign noise in the mist sound 3 times. 3 of the 8 bolts had found their target. At the same time, Little Angel flew to the shadow's head and brought down the greatsword upon it with all her might. Roar! The flaming shadow screamed in agony, seemingly injured by the bolts. Frantically, it tried to scramble back into the cover of the mist. But under the all-seeing gaze of the Devil Eye Mask, Han Sen was able to observe its every move. With the little angel by his side, he took off after the misty menace. The creature had been well and truly fooled by Han Sen, and now, the little angel instantly caught up with the monster. She swung her sword like a loon and brought an end to the fleeing monster's escape. Han Sen fired the peacock crossbow again, emptying the other 6 bolts. The timing could not have been more perfect, as the creature had just exhausted all its strength in avoiding the brutal cleaves of the little angel's greatsword. More moans rumbled out across the fog, as 4 of the bolts found their target. The creature trembled. Like a sudden streak of light, the little angel shot right past the creature. As she did so, a head launched into the sky, trailing blood. Before the choking mist could be dyed red, it began to disappear with the felling of its master. Super creature Mirage Gas Freak killed. No beast soul gained. The flesh of this creature is inedible, but you may harvest its life geno-essence. Consume its life geno-essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. The mist faded, and Han Sen's prior vision of the shelter's walls and gate returned to him. It was only 10 meters away now. The Mirage Gas Freak that the little angel had slain began to fade away. It was strange, like a cat. The head had been lopped off, and that too began to melt away with the body. Dong! A life geno-essence, one that looked like an orb of solid mist, fell to the ground. Han Sen made sure to pick it up, and after doing so, flew to the back of the gate that had previously barred their passage. Then, he lifted and removed the bolt that prevented its opening. After doing so, he made sure to make a quick escape backwards. Boom! The purple door was smashed open by the big monster. With a loud roar, it marched inside without hesitation. Inside the shelter was a large and beautiful palace, but strangely, it now seemed devoid of creatures or spirits. The place seemed empty. When the mirage cloud totally disappeared, Han Sen's vision became clearer. He couldn't see any creatures. Even the small monster that had been captured by the black tiger was totally gone, and not even its screams could be heard anymore. Pang! The big monster quickly arrived before the grand palace, and at its tall doors, it again tried to open them by throwing its weight. It wanted to see with its own eyes whether or not the little monster was inside. Its strike did not collapse the palace, but as Han Sen watched, he saw the flash of a sword. Suddenly, a huge, bloody gash had been drawn deep into the big monster's hardy scales. The big monster roared in agony, as its giant body tumbled a few steps backward. Blood cascaded from the wound, coloring its scales. From inside the palace, a shadow creature emerged, wielding a steel greatsword and clad in steel armor. Taking a closer look, Han Sen noticed that the armaments were not actually affixed to a person or creature. Despite being fitted in the shape of a human, the armor was not actually clothing anyone. The armor was empty, as if it were possessed. In between the plating of the armor, all he could espy was the flicker of a ghostly green light. Is this a creature? Or is it a spirit? Han Sen watched the armored monster with uncertainty. Roar! The steel armor moved, and so too did the 2-meter-long greatsword. Its speed and power was most impressive, and it left another deep cleft in the big monster's body. A green light imbued and enshrouded the greatsword, exceeding the length of the weapon by an additional meter. The green light looked sharp, and for it to break through the scales of the behemoth, it must have been far more powerful than the greatsword the little angel wielded. Although the big monster tried to step on the possessed armor below, it was too heavy and slow. It missed the phantom foe, and upon bringing its foot down, the menace began chopping it up. The leg oozed blood from every cut, and the monster screamed in absolute agony. Han Sen thought of helping it out, but he saw 3 other monsters enter from the sides of the plaza before the palace. They were being surrounded. A 30-meter-tall ape, a 4-legged snake and a winged black tiger all appeared, each from a different direction. The winged black tiger roared and approached them. Han Sen commanded his little angel to engage the tiger. The snake and the ape approached Han Sen together. The ape threw a fist down towards Han Sen, an attack which he dodged with ease. But the force of that fist was such that the ground quaked. The 4-legged snake flung out its tongue, which looked like a bloody whip. It was incredibly fast, and it almost tangled and knotted its way around Han Sen. His flaming Rex spike retaliated with a strike against the big ape's arm, which only created a light scuff. He couldn't damage it. The 4-legged snake was too fast for Han Sen, and it was difficult for him to evade in between dishing out his own attacks. One-on-one was already difficult enough, but now he was being challenged by 2. This was an extremely dangerous situation for him to be in. Pang! Han Sen tried to dodge the snake's attack, but he was dealt a blow by the ape instead. His body was launched away as if it had been fired from a cannon. He traveled a dozen meters and slammed into the palace wall. With his body in a crumpled heap, he spat out blood. The snake and ape didn't relent, and Han Sen jumped away with pain in his chest as they approached. He leapt near the big monster and used his flaming Rex spike against the armored phantom monster. Dong! The armored phantom saw the incoming strike, and it raised its greatsword to block it. In the collision, Han Sen took a few steps back. The ape and the snake managed to catch up with him, and the big monster decided to aid Han Sen in return. It roared and ran toward the ape. The 2 monsters were incredibly loud as they duked it out, every impact between them making a deafening noise. The big monster was having difficulty with the agile armored phantom, but fared far better against the ape. Han Sen cast his Dongxian aura to do battle with the armored phantom. It was far better for him to deal with that than to attempt to combat the massive ape. This exchange of opponents was the right move, as it placed them both in the realm of combat they exceeded in. Still, the snake was after Han Sen, and this made him frown. Fairy, I have taken care of you for far too long with no return. It's about time you do something for me. Han Sen leapt out of the way of the snake's razor tongue, brought out the scallop shell, and threw it towards the snake. The snake avoided the scallop, and it fell down to the ground. The lid of the scallop finally moved, and the fairy emerged from it in a rage. She looked at the snake and immediately cast her icy self-buffs and flew directly before it. Han Sen sighed. It was fortunate for him that the fairy was willing to aid him in his time of need and wasn't going to remain her lazy self in such dire circumstances. Now that every creature had a single rival of its own, Han Sen was able to focus his attention solely on the phantom armor. The phantom armor was still an obscenely powerful foe, and its agility and finesse with the blade was just as good as Han Sen's. Against strength that far outmatched his own, Han Sen had to take advantage of the one area of combat he did have an advantage in, speed. But the armored phantom swung its green light-wreathed steel greatsword with tremendous power. When Han Sen brought his flaming Rex spike up to deflect it, his weapon was given a fairly large dent. Following this, Han Sen did not dare interact with his enemy's sword directly. He used his Dongxian aura and cast a formation to outpace his opponent. He found an opening in which he could safely attack, so he quickly took advantage of it and swung the wreck spike. It struck the ghostly armor to little effect, so he quickly fell back. Hansen then thought of attacking a gap in the armor, since that might allow him to deal the damage he sought. The flaming wreck spike, however, was too big. It wouldn't have been able to strike the fine slits that existed between the armor plating. Hansen continued dodging the attacks of its green light, and at the same time thought to himself, "It's a shame that the raw Z-steel shortsword I asked the Wang family to forge for me has yet to be completed. If I had it with me now, this would be a great opportunity to test its effectiveness." Without any other choice, Hansen drew a raw Z-steel bolt in his hand. When the time was right, he could use his hand to drive it through what was possibly the weak spot of the Phantom Menace. Elsewhere, the Little Angel and the Black Tiger continued battling each other in airborne combat. The body of the Black Tiger was like metal, and the claws of its paws were incredibly lethal. It didn't have a single disadvantage when going against the Little Angel, so it was difficult to presume which one might emerge victorious. The battle between the big ape and the big monster was the bloodiest of all. They were both vitality-based super creatures, and each of their attacks rocked and shook the shelter. They had both been brutally injured as they fought. This was especially so for the big monster, that had been severely injured before starting to fight. In the battle with the ape, its wounds had been exploited, and the behemoth was not in good condition. The fairy was the most relaxed creature of all. The snake was slower than she was, and the tongue could never latch onto its target. The frosty projectiles the fairy cast out only made it slower, as well. Pang! The fairy threw her little fist out and smacked the snake's face fiercely. Almost instantly, blood was drawn from its hideous mouth. The snake did seem very powerful, however, and it didn't seem likely that the fairy could end its life anytime soon. Hansen could not deal with the armored phantom on his own, though. And seeing the big monster about to be defeated by the big ape, he became worried. If the big monster fell, it would tip the scales of their battle off balance and they would be unfairly matched. If that were to occur, he'd have no choice but to fall back. Hansen gritted his teeth and cast Dongxian Sutra. He turned his own energy into a holy light, and when he found the right moment, he cast the holy light onto the big monster to heal its wounds. The holy light he simulated, received from the rhino, had incredible healing properties. When the cast light reached the wounds, they instantly began to seal themselves up. Hansen tried his hardest to cast the holy light and heal the big monster's wounds, and it wasn't long before its vitality was restored enough for it to continue its fight with renewed vigor. Hansen felt relieved. At least I have a grip on the situation for the time being. Hansen returned his focus to the armored phantom. With his Dongxian aura, it was not difficult to use his Dongxian powers to dodge his foe's attacks. Hansen did not expect to defeat him in his current situation, but he at least wanted to drag out their fight and buy some time for his other companions to resolve their own battles. In between his evasions, Hansen took every chance he could to continue healing the big monster so it could carry on fighting the fearsome ape. Hansen was primarily waiting for the fairy to finish killing the snake. Once she was done, he envisioned a snowball effect in which they could outnumber the others and end them. Fighting the armored phantom alone was a little too much for him. It's a shame that Little Silver is still evolving. If it was done by now, bringing about an end to these felons and the shelter they inhabit would be easy peasy, Hansen thought to himself. Hansen continued using his Dongxian aura to scan the armored phantom. He had managed to learn that it was a second-generation super creature of sorts, and it harbored a strange and unique energy flow. Could this energy flow be what's activating the green light to enshroud and empower the sword? If it is, that's brilliant. The light is extremely efficient, but that aside, doesn't it just look so cool? Hansen kept walking backwards, watching and recording the phantom's energy flow. The fairy was doing fairly well. Her little fists were repeatedly unleashed against the snake's head, and each punch shook blood from the battered face. When the blood reached the ground, however, it became ice. Hansen scanned the snake and saw that its energy flow was all blurry. This told him it was a first-generation super creature. The great ape was the same, as well, a first-generation super creature. The black tiger in the sky was too far away from him for now, so he couldn't tell just yet. Hansen noticed that the snake was about to be killed by the fairy, but his sudden burst of happiness was snatched away by a stronger feeling of dread. Deep inside the shelter, a life force approached. It did not venture their way fast, but that made it all the more ominous. The life force was horridly powerful. Hansen used his devil eye mask to take a look, and he saw a flaming red life force arise. Whatever was headed their way was getting closer. Oh, no. This shelter has another super creature. Hansen immediately became disheartened at this worrying revelation. He had tirelessly battled to reach this stage, and the thought of having to flee without a reward was criminal. If the horrible creature joined in the fight, the scales of the battle's balance would be tipped and there would be no way to restore them. But again, Hansen did not feel right in simply abandoning the fight. As he saw the snake about to be killed by the fairy, he gritted his teeth and ran towards the horrible energy that approached. If he could slow its advance for a while, and allow the fairy to finish off the snake, he might have a chance. The armored phantom did not allow its foe to leave so suddenly, and it pursued him. As he continued to evade, Hansen did not halt in his race towards the ghastly energy. After skipping past 15 buildings, he came to a long staircase that reached for the skies. At its top, a larger palace rested. On the stairs, an elegant woman gently descended. Her body was incredible, and she was around a foot taller than Hansen. Still, her scaling was perfect. Her long legs led to a slim waist, which acted as a pedestal for the grand boobs that lay above. In the black armor she was robed in, she exuded a presence of power and respect. She was like a panther, a female feline that was both beautiful and cruel. That is the spirit of this shelter? Hansen now revised his earlier thoughts, when he had believed that the armored phantom was the spirit of the shelter. The spirit looked at Hansen coldly. Her eyes were chilling, with her long black hair that flowed down to the ground. She gave Hansen a murderous gaze. The spirit was dressed in armor, but she wore no helmet. Atop her head rested a crown. She wielded no weapons either, but her pretty white hands gave out a feeling of lethality. I have to somehow hold on and keep her busy until the fairy is done with the snake. Hansen gritted his teeth. He did not wait for the spirit to descend the stairs, but raced up towards her instead. He had just finished enhancing his Dongxian aura, so his abilities of perception had greatly improved. With the grace of movement gifted by Dongxian powers, he believed he could kite two super creatures for some amount of time. The armored phantom was still on Hansen's heels, and the way it moved now seemed angry. It seemed displeased at its opponent's decision to disrespect the spirit that was descending, and so it swung its sword with far greater aggression. Hansen made use of his Dongxian movements, and pushed them to the max. This way, it was difficult for the phantom to strike him. After walking a few hundred steps, the spirit looked at Hansen with much disgust and disdain as she stepped down to meet him. She raised her fist and attempted to punch her incoming aggressor. It didn't seem as if she exerted much strength, but its speed was as if her fist had teleported. It suddenly collided with Hansen's belly. Pang! Hansen's body rocketed all the way back down the stairs like a meteor. He smacked into the roof of a building, which ruined its delicate tiling. The armor on Hansen's armor had many cracks upon it, and there was now an exposed area. Hansen removed himself from the rooftop with a mouth full of blood. The spirit's punch was not one that could miss, but it happened so suddenly he didn't have what it took to dodge. Fortunately, Hansen was fast, and the power she used was clearly not at max capacity. His armor would have entirely been destroyed if she had used more force, he imagined. The armored phantom jumped down from the stairs, slashing at Hansen with the green light greatsword. Stepping quickly, Hansen was able to dodge the attack. His eyes drifted towards the spirit. She was so fast, he'd have to keep an eye on her. If she was to attack him again, he would have no chance of dodging. Hansen's senses were powerful, though, and he could predict when she planned to make a move. Now was the time for Hansen to properly test what he had recently spent much time practicing. The spirit looked at Hansen and raised her fist. She fired it in his direction. The moment she swung her fist, it accelerated. Hansen's eyes were not able to perceive how she performed this attack, but her entire body seemed to teleport directly before him. His excellent senses were indeed able to capture the granular details of her movements. With a move of his leg, he slid his body slightly to the side and dodged her attack successfully. The spirit, seeing her fist miss its target, looked shocked. In this small moment, Hansen swung his own fist at the spirit's belly in a form of payback. But the spirit's body just disappeared as if it had teleported away. His fist was so close, but it missed.